Welcome to RotoWire Live. You're here for the marathon. Another day. We will have 58 guests. Actually, it's more, but who's counting for Super Bowl 58? This is day 2. The lineup is just as good as it was yesterday. Hang out with us. Learn plenty about RotoWire and people from great different companies. We are starting out with one of my teammates from the gambling.com group, who is the bosses of RotoWire. We got Frank Ignatius in the house. Frank, tell us a little about yourself.
Hey, Jimmy, thanks. I appreciate you having me on. Yeah, so I'm with gambling.com, which is a partner of RotoWire. So we do a lot of work together. We take advantage of your great content, try to recommend players on to all of our betting partners. So it's been a great connection with you guys. It's been really fun to hang out with the RotoWire guys.
And Frank is very well connected with football. He's got plenty to tell us, and we're going to start out. This was a heck of a season. There were things we loved about it. There were things that we just held our head. So many flags, so many stunted offense, back to 2012 levels. For me, that was a sticking point. But what was your takeaway or two from this 2023 NFL season?
Well, listen, Jimmy, I know you're a Chicago guy just like me. So I'm a Bears fan for life, always a Chicago guy. So this January football, this February football, these festivities, I've got nothing to do with that, really. I mean, they've had 58 of these Super Bowls, and the Bears have only played in 2. I was just a kid, a teenager for the 85 Bears. So I've missed out on a ton of football. So, again, 2023, I'm on the sidelines as far as the Super Bowl and my Bears are concerned. But my takeaway is maybe this is the starting point. Maybe with the Panthers, maybe with the number 1 pick, maybe a little Caleb Williams, a little less Justin Fields. Maybe 2023 is sort of the turning point. And maybe not next year, but maybe 2-3 years down the road, I'm actually watching another Bears Super Bowl game.
So let me quickly sidebar on that one. So it sounds like you would prefer the Bears go with Caleb Williams most likely over Fields. What are your thoughts on Fields?
I think Fields is a very, very good quarterback, and I emphasize the word good. I think his ceiling is wild card playoffs, an occasional NFC North, and I think the ceiling is playing in 1 or 2 conference championship games, which is fine. And for a lot of franchises, I believe that's perfectly acceptable. But if we're talking about a swing for the fences kind of league, and the only measuring stick is a Super Bowl, then I think you got to roll the dice and go with the number 1 pick and make it. I'm okay with May too. I just feel that Fields is a perfectly adequate solution, moments of greatness, but not a consistent conference championship Super Bowl quarterback.
I mean, I like the fact that when you go with a rookie, you got the rookie deal. Fields, you're at that right point where you're going to have to pay him. And once you have to pay a quarterback, we know what that does to the rest of the roster. And again, very quickly, I want to get you off this quick, but what do you think, shotgunning, what could the Bears possibly get in terms of draft capital back for Fields?
I keep hearing it's an early second rounder. I've never heard any rumor that he was worth a first rounder. So maybe does that not answer your question that nobody's going to give you a first rounder for your quarterback?
Yeah, it's funny you say that, and you're right. I have a sneaking suspicion, though, if teams are desperate and they can hold it off. But you're right. That says a lot. If a team won't give you a first, now, yeah, there's the cost control thing, which is kind of gone. But you're right. I think that speaks it all. So was that your main takeaway and you were good at moving on to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, when you're a Bears fan, you don't have that much to say this time of year.
But you said it quite well. So, all right, Super Bowl, we got the Chiefs. We've got the 49ers. I can't say it enough. Cannot wait for this game. What are your thoughts on it, Frank?
I know you're asking everybody for predictions. I am going Chiefs 20, 49ers 17. So low-scoring year, right? I don't have numbers, but I know anecdotally we've seen totals at historically low levels. Numbers have been down, especially primetime games. I guess technically this is a primetime game. Chiefs, 17 in their last 17 games, they've only cracked 30 points twice. When they win, like we saw in the conference championship game, it's 17-10, 21-10, those type scores. It doesn't seem fair that you got Mahomes and that kind of defense, but I'm calling it a low-scoring game, and when it's a tight, low-scoring game like that, give me Mahomes and Reed.
It's music to my ears because my main bet on this is under 47.5. So when you're coming with that kind of music, because I have a similar score to you, I have a 39, you have like 30, that's 7. That's music to my ears. So let's keep it right there and let's cash on that under.
It's not so bad to be an outlier, right? Everybody's over. The prop markets are all about over. So
right?
Yeah, I like under.
I did a poll on my X and 300 people voted and it was 53% to the over. And, and I think if I ran it longer, it might have gone higher than that. But like you said, let's be the outliers because it's been the year of the unders and I see a great opportunity here. Now, I bet you have another prop or a secondary bet for us.
Yeah, I do. Props are all about value. That's the fun. It's sort of a puzzle, right? You go in there and you try to find value. So, I know your audience is pretty sophisticated on this stuff. So they've been riding that McCaffrey train, right? The touchdown train, 17 games in a row, almost broke the record. There was real value in that earlier in the season. You could get him at minus 180, minus 190. Books caught on later in the year and started getting into the 300s. So I don't think there's going to be much value in having him score a touchdown. I think it's minus 240, something like that. I'm not going there. The odds on him scoring the first touchdown got me a little more interested. That's plus 350 at BetMGM. Now you got my interest a little bit. But, with the riddle and the puzzle of Super Bowl props, I like to dig a little deeper. And I found BetMGM has got first scoring play of the game. And they've got 49ers rushing touchdown plus 550.
550. Oh, that's a great bet.
We're talking about a team that scored 27 rushing touchdowns. McCaffrey had 14 of them. So I worry a little bit about Debo, maybe Purdy on a sneak, but generally speaking, number 23 is getting the ball in a rushing situation.
Oh,
so
I love that.
Want to kind of rig it a little bit, right? 550 is essentially McCaffrey scoring the first touchdown.
Wow, that's a great nugget for the audience. Get on that before the odds change because if those odds get closer to kickoff, people sniff these bets out, they move. Why don't you tell us, Frank, about any promotions that we could do at BetMGM that you might have going?
Yeah, so I'm here to support BetMGM. They're one of our sportsbook partners, the leading one. They got a great promotion. You need to use a promo code by the name of RotoBonus, basically because of the connection with RotoWire. It's a great one. You bet $5, you get $158 in bonus bets. So 58 for Super Bowl 58. So, if you took my bet, for example, the plus 550, you put that 158 on a plus 550, you turn it into I wrote it down, like almost $900 on that. So you can do all that for $5. So if you like my prop and you want to put the whole 158 on it, or you want to spread it around and take, 15 different $10 plays, $158 in bonus bets just for making a $5 wager for new users of BetMGM.
Wow, what a great opportunity. And the Super Bowl is a time. People may not have tried BetMGM. You might have tried a different sports book. You might not have tried one at all. Don't know where you live. But if you live in a state where you can do that, Frank has got you set up. Again, Roto Bonus. And where do they find that code? Do they just type it in on BetMGM or do they go through a proxy to get there?
Well, the best thing to do is go through RotoWire. So log on to RotoWire, find the BetMGM connection there and log in through there. Or if you go on, just use Roto Bonus and that'll connect you to RotoWire.
Oh, that sounds so awesome. Frank, tell anybody else anything else you got going on or anything else you'd like them to know about the gambling industry.
More states on the rise. We got North Carolina launching in March, which is great for the industry. A lot of expansion. Hopefully more states coming in the future and some more sports books coming on. So we love variety. We love some of the new sports books to come on. So the arrow is definitely pointing up on the industry.
And where will you be watching the game?
I will be in Vegas. I'll be heading there on Saturday. I've been to, I think, 30 Vegas Super Bowls. Obviously, they've never played the game there, but I've been there for a ton of them. I've seen Janet Jackson there. I've seen 28-3 there. I've seen all these moments in Super Bowl history I've been in Vegas for. So hopefully there's some more on this upcoming Sunday.
Well, that sounds like a fabulous time. Enjoy it. And thanks for coming on, Frank, and we'll talk soon.
All right. Thanks for having me. Enjoy the game.
Thank you. Oh, we got Bill. We got a legend in the house. Life is good. We're gambling.com on your end. I'm RotoWire on mine. We are teammates. Bill, so happy you're with us today. If you don't know Bill, you need to know Bill. He's the senior betting analyst at bookies.com and columnist for the Boston Herald. And really, I've heard this man speak. This man knows gambling. Bill, how are you today?
Oh, I'm doing great. Busy time, as you know. It is an interesting game. if you get away from the superfluous matter that we all have to deal with. Her flight will probably get back to America from California. I mean, from Japan in plenty of time, so we can get that off the table and actually talk about a football game.
100%. Before we get to the Super Bowl, Bill, there were so many different ways to speak about the 2023 season. There were some beautiful things. There were some things where we saw the offense go back to near 2012 levels, but all told, it's football, and we love football. What's a takeaway that you had throughout this long 2023 season?
Well, from a betting perspective, it was the unders. The unders pretty much crushed it most of the season. I mean, we saw total of 28.5 points on an NFL game. Patriots, Steelers, and then Patriots, Jets, of course, both went over. I talked to guys during the season. Fellow at Caesars told me you'll only see a 20-point total on an Iowa game, but we saw it. We saw 28.5 point totals, the lowest since 1993. And these games really weren't weather affected. So I think there's a big reason for that. Well, there's a lot of reasons. One, the quarterback talent has pulled back. I mean, we did lose Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers this season. That's no small feat. I think we ended up with 73 or 74 different QBs this year, given all the subs in Week 18. But it was around 65 when most teams were still competitive. So there were a lot of bad quarterbacks this year. A lot of defensive schemes catching up with the way these quarterbacks are taught in college. So I think despite the best efforts of the NFL, we saw a lot of low-scoring, kind of ugly, close games. I mean, so many games were decided on the last play or in overtime this year. There were so many games under 3 points. That was the other trend. How many covers you had of 3 points or less this year was sort of off the charts.
Is there anything that is actionable to next year? Is every year such a new entity? Like you mentioned with the quarterbacks, 40% of games, I should say of team games, were started by a non-number one quarterback. But is there anything we can take forward, or we just reassess in August and kind of go from there?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to look at rosters, obviously. I mean, Patriots, who's their quarterback going to be? It could be anybody from Mac Jones to Kirk Cousins. So it's hard now to, you need to know who the players are. That's obviously the most important thing. But I don't see anything, and I haven't heard from anyone. I don't think unless there's some substantial rules change or, something big that, that you can't fight the tide, right? It's like people want to ignore Taylor Swift. They don't like Taylor Swift. No. You can't fight the tide. And in this case, you can't fight the tide. You have a lot of bad quarterbacks and you have a lot of good defenses. Yes. And it's, defense is easy to coach and harder to execute than offense. But when you got, some of these quarterbacks, I swear, and I say this in all seriousness, despite my unapologetic man love for Tom Brady, and I would happily discuss this with anybody. If he were to, hit the banned room or whatever exercise regimen he does and, bring down his carbohydrate intake to 3 per day instead of 5, where he's at right now, I think he could seriously start for probably 20 teams in the league if he just showed up next year.
That is not hyperbole. Yeah, that's not hyperbole at all. You are spot on. And I didn't think about that myself, but as soon as you brought that to light, oh, absolutely. You are right on that. And he could. And that speaks a lot because he's probably going to be 48 for next season, I think, somewhere right around there. And that's the George Blanda age because he was playing quarterback at some point, or maybe he's
I think personally he's at peace with that. But I'm just saying he could. That's more a statement of how bad the quarterbacking in the league is. I don't think Brady needs to prove what he can do to anyone, but the quarterbacking in the NFL has been terrible. And I think that's going to take a while to bring back. I don't think you're going to see any major, you'll see lines adjusted. You'll see low 30s. You'll see 20-point lines, 29-point lines a lot earlier next year for sure.
That's
I think the
perfect.
numbers will be adjusted. I don't think the play is going to change.
Yeah, because that's what I was wondering. And then you circled it really well, and then you got back. I was kind of wondering, like, from an actually, you're right, the lines. So you believe the lines will start out lower, and then if things change, obviously the adjustments will be made quickly as they need to be made. So it'll be interesting to see as we study rosters. If we think the play may go up, maybe less flags, maybe we could get an edge in week 1. But well, that's a long way away. But right now we got the Super Bowl. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. Again, I need to know. Tell me who's playing quarterback for the Patriots. I knew who the quarterback was for like 1,000 years between Bledsoe and Brady. Now it's the last 5 years, it's been a car wreck.
Good luck with that, right? So now let's go to the Super Bowl. What are your initial thoughts on this game, or maybe who do you like?
Patrick Mahomes getting points. I'm sorry. I know the 49ers are a better team. I know their roster's solid. I think Brock Purdy's still going to probably throw a pick that kills him, although I think he's a great quarterback. He was fantastic against the Lions. You have 2 awesome coaches. You have 2 awesome coordinators going at it. But I wrote a column for tomorrow's Herald about Mahomes being the baby goat and how it's, he's still going to need 8 rings to catch Brady because of the tiebreaker, but he's the closest thing to Brady I think we're ever going to see. And I just can't not back him, especially getting points. And I know that's going against the Sharps, and I know that's riding with the Swifties. But, I mean, I'll go down getting 2 points with Pat Mahomes any day of the week.
I think you kind of answered this, but I want to just make sure I get this. The line, I know a lot of the money's going to come in late week, but the line's been out there for well over a week now, and it hasn't changed much. It changed slightly. Why isn't this line going closer to pick 'em or closer to Chiefs? I mean, it's holding firm at 2 for 49ers. What are your thoughts? And you kind of mentioned it, but I want to hear what you say on that altogether.
Well, the edge is probably 60-40 Chiefs right now, maybe on these spreads. And people need to understand that probably 90% of the handle is going to come in between Friday and Sunday on this game. You have to understand that legally and illegally. So you could see movements, but I think this one's pretty settled. It opened at 2.5, fell to 1 to 1.5, bounced back up a little bit. There was early money on Kansas City, but there's been big money and sharp money on San Francisco, but the public loves the Chiefs. I don't know if you're going to see any significant change. There may be some health things that come up. I know the 49ers are bitching about their field or something like that. And there's still rumblings about McCaffrey and his neck, but I don't really see a lot of movement. I think as long as the books continue to get sides on this, I think they'll be happy. I don't think you're going to see any. I mean, the liability for the books is on these props. I wrote a piece about bookies today and how Kelce and McCaffrey all season were sucking up money. McCaffrey because of his TD streak and Kelce because of him being Kelce. Those guys, you had a running back and a tight end completely dominate player props this year. It wasn't even close, and I surveyed pretty much every book. So you might see there will be significant liability. Like if Christian McCaffrey and Kelce each score a couple of TDs, that's not good for the books. If they go over on their totals, that's not good for the books. But if the side to side, if Kelce is a bad game and McCaffrey is a bad game, then you'll see a lot of money made. On a lot of parlays that might fall short, and a lot. There's a ton of prop money on this game. Tons of prop money.
Is there a prop that you like?
Well, I had a few. I like the under on the national anthem at 90.5 seconds. I've been watching a lot of Reba McEntire. I mean, when she sang the national anthem, she was 19 at the Oklahoma rodeo. It's a great clip on YouTube. She was done in 63 seconds. It was up to about 80, maybe 83, 84. She did it during the World Series. I know these anthems tend to go slow. I know it's the Super Bowl, but she's been doing this, she's been in the spotlight for 40 years. I'm not sure you're going to push Reba McEntire to slow it down if she doesn't want to slow it down. I do like I like the over in McCaffrey's touches at 19.5. I like the under on Kelce's receptions at 6.5, and the long shot play would be a Kadarius Toney touchdown.
And that could come on a punt return because you could totally see him doing that. So I love that because he might get the trick play, might get at the goal line, but he also is probably going to
I was talking with one of the guys from one of the books today, and he mentioned the Toney play, and and why he likes it. And of course, I'm in Florida, as you know, and I don't even know if the Hard Rock even has those up yet. I gotta, they gotta get the wheel. That little guy cranking up I got like a guy with a cigar and a hat in the room, like with the abacus, the little fly paper that lights on fire when the cops show up.
That's the way it was for a long time.
Yeah.
And where can people find you and your work, Bill?
Well, I'm at bookies.com. I'm on X, Twitter, at Bill Spiros and at RealOBF. And if you just Google my name, Bill Spiros, Speros, you'll pretty much find anything and everything I'm doing because it's all out there.
Bill Spiros, I'm glad that we're on the same team, the different elements of the team, but very glad we are. Appreciate you. What are you doing for the game?
I'm actually going to, I live in Florida. We're going down to Miami to see my son. We'll either catch a Celtics game down in Miami on Sunday or just go watch it at the bar. And then we're just going to watch the game at his place with him and his girl and me and my wife.
Well, that sounds fabulous. Bill, enjoy the game. Thank you so much for hanging with us. And I hope to talk to you soon.
Sure. Anytime. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Bye, Bill. All right, everyone, waiting for our next guest who is not here yet, but maybe that guest will show up soon. The time can't wait for us, but we got plenty to talk about. First of all, I know it's a lot. I have 35 pages of Super Bowl notes, but if you do want those, again, they're in sections. Pick what you like. I have narratives on each position. I have some stats on them. You can get those by going to my X at Jim Coventry NFL. You'll find the pinned tweet. Just like and retweet it, and I will DM you a link to that. And my friend, Corey Parson, who I've known since 2018. I wish he was longer, but I'm glad it's been that long. But as much as I know some good and great things about you, you were the auctioneer of all auctioneers at the Kings Classic this year. But again, football is your game, but you did that masterfully. You blended your personality. It was just a wonderful thing. Corey, how are you?
I'm doing well, Jim. Glad to be on here with you, getting ready for the big game. And yeah, I can do a little something. I got a couple of little skills, you know what I'm saying, that I like to let shine through every now and then. So hopefully we can get to people some winners and have a good time, you know what I'm saying?
And I do see you on TikTok. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I had to get after the boys, you know what I'm saying? People getting tired of the same foolishness year after year, so it's becoming an annual tradition, though.
I like it. And you can find Corey at the Fantasy Exec. And I remember drafting against Corey. Corey is one of the best of the best. He's on the Executive Network on YouTube. Now, Corey, whatever you want to call the season, football's wonderful, but it was a weird season. All the backup quarterbacks, all the flags thrown, all the low scores. But all that said, we love football. What's a takeaway or maybe two that you had from the 2023 season?
Let's talk about the Philadelphia Eagles and the massive disaster that they were down the stretch coming up the season. Obviously, we saw the playoff loss didn't look good in the way they finished the regular season. Really, if it wasn't, they really should have lost to the New York Giants if Tyrod Taylor started that game. But what you saw throughout courses of the season that their pad level was high. And that really goes to, wait a minute, is coaching really up top here? Is it really good? We already saw with Hargrave that went to San Francisco, said, it's different because you get coached up here, unlike Philadelphia. I think one of the things we need to do in the fantasy space when it comes to the changes in coordinators is take that a little bit more seriously. We saw last season when Philadelphia made that Super Bowl run and Jalen Hurts was gritting all the way to the top of the NFC and the top of the NFL. We saw what the coordinators did. And then those coordinators, they get hired, they don't come back. And all of a sudden we see a team that collapses down the stretch. And even before down the stretch, you start to see signs that Philadelphia wasn't right. So that's really one of the takeaways that I had from the past season.
Yeah, and that was a takeaway. Corey, how soon did you realize it was going to be a problem in Philly?
You kind of saw it probably around before they started losing, really. You may have saw it in like week 7, week 8, around that area. You were like, wait a minute, this team doesn't look the same. Hurts turning the football over. They wasn't as efficient in the down the field passing game. And defensively, they were really, really not playing. Now, they were winning. Sometimes wins can be a great cure, but also a lot of times these wins can mask some real issues that were going on.
And that's exactly what happened. Very quickly, look, A.J. Brown's one of my favorite. When I say it this way, Corey, I say Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Tyreek Hill, A.J. Brown. I go, they're all the best receiver in the league. They just do it differently. And some people might disagree with that. But again, A.J. Brown is in that small room, in my opinion. going in the next year, whatever the coaching situation brings, Kellen Moore will be there. We do know he does like to throw the ball downfield and then open things up underneath. Are you optimistic that A.J. Brown builds on really what was 2022, because the second half of the season, for the reasons you outlined, was very, very difficult? What are your thoughts on A.J. Brown?
In Kellen Moore's offense, he's definitely going to get the opportunities, him and Devontae Smith. Hopefully they can start to run the football a little bit more effectively. Jalen Hurts is going to have to step his game up too. But I'm going to be, optimistic, maybe not as bullish as I was this past season, but optimistic, with A.J. Brown it is when he's right and he's getting it done. He's one of the top targets in the NFL. So, maybe some of those other guys I'll take before him, but I don't think that A.J. Brown is going to drop off the face of the earth. I don't think we're going down that road in Philadelphia yet.
Yeah, we better not, because, man, I love watching that man play football. But let's get to the Super Bowl, Corey.
Yeah.
So, man, Chiefs, we got the Niners. We got the rematch of Super Bowl 54. What are your thoughts on this game?
Should be an interesting contest. Look, shout out to both teams for getting there. I was the guy that thought the Baltimore Ravens would be there. And obviously the 49ers, they had to come back in both their playoff games in order to make this run. And listen, you say what you want to say about Brock Purdy being what he said. Somebody said the 10th best player on his team. When you go on runs like this, the quarterback has to make plays. Even when Mark Sanchez took the Jets to a couple of AFC championship games, he had to make plays to get that done. Quarterback's going to have the ball in his hands a lot. But it's shaping up to be a true battle of pros versus Joes. And I got to be honest with you, I'm going to be with the Joes on this one right here, because when I see Patrick Mahomes and the Big Red Machine, Andy Reid, they continue to get it done. So I'll take the 2. I saw a 2.5 flash quickly yesterday, and I was like, wow, people are really betting the 49ers. That's that sharp money coming in. I'm not really going to play the sharps in the games and all of that. I'm going to go with what my eyes tell me, and my eyes tell me when the money's on the line, don't go against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
It's a simple calculus. We said the same thing with Tom Brady, and that usually made us money, right? Same deal here. Do you have a lean on the over-under in this game or not? So not yet.
I don't really have a lean on the total as of yet. I would probably lean towards the under, if anything.
That's where I'm going. So even if you're not there yet, I'm just glad to hear you're there right now, because I always respect what Corey Parson says. Now, Corey, tell everybody. Oh, is there a prop? I forgot. Is there a prop or a secondary bet you like in this game?
I got a couple props. Well, the main prop is the first team to score win the game. No, I'm going to go no on that one right there. That one you can probably shop around. You probably get it in there anywhere between that plus 140 to plus 150 range. I believe out of 7 of the last Super Bowls, that prop is cashed 5 times to the no. As you remember last year, Jalen Hurts opened up the scoring in the Super Bowl. So there you go right there.
Oh, I love that. And was that the only? Do you have anything else? You said you had a couple, or was that the one you wanted to hone on?
I mean, I got some Usher Raymond, you know what I'm saying? A little halftime show action, you know what I mean? That I want to get on, but some. I like Usher to first song to be Caught Up.
Caught Up. Remember that Usher first song, Caught Up. That'll be a good one, because if that's not out yet, it'll be out soon. I think you probably did find it, but if you didn't find it yet, those props will be coming. Where can people find you and your great work? Because I want more people to know about Corey Parson.
Yeah, definitely. You find the work right there on the Executive Network on YouTube. And right now, Jim, the greatest farce in all of sports media is the fantasy executive is still a free agent. So that's going to have to change.
I love that. And hey, you know what? If you're out there and you're listening and you're looking, Corey is a heavy hitter, as heavy as they come. I've respected the heck out of you since I drafted with you. Man, you ate my lunch, dude. You were really on it, and I love you. So anyway, appreciate you, Corey. Hopefully we talk soon. I hope you enjoy the Super Bowl, and let's make sure we talk soon.
Hey, enjoy it. Great season, and thanks for having me, Jim.
Thanks, Corey. All right, everyone. So as I was saying earlier, I didn't quite finish the thought, but if you want my notes on the Super Bowl, 35 pages of them. Again, pick parts you like. Props, you can do the pros and cons on a number of those. Offensive lines, linebackers. I mean, the line plays like run, pass. I give you all the breakdowns on those. And again, just on my X at Jim Coventry NFL, just repost and like the pinned tweet. I'll DM you a link when I'm not doing a marathon. And remember, RotoWire. Man, we've got all the sports. Got you completely covered. Get you a free 2-day trial. I mean, college basketball, NHL, MMA, We have it all. Our baseball, I always say this, baseball is the best on the planet. Our baseball rocks. So if you want a free 2-day trial, no credit card needed, just go to rotowire.com/Jim and we'll completely set you up with that. Also, I want to go over while we're waiting for our next guest to come in. I did mention earlier, I do like the under on this game. I'm very high on the under 47.5. That line is kind of stuck there so far. 49ers have gone under 48, which is what we're looking at in 7 of their last 11 games. And in their 2 recent games, they went that over, they were trailing big. And I don't see that happening here. And so I do think this game stays close enough. And the Chiefs, they have gone under in 16 of 20 games, under 48, of course. We're going with that key number here. And so, again, as long as you don't think a team gets out to too big of a lead, kind of moving that way. Josh Larkey, finally get to work on a show with you. I'm always enjoying your work. You have been doing great work for a long time. You're the director of fantasy betting now at the 33rd team, and you've been there a while now. But again, I learned about you when you were with Player Profiler, and just great work. You find him at J Larkey Tweets. Josh, how are you today?
I'm doing well. I'm glad that we get to do a show together, though I will say I am no longer with the 33rd team. I just don't have a new background.
Oh.
They shut down the entire gambling department last week. The 33rd team, I don't necessarily agree with the decision, but they decided they will be a football-only company after 18 months of operation. So I'm currently a free agent, but it's all right. We'll rep the brand. They're paying me in February, so why not?
And you will end up in a fantastic spot, because if you know Josh Larkey knows his numbers. He understands how to make numbers turn into money, and he understands the game quite well. Josh, in the season, I just had my head on a swivel. We had unders, we had quarterback injuries, we had flags all over the place. Regardless of where that goes for you, what was at least one or maybe even 2 takeaways that you had from the 2023 football season?
Wow. Of course, my camera dies. Let's put on the other camera.
Sure, no worries at all. While you're looking for that, yeah. So, Josh,
there we go.
There we
go. So, I've said this a few seasons now, and I think it just bears repeating, because every year I think receivers are in good offenses are generally undervalued. And let's talk about why you want a receiver that's in a good pass attack, because every single year people try to prop up a lot of receivers in bad passing offenses. And I'd like to talk about why they're bad bets pretty much every year. And 2023 was yet the same. There were 13 receivers this year that averaged at least 16 PPR fantasy points per game, which is generally what you need to be roughly a fantasy wide receiver 1. We get 13 of them that played at least 10 games. 11 of those 13 were on teams ranking in the top half of the league in passing yards per game. Top half, I just want top 16. I'm not looking for anything crazy. The 2 receivers that were on these worst passing offenses, we had DJ Moore at 16.9 fantasy points per game. Bears, as we all know, do not pass the ball much. They do not pass for many yards. They were 27th. DJ Moore got there in large part due to touchdowns and yards after the catch. DJ Moore had never been a touchdown scorer. I don't know if that continues or not, but I think 8 receiving touchdowns and 1 rushing touchdown on a mediocre offense is unsustainable. He was also 8th in the NFL in total yards after the catch, despite being 16th in total target volume. And then the other one is Mike Evans. He led the NFL in receiving touchdowns, and Tampa Bay was 17th in pass yards per game. So they just missed this cutoff of top half, bottom half. Nobody else on that team had more than 4 receiving touchdowns. Mike Evans had 13. Ultimately, we want receivers on good offenses for fantasy football year after year when you want those difference-making seasons.
Josh, as you're pointing that out, so if we're going to a new season and we're trying to identify, well, will this be a good offense? I mean, some we already know are going to be good, but the ones that are fringe, are you looking at the coordinator or whoever the offensive play calls? Like Sean McVay isn't the coordinator, but he's the coach, but we know he runs the offense. Are you looking at that? What are you looking at when you're trying preseason to identify a non-obvious offense that you expect to be good?
So generally what I'll do is I'll look for a lot of moving parts where I believe in either the offensive system, which might be kind of the coordinator, head coach, or I believe in the quarterback themselves. So I'll give an example. Let's talk about like Patrick Mahomes. If Andy Reid were to leave, I don't think we care. Obviously, we wouldn't be like, oh, this is so good for Mahomes. But nobody out there would be saying, wow, Patrick Mahomes and this Chiefs offense are going to be dust without Andy Reid. So I think that's one is where the quarterback's really good. And then the other one would be offensive system. Pretty much whoever not named Trey Lance is taking snaps for the Niners, we should generally like that quarterback and that ecosystem that they've built. So that's generally what I'm looking for is you either want to believe in the quarterback or you want to believe in the offensive system. At this stage of drafts, and some people are doing, myself included, these early 2024 drafts, I would just simply try to weed out the offenses we're almost certain are going to be terrible. And we don't really want to draft too many receivers from those. So there's going to be some teams with moving parts. And I think we have to be a little bit careful coming to sweeping conclusions. But there's some teams where I look and I go, you know what? The Pittsburgh Steelers, the George Pickens, Deontay Johnson, those ADPs are actually going to be pretty high. Once again, Arthur Smith is in there. He is an extremely run-heavy coordinator, the new OC. I actually don't think Arthur Smith is a bad offensive coordinator like many do. He was actually awesome in Tennessee, but he was not awesome for pass volume. I expect Najee Harris, Jalen Warren to be getting a lot of those attempts. So I think that's a good one right there is Steelers. It's pretty clear the quarterback will be deprioritized. It's either Kenny Pickett or potentially someone worse. And I do not like the ADPs right now of Pickens or Deontay.
No, not at all. Now let's shift to the Super Bowl. Tell us some thoughts on the big game and who you think is going to win.
I think the Chiefs win. We've got Patrick Mahomes with an elite defense. The Niners defense struggled towards the end of the season. They struggled in both playoff games. Purdy was at 7.4 yards per pass attempt in those two playoff games on average. The regular season, he was 9.6. That led the NFL. 7.4 is fine. It's kind of good. Not great for the system. And that was against Green Bay. Pass attack that, or pass defense we know struggled throughout the season. They were one of the infamous teams that allowed over 300 pass yards to Bryce Young. And then we kind of know that Detroit's pass defense was just a big play factory waiting to happen. So those are not comparable pass defenses to the elite unit of the Chiefs. I already took Kansas City +2. It's still there on most books. And I think it's either a coin flip or leaning towards the Chiefs. So at +2, I felt like I wanted to lock that in.
And how about a prop? Is there something that you've honed in on, or even if it's more than one prop?
Yeah, I've taken a lot of props. Most of them I cannot endorse because lines have moved. There is one still remaining. We have to scrape the bottom of the barrel here, and we're looking at a non-key player. We're looking at Juwan Jennings. I took him today under 1.5 receptions. That's -130 odds on ESPN Bet. It's -140 on FanDuel, -145 on DraftKings. So essentially, compared to DraftKings, we're getting nearly 3 percentage points of implied value by line shopping. Juwan Jennings was over 1.5 receptions in 7 games this year. Week 2, Brandon Ayuk left early in that game. Week 3, Brandon Ayuk missed due to injury. Week 6, Debo was hurt after 9 snaps. Week 7, Debo misses due to injury. Week 13, Eagles, they blow them out. 2 of his 3 receptions were in the fourth quarter of the blowout. Week 15, Arizona, terrible pass defense, blowout. 1 target, 1 catch through 3 quarters. Then he runs the most routes on the team in the fourth quarter of garbage time, and he gets his second catch. Divisional round, Debo Samuel was hurt after 9 snaps. I think we can actually come up with excuses for why Juwan Jennings did well in all of those games. And now we have a Super Bowl. Generally, we see key players having big roles in the Super Bowl. Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, all healthy for the Super Bowl. Chiefs allow the 6th fewest receptions a game to receivers. Purdy's pass attempts number in the betting markets is 31.5 with heavy -140 juice to the under. Chiefs are the run funnel defense that we can count on. I think the Ravens had the wrong game plan. I think they've been lambasted for that appropriately. McCaffrey's arguably the NFL's best running back. I'd be absolutely shocked if they don't try and funnel everything through the run game here. Why not fade an auxiliary piece? Juwan Jennings under 1.5 receptions, -130. ESPN Bet. Lock it in.
That is a brilliant call. I mean, would not have sniffed that one out the way you laid that case. And that's why you love Josh Larkey, because he gives you firepower to take home when you're cashing these bets. Now, we spoke earlier. I know your situation has changed. Just tell people how they can keep up with you.
Jim, first off, thanks for having me on. Folks, just go to my Twitter, @JLarkyTweets. That's the best place to see what I'm going to be up to. I'll be posting a lot of research and content that I had prepared for the 33rd team that I will now be posting solo, and you'll be able to find out some more there. So I've got some dynasty rankings on the way, some trade value type charts for Dynasty on the way, some rookie research on the way, and that will all just for the foreseeable future be free on Twitter.
Yeah, and again, if you're not keeping up with Josh Larkey, you need to. Appreciate your time, my friend. Hopefully we work again together in the future, but enjoy the Super Bowl.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Jim.
Hey, thanks for tuning in today. And if you're enjoying our content and looking for even more insights and exclusive updates, make sure to connect with us across all of our social media platforms. You can follow us on Instagram at RotoWire. This would be a theme. We have visuals and stories to bring you closer to the action. Twitter, guess what? At RotoWire for the latest updates and discussions. If you're just NFL only and you want to find us on the X or Twitter, go to at RotoWire NFL. Dedicated to all things football. We're on TikTok. Many different creators there. Guess what? At RotoWire. So again, just keep up with us on the socials. We'd love to have you involved, be part of the team, see what we have to offer, and hopefully you like us. And again, remember, get that 2-day trial. Go to rotowire.com/Jim. No credit card needed. Check out what we're all about. Hopefully you love us. And as I bring in Jeff Erickson, I say this 20 times a day on these shows. We have the best baseball coverage on the planet. Jeff knows football extremely well too. But again, the baseball team we have is just amazing. Jeff Erickson, how are you?
I'm doing well, Jim. Excited to be here, be part of this one of the 58. I'm just happy to make that cut. I am so excited because hey, we have a broad industry, a lot of amazing people, a lot of great voices. I mean, I'm wearing my Scott Fishbowl sweatshirt today. 2,000 people played in that. I mean, it's crazy how awesome our industry is. So, community. It's a better word than industry, anyhow.
And as we talk to Jeff, remember you're finding him at Jeff_Erickson. He is RotoWire senior editor, and you know him especially from RotoWire Fantasy Sports Today. Now, that had been an evening show, 8 to 10, and will be for another couple weeks or so, and then they'll go back to the daytime slot. That time may yet to be determined. Has that time been determined, the daytime hours during once we turn from football to baseball?
Yeah, noon to 2 Eastern time, and that'll be February 19th, and we're super excited about that.
Yes, and again, that's Fantasy Sports Radio, Sirius XM channel 87. Jeff Erickson, what a season it was. Depending, how your framework was, you thought it was a low scoring year. Maybe you just love football and it worked out well, or maybe your team won or things like this. Flags all over the place. What was a takeaway that you had from the 2023 season?
It was the year of the backup quarterback flourishing and then crashing to earth. Josh Dobbs says hello, that's that sort of vein. But we saw so many starting quarterbacks go down this year, Jim, and we saw so many second quarterbacks go down. Cleveland had 4 quarterbacks this year, and then they stumbled upon their best one as their 4th, and Joe Flacco. It's really interesting to see that now they've already we're going back to Deshaun Watson next year, so we'll see what happens with them. But it was really interesting to see how many teams really had to adapt to having a new quarterback this year, more attrition than I can ever remember.
And what I think it was, somebody had cited, and I don't remember who that somebody was, the amount of quarterback injuries was fairly static. What I saw is the missed games. At one point, I think it was 40% of games had, or I should say 40% of teams had their game started by somebody who was not their quarterback one to start the season. That was staggering. So how did you see that impacting the overall fantasy field?
Well, it affected a lot of wide receivers, first of all. Look at my Bengals, for instance, as a starting point for that. Joe Burrow was affected early in the season, and then obviously he got hurt later on. A second time. He played through the injury initially, and he was not himself. He was finally starting to click on all cylinders, and then had the wrist injury. And then, it had a dramatic impact, even with Jake Browning playing well in certain games. It definitely tore apart like the Jamar Chase's season, T. Higgins' season. They had their own issues health-wise as well. And you could look up and down the board. Look at if you drafted Garrett Wilson at the turn this year. And yeah, I have plenty. Hey, I have lots of Garrett Wilson shares in that there. As they say in Wayne's World, there's a lot of people's girlfriends in that room. We all dealt with that, and it was devastating to see that effect. And granted, it wasn't just the quarterback; it was also the offensive line. I think that's one thing we always overlook. I think that's something we need to be a little bit more cognizant of come into draft season next year. But it really affected a lot of people there. And I've done a couple of drafts so far, and still seeing Wilson at that turn. That's the funny thing is, people are doubling down, tripling down. And I'm not surprised. I probably will as well. There's a couple other people in that range I'm going for too, but my first draft, I drafted second. Justin Jefferson. Okay, easy. I didn't have to make that decision. Next one, I was towards the back, and it was a tougher call.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was on record Garrett Wilson for 1,700 yards, obviously not knowing the quarterback situation, assuming it was Rodgers. But I still feel that's the player he is because we saw him this year. You cannot cover him. Literally uncoverable. And I don't know that he's in that class of Jefferson, Chase, A.J. Brown, and Tyreek Hill, but I don't think he's far from that. So it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. And like you said, people are doubling down already, and I might be in that crowd as well. Jeff, Super Bowl's coming up. Cannot wait for this one. You got the 49ers, you got the Chiefs. What are your thoughts on this game?
This is two, I mean, I don't think there are two elite teams, two elite coaching staffs. I don't think there's really like a huge edge. Like your previous guest, Josh, I do like the Chiefs, both against the number and outright. I mean, if you're going against the number, you might as well go money line. I mean, when it's 2 points. So I think it's one of the best defenses the Chiefs have ever had. Spags is a great coordinator, 2 weeks to prepare. I think that'll weigh in pretty heavily. I think that their Chiefs are going to go heavy run. I think we've seen the last couple of weeks that you can run against the Niners. Well, we'll see. They have time to adjust too. But I think that's going to be one of the things that you're going to see a heavy dose of Pacheco. I like the over 16.5 carries because of that. I think you're going to see, although we'll see if Jerick McKinnon actually plays. I know he was designated to return from IR. We'll see if that's just something to make the Niners try to prepare for, or if they're really truly going to have him as an option.
Right, exactly. And that'll be interesting. We'll see his practice participation, and that really Friday will tell all. I mean,
Absolutely.
obviously if they don't activate him, but if you see him practice Friday, pretty good inclination he could see a little bit of a role as a receiving back. Certainly that would probably be the limit of that. Now, Jeff, is there another, you told us Pacheco's rushing attempts. Are there any other props or bets that you like on this game?
Absolutely. There are two. I like Christian McCaffrey more than 90.5 rushing yards. I think this is just the pathway for the Niners. I mean, outside receivers have not done especially well against the Chiefs all year long. And even though the Niners are truly blessed with two amazing ones, I still think it all starts with McCaffrey. So I think that's the starting point there. And I think 7 out of his last 8 games, he's reached that number. 7 out of his last 8 full games. I don't count the Commanders game as one of those because he left early on that one there.
I forgot about that. You're right. He did leave that game early. And there was another bet. So McCaffrey over the yards, love that one. And you said there was another one, right?
It is. And kind of in the same vein as Josh Lorky's less than on Juwan Jennings, I'm going less than on Justin Watson at 17.5 receiving yards there. Marcus Valdez-Scantling is more the guy they're going to more often than Watson at this point in time in critical moments. Moreover, they may have Tony active this week. And if they do, that's fewer reps for Watson as well. I just don't think Watson's going to be the guy that gets many targets. Now, of course, an injury to Rashee Rice changes everything, but I just think that's a pretty safe play to go less than.
Oh my gosh, Jeff, on that Marcus Valdez-Scantling catch to end the game.
Yep.
You could see him. I can't get it in my stomach quick. It was up here. He's bringing it down, trying to get to his belly. He got as close. He couldn't get that thing tucked away because I'm sure he knows his own history. And but like you said, it's aside from the bet you were talking. But I just found that so funny how quickly he was trying to get that ball down there. I thought that was great. Jeff, outside of that, make sure you let everybody know, as we did in the beginning, where to find you, where to keep up with your work.
So, of course, on the SiriusXM Fantasy Show, as you alluded to, this week we're still on 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, or 5 to 7 Best Coast, Wet Coast as it is right now. So tonight we'll be talking a lot of our favorite Super Bowl props, a lot of our angles on the game. We'll be talking baseball and basketball on the show. We're excited about all of those. The 3 times a week fantasy baseball podcast is now going. Check that out. Just search RotoWire wherever you get your podcasts. You can hit me up on Twitter at Jeff_Erickson. And of course on the website, rotowire.com/try. We're going to be coming up with new baseball roundtable rankings this week. So excited about that.
Oh, man. And like I said, Jeff is phenomenal at football, and the whole team we have on baseball, just a team of goats. It is the place that you want to be for baseball as well. So don't forget about that. And Jeff also gave me a handoff. He handed me up for the Monday show on XM. Be talking at post Super Bowl. We'll miss your insights there, but I'll be happy to pinch hit and do my best to keep up with your great performance. Jeff, I appreciate you every day. You always do a great job. You bring it hard every day. We love that about you. Keep up the great work and enjoy the Super Bowl.
Right back at you, my man. Enjoy the rest of the marathon.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, everybody. The off-season RotoWire Fantasy Football podcasts, those are going to begin during the first week of March. We'll take a little bit of a break after the Super Bowl. You can catch all of your favorite RotoWire football personalities. Now, personally, I'm going to be on every Mondays with Anthony Servino, so that'll be the Monday RotoWire podcast. But we have all of our other great analysts on there as well. Be sure to subscribe to the RotoWire Fantasy Football podcast on your favorite podcast platform, and we'll love to keep with you throughout the offseason. Just looking to have a wonderful opportunity to keep talking football all year long. And remember, if you're betting on the big game, there's a better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick up tickets across the leading sportsbooks and fantasy sites. You can check out rotowire.com/mybets. You start monitoring all your tickets from DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, Underdog, and more in one secure location with My Bets. It's a great opportunity. We'll be having our next guest coming in very soon here. While we're waiting for that, I'll continue to give you some more bets and ideas on this game. I do like, if you think, now many of you don't, if you think the 49ers are going to win, I think it's one of those years where if they win, the MVP is going to be a running back. Christian McCaffrey is plus 475, and you'll find different numbers in different books to win the MVP. But if the 49ers win, I fully expect that in this contest, they are going to make this the Christian McCaffrey offense against the Patrick Mahomes offense. I don't think you're going to go in making it the Brock Purdy offense. McCaffrey has a great matchup against the run. The Chiefs are really not designed as a team that are going to overload the box to stop him. But if they do, they could use him as a receiver. Also, if the Chiefs use those great blitzes they like to come with, McCaffrey as a receiver could be very, very lethal here. But winning the MVP is something that would be very attainable. And I keep saying, I could see him getting the type of workload that he got when he was with Carolina, because they had 2 weeks off coming into this game. There is no tomorrow after the game. So there is no reason for them not to lean on their best player. As we look at it, we already have Brandon Ayuk will probably see a lot of L'Jarius Sneed. Can Ayuk win? Maybe, but it's a really difficult matchup. Deebo Samuel will play upwards of 40% of the snaps in the slot. That could be a tough matchup when he's there. Trent McDuffie is a first-team all-pro slot cornerback. I do think George Kittle has a phenomenal matchup. The safeties and the linebackers are not great in coverage. So, but McCaffrey, I do expect to be the engine again, but only if you think the 49ers are going to win, because obviously if the Chiefs win, then that bet is a non-point. I'll continue to talk this since our next guest has yet to make it in here. And I do want to talk about one more bet with McCaffrey we like. And this yardage number is probably going to change. 88.5 rushing yards. I've seen some 90.5s. So wherever you're getting that, I do think McCaffrey sails over 100 yards here. And like Jeff Erickson pointed out when he was on the show, McCaffrey's gone over in 7 of his last 8 games. And what I had forgotten that was that he didn't finish that game against Washington. It was a wonky game as it was. But that's that he consistently goes over that number. And Kansas City is not an oppressive run matchup. And as I said before, I fully expect San Francisco to come in with the idea that this is a game that they want to utilize McCaffrey and play with him. In terms of who's going to win this game, most of the people on this show are going with the Chiefs, and it's very hard to argue that. When you're talking Patrick Mahomes, we know he is the GOAT. Right now, I mean, I know Tom Brady was, but he's today's GOAT, right? And so when you're looking at that, yeah, it's very hard in a quarterback-driven sport to bet against him. And we've seen him through the playoffs, makes the plays that need to be made. And there's a lot to be said for championship experience. But I believe the 49ers, and it depends how they coach it up. You never know how a team will coach things. And I know teams have certain defensive systems that they use throughout the season. But if the 49ers take a critical look at this game, since the loss to the Eagles, which is the week out of the Chiefs bye, it became a very, very narrow offense. It's Pacheco in the run game. It's Travis Kelce and Rashee Rice as the top 2 receivers. There's scraps for the other players. And I really thought that the Ravens did a poor job in game planning, especially with Kelce. They had no plan for him. There were snaps when Arthur Mollett was on him. There were snaps when Brandon Stevens was on him. And then there were snaps where Kyle Hamilton was on him, which that was a little bit better of a matchup, although Kelce did score on him. But the point was, you didn't see them aggressively attacking him. You didn't see them bracketing him or just putting maybe Hamilton full time on him. And I know you have a defense that you have to run. But if the 49ers are really thinking this one through, and I know Fred Warner plays in the middle a lot, but we know Fred Warner is one of the elite pass defenders in the league. And we know in the past, he has been that guy who can eliminate a tight end. Now, you can't eliminate Travis Kelce, but I really do feel if the game plan that they go in with is to put Warner on him or maybe to bracket him, I believe the 49ers have the personnel to limit Kelce. And that would take a lot away from Mahomes. Now, in terms of the outside receiver, with half of the time, Rashee Rice plays on the outside, the other half or so, roughly with the numbers, he plays in the slot. When he's on the outside, I have to think Charvarius Ward will be assigned him because you don't want to waste him on Marcus Valdes-Scantling or Justin Watson. You need to put him on Rashee Rice. The rookie is going to struggle with Charvarius Ward. That's not a good matchup. Charvarius Ward's going to get physical with you. He's going to make you work, and that's not a game I think the rookie's going to be ready for. And then when Rice moves in the slot, the 49ers have great middle of the field coverage as it is. So I think they let Pacheco have his day because I think Pacheco will get a number of good runs. But you remember, his vision is not great. He's very good at running very hard, getting to the second level when it's given him. But there are plays where he doesn't necessarily read the hole right, and there's a -1. And if that happens on a first down, and they're second and long, and the 49ers are taking away the passing game elements, we saw in the second half of that Ravens game, it was not pretty. They did struggle to move. They weren't getting first downs. If the 49ers game plan this right, I do think they're in an outstanding spot to be able to keep the Chiefs down. And I know Patrick Mahomes is what he is, but if you take away that very narrow tree, there may not be a lot he can do. And if it begins on the other side, as I said, Steve Spagnuolo, great pass coverage. We mentioned the corners earlier. He blitzes very timely, can disrupt the quarterback. But when we're looking at this game, if McCaffrey is the engine and they're not able to slow him down, and Kittle, again, in the middle of the field, play action, these two players could be a big factor. And Deebo Samuel, like I said, it's going to be tough when he has McDuffie in the slot, but they can use Samuel as a runner. They can use him on the outside. And if McDuffie is staying in the slot, if they have him there, now you've got Ayuk and you've got Deebo on the outside. There's a lot you could do. And remember, don't underestimate. We talk about Spagnuolo as a genius. Don't underestimate Kyle Shanahan. A lot of us forget because he hasn't won the Super Bowl. We forget just how dynamic he is in game planning. And we've seen him lose some classic games, 28-3, the Super Bowl with the Falcons and the Patriots. But we saw that he can craft an offense that can go all day. And with McCaffrey, it really safeguards him because if they get a lead, it's not like, oh, they're going to shut us down. No, they have McCaffrey. They can continue to move the chains and they don't have to worry. So that is really something to consider. So like I said, if you can't go against Patrick Mahomes, I get it. Completely get it. But otherwise, in terms of the setup, and again, I can't guarantee how the 49ers coach it up, but I do think this is a great opportunity for them to get going and play the game on both sides of the ball and walk away with the win. I have them winning 23-16. Now, my best bet of those is the under. I have it at 39 points. It's 47.5. It's been the season of the unders. That's not a reason to take that. But I do think both teams are going to run the ball. I do think both defenses have answers. And so that's the way I'm going to settle on that. We have Joe Bartle in the house. Joe, we've worked together last year on the podcast. We've had time together on Sirius XM. And Joe, you find him at JB Fantasy Sports. Joe's with RotoWire. You catch him on XM every Friday. Well, until the football season's over in 2 more weeks, 8 to 10. Joe, how's it going?
It's going all right. I'm in the day 5 stretch of my kid having diarrhea almost every day. Not that the stream needs to hear that in gruesome detail, but I'm making it through. Jim, you're a parent. You understand. Every parent out there listening understands. We're going minute by minute right now. So I'm happy to have a break from diapers and talk football with you.
Well, I can hold you a couple extra minutes. You got a little bit early. So I think we might make it a point to do that. So maybe when I ask you for a takeaway from the season, maybe you'll give me a couple instead of one, and we could string that time out just a bit. So, Joe, as we were saying, 2023 season, weird in a lot of ways, beautiful in a lot of ways. What's one takeaway from 2023 that you came away with?
Yeah, like you said, there's a couple. First off, the officiating dictating things as much as they did is really frustrating. I'm not sure many people are going to come on here in this broadcast and talk about that. And I don't want to bemoan. Like, we have a really cool job. We can talk about football all the time, and you're sitting there watching every single game. I'm following along just as well. And I think you've noticed the amount of times or an officiating instance, whatever it might be, has dictated not the outcome per se, but even the momentum or just the drive itself and how that matters. And when we're adding rules into next year, the hip drop tackle being discussed and let's get the tush push, things like that. I want less officiating. Like we're going to be talking about gambling here in a little bit, and maybe that goes counterintuitive given what the NFL wants us to do and wants us to participate. But I want less officiating to matter, and I'm hoping that for the Super Bowl that will be the case. It was a great game last year. If you were hoping for no zebra action until the final play of the game, I need that to happen again. Except the final play of the game is not dictated by the officials. So that was one of my takeaways. I also thought the personnel scheming from coaches and the vast difference between good coaching and bad coaching, I thought was on firm display this season. And frankly, I thought throughout the offseason hirings already, the fact that you had the Ben Johnsons and Ben Stokes of the world stick around as offensive coordinators, I thought that was really interesting when there was such a chasm between good coaching and bad coaching. And I'm a token Packer fan through and through, but I'll point to that as one of the biggest examples. Entering this season, I had zero expectation for Jordan Love and that Packers offense. And certainly through October, I'll have to delete some tweets, or I already did, but I was ready to fire Matt LaFleur. Let's get rid of Brian Gutekunst, the general manager for the Packers as well. And I'm not sure about this Jordan Love guy, but towards the second half of the season, you really saw Matt LaFleur just go with his system for better or for worse with those younger players. And I think, Ben Slowick as well with the Texans and what they got out of CJ Stroud, that was a big thing. And Ben Johnson now, for the past 2 years, there are so many really good coordinators. And I think the best teams this season, the final 14, 13 of them at least had good offense and good defense coordinators. And I think that really is the biggest difference from a schematic perspective, to see these good coaches utilize players to fit not just what their scheme needs, but to fit what the best players are capable of doing.
And then, of course, we follow that up with Cliff Kingsbury getting hired.
Right.
So there are good coordinators, and there are people that continue to get jobs for whatever reason that may be. But that's another story for another off-season, cold winter day. What's another takeaway from the season you had, Joe?
Yeah, I entered this year saying I'm going to get one of the top quarterbacks. We talked about this on many podcasts throughout all of last offseason. I made it a point leading to the draft process for August drafts and late July. You and I and the rest of us that are on the show are the trend setters for a lot of people entering drafts come the middle and end of August. And I was on that podium saying I will be taking a quarterback in round 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Really, the tier ended for me at Trevor Lawrence, but Deshaun Watson for a lot of people also was that last tier of quarterback that I needed to have. Mixed results, right? If you were operating under that policy, and guys like Anthony Richardson for a brief 2-week stretch were great. If you had drafted outside of that, and Brock Purdy, CJ Stroud, for example, Jordan Love towards the latter half of the stages were great. But I felt confident each and every week knowing that my quarterback was going to get a guaranteed 18 to 20 points. And maybe that didn't always happen for Patrick Mahomes, for example, who I invest heavily in, or even sometimes Jalen Hurts towards the latter half of the season. But I think I'll still stick with that strategy next year. And that might be counter to what a lot of people choose to do, because we saw the Brock Purdy's and Strouds and Loves, and this upcoming rookie class figures to add more, because there was a discrepancy between, really frankly, quarterbacks that were healthy and quarterbacks that were injured. I would imagine that there's going to be less people saying take quarterback early, but I'm going to stick to that process. And whether it be Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, or somebody else, Joe Burrow, for example, if you give him a discount, Lamar Jackson, same thing. I feel really confident that building my roster worked out to the best that I have in a couple of years now, sticking with that top quarterback strategy.
I like that, because you do point out a lot of the quarterbacks finished high because they played in all the games. It wasn't necessarily that they had crazy great fantasy seasons. And there's a lot of merit to that. Like Jared Goff was the quarterback 6. Well, if you had to use him, it was great. But did it feel like a quarterback 6 season? No, it really didn't. It felt like he was like borderline QB1, which if other players were healthy, that would have been the case. So I think that's a fresh perspective, because I think the knee-jerk reaction, which we commonly see, is what you had intimated, that people are already shying away and running away from last year's quarterback trend. And we've learned over the course of decades that if you go against the flow, you're more often right than not. Any other words on that?
Yeah, and much like the Lawrence, Deshaun Watson tier of quarterbacks, and you could kind of get whether it was Burrow or Lamar Jackson that sort of fell into that 5, 6, 7 Justin Herbert category as well. I want to be proactive in the draft. I'm going to enter next season's draft saying I still want to get an upper echelon quarterback, but I'm going to read the room. Like if you could get that advantage of Dak Prescott in round 10, great. And that was one of those guys that was on the fringe of it. But however, you're able to maneuver the draft, and you did it for the Kings Classic quite a bit, right? We talked about this in different podcasts where as long as you're being proactive, not towards the end of that stretch of quarterback tiers, but still jumping in at a certain point, you found a value. And I think back to our stake league drafts, which, that gets discussed, whether Jeff Erickson, Nick Whalen, myself, Mario Puig. I mean, we're all participating in that, but we wrote a lot of articles too. It was the same type of deal. And I refuse to believe, even though we do these high-end expert and analyst drafts, that it isn't some commonality between what a normal person's doing with their friends and family league. Like I think there is that same concept that stays in mind. So maybe I won't have 6 shares of Patrick Mahomes in my 15 leagues. I didn't this year, thankfully. But I still am going to have, I think, a top 7 quarterback in most of my redraft leagues next year. And I'm not scared off that Jared Goff, for example, was quarterback 6, wherever Jordan Love ended up finishing. I do think this was a really weird year, like you mentioned, specifically for quarterback injuries.
No doubt about that. So let's shift over to the Super Bowl, Joe. I am so excited. Can't wait to see it. What are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I'm not excited. I hate the 49ers with all my being as a Packers fan. So don't need to see that again. And we could do this Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes thing. Like it's fine. I growing up, I'm 30, I guess 31 now. I turned 31 December. God, I'm old. The LeBron James, Michael Jordan argument was always annoying to me because I was just like, we're witnessing greatness, right, with LeBron James. And it was really cool to see as someone that's grown up throughout his entire life and known that LeBron James is one of the best players. The same thing is occurring with Mahomes. And I think everyone was forced to acknowledge it this year, even though in reality, we should have been acknowledging the past 2 seasons. And unlike my guy, Aaron Rodgers, who I still think is one of the most talented quarterbacks in all of football history, Mahomes actually wins and gets to the big game, and we can have this conversation. But at the same point, I don't want to have he's going to get this win, and if he gets this win, then we're only X away from Tom Brady. To me, that's so annoying. So this is actually a very frustrating Super Bowl for me between the Mahomes, Tom Brady stuff and the Niners, who, as a Packers fan, I can't seem to escape. I'm just hoping it gets done quickly and that neither team wins and it's just a tie, even though I know it's not possible.
So I guess you'll have to shake it off. Do you get that?
No, we're not doing. Come on, Jim. We're an hour in. You can't be doing Swiftie references already. No way.
So what I will quickly say is, and again, I have no issue with any performer. But I write serious football articles. That's kind of what I do. And I was commissioned to write an article to integrate Taylor Swift and her lucky number 13 into the Super Bowl stats. And for me, that was just so far out of the normal article I write. And I just found it funny that I have an article where I reference Taylor Swift and song names because that's not the Jim Coventry people. No, I just thought that was funny, Joe.
Oh, you're hip though, Jim. Like that, you're right up in that alley. That doesn't surprise me at all. If you were to name 5 Taylor Swift songs off the rip right now, I know you could do it. That's no problem.
I did teach high school students, so I had a little bit of an edge there. Joe, remind people where they can find you, what kind of work you have going on, so they can keep up with you.
Yeah, you can follow me on JB Fantasy Sports on Twitter. I guess I don't know if RotoWire has released this quite yet, but towards the end, or I guess end of February, but beginning of March, we're going to have some podcasting news, both you and I, in terms of what the offseason schedule will be for RotoWire, where that you can listen to it, but also watch us on a certain channel potentially as well. That'll come towards the end of the month. And I actually just posted right before I hopped on. I put my final big betting sheet together. I've been doing this every single week of the season, going over all the over-unders for the spread. I ended up finishing 139, 126 for my regular season record. So I was happy about that. Don't look at the postseason record. It's not very good. But the final betting sheet, so it ended up being across the entire week of the season, 55,000 words over an 21-week stretch. Really proud of that. And I went through every major sports book's obscure prop bets, so you don't have to. So that article is up there on JB Fantasy Sports on Twitter. You can find all those. There was a few Taylor Swift specials related to her music lyrics on DraftKings, which I did write about. So again, that article is out there, and more podcasting news will come towards the end of the month.
Make sure you're following Joe at JB Fantasy Sports. Joe, always appreciate you. I would say enjoy the Super Bowl, but it sounds like you're not going to. But
it's going to be a tie. Come on, let's get a tie.
Yes, but I hope all is well with your family and health is there and you're able to get to some domesticated duties and it not being too messy right now.
Yeah, we'll get the soap out and we'll kind of get through it hour by hour. But thanks for having me on, Jim. I appreciate it.
All right, take care, Joe. Hey, now is the best time to take advantage of a generous welcome offer on BetMGM. When you sign up today by going to RotoWire.com, and when you go there, there's a tab up there. You'll see sports betting. Go ahead and click that on, and then you can claim the exclusive BetMGM bonus code ROTOBONUS, ROTOBONUS. You'll unlock a bet and get welcome offer. Then once you make a first bet of $5, you'll get $158 in bonus bets, presenting an excellent opportunity for new users. Again, this is for new users to use that bonus bet on popular sports, including the Super Bowl. And again, it's on BetMGM Sportsbook. You'll want to check that out. Dan Mader, got to work with you a little bit this past preseason. Enjoyed it. Enjoy your work quite a bit. Very happy you were able to make it to us today. You find him at Dan Mader, MADERFF. He's the co-host of Operation Domination. And you can find that at Op Domination FF. Dan Mader, what's going on?
What's going on, Jim? Thanks for having me on, man. I'm very excited to get this invite. I literally, no lie, I spent 4 hours watching yesterday's tape with all those great guests that you had on for the RotoWire show. And I got to tell you, man, this is a blast. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, it really is quite the spectacle. And to have all these wonderful people coming on, condensing their thoughts down, really just making everything shortened up for the viewers. They get the most. Even though it's a long marathon, you get the most from people in a short time. So all that said, Dan, wild season we had. I call it the season of the unders. If you were betting that way, we're fantasy players as well. So we've got that. What's something or maybe a couple somethings that you take away from 2023 season?
So the biggest thing I take away is not just a trend for this year, but the trend for the past couple of years, 2022 and 2023, where we've seen the lowest NFL score average per game, 21.9, 21.8 the last 2 years. That correlating with something that has been talked about a little bit here, which is the amount of quarterbacks starting each game. Last 2 years been roughly about 69 different quarterbacks each season starting. And the reason I think this is happening is because of offensive lineman development. And that to me has been the biggest thing. When the CBA came out, the newest CBA, they cut down practices. They're shorter. There's less of them, especially contact practices. And when I look at offensive linemen, as somebody who played the position back in the day, it used to be a lot bigger. I cut down my weight since then, thankfully. But what you had is that you have to get better by getting contact in the shoots and working on your technique against live action. You don't get better against pads. You don't get better against the air when you're an offensive lineman. It's fine for the skill players, but for the offensive lineman, you need contact. And I think as an NFL community, the fantasy community, the betting community, we all want to see points. We all want to see higher quality football play. We should all be petitioning the competition committee of the NFL saying, hey, you got to look at this. You know, in baseball, they have pitchers and catchers. They report 3 weeks early because they need more time at those positions to get ready for the start of the season. I look at offensive linemen. You want to lump defensive linemen into that. That needs to be the same for these guys. That way, maybe you don't have to have back-to-back padded practices, but they have more time to get ready. Because the last time we've seen scoring this low was 2017, where, you guessed it, we had more than 60 quarterbacks starting in the season that year too.
I love the angle on that. And again, we have a lot of people on talking a lot of ideas, but the fact that you point out the development of offensive line, it's one thing to say poor offensive line play versus good offensive line play, but you really took that to another level. So, all right, given all that you said and knowing the league probably isn't going to change at this offseason in terms of, but that's a wonderful idea. And that's something, I don't know if you could get someone to send that to consider in the NFL, but that's something that they might want to think about. But when CBA might be a problem, I still send that out. But all that said, is there anything actionable that you think you can take when you're looking at rosters and offensive lines going into 2024 fantasy drafts?
Well, yeah, I think it comes down to the running backs, right? Because so we got rid of bell cows. They're gone. We have committees, and then, Christian McCaffrey is on a whole other level, and that's a whole different thing. So what I'm looking for, what I'm drafting a running back now is two things. I'm looking for targets, or are you on a top 10 offensive line right now? So that's why when I look at the Lions, give me Jameer Gibbs, give me David Montgomery. I look at the Packers. If Aaron Jones were to stay, even though he's getting up there in age because his volume hasn't been so high, I don't care. Give me him because they have a top 10 offensive line. I'm going to be attacking those things, the Eagles, the Cowboys, those teams, those players. That's what I want to get because those are running backs that we're talking about because they're not bell cows are going to be going the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round. That's when you're going to start to fill out your running back spots because we're going to be going receiver heavy early on because you have to get those top-notch receivers to win now. This is what you have to do. So if you want to get running backs at a value, I'm looking for targets, and I'm looking for a good offensive line.
So aside from the McCaffreys of the world, and I know it's super early, where will you like to maybe target drafting your running backs? Will you target them in those first few rounds? If it's not McCaffrey and you're taking him at the top, or are you going to wait a little later? What are you thinking right now?
So the only other running back I'm willing to take in the first round is going to be Jonathan Taylor. Outside of that, because of Breece Hall's again, offensive line question marks that I have there. We have to see what the new offensive coordinator is going to do for the Atlanta Falcons when it comes to Bijan Robinson's concern. Those are guys I'm not as comfortable taking in the first round. So when I'm looking at running back, it's either McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor in the first round, or I want to go after 3 receivers and a top-end tight end in those first 4 rounds, and I'll come back and revisit 5, 6, and 7 and start to look at the running backs around that edge. I don't believe there is a running back dead zone anymore because of the way the ADP is starting to push down these running back values to begin with. So those guys that you were having to draft that were borderline RB2, RB3s in those dead zone rounds, those are now solid RB2s heading forward.
Oh, I love that. That's very, very deep take on that. I love the way you handle the approach to that. I think that will be a wise way to draft in 2024. Now, Super Bowl, what are you thinking on this game?
So whenever you're looking at a one-game thing, I'm looking for which team has the biggest mismatch on paper. And between these two teams, they're actually really similar when we go to the data. It's a little freaky the way they've been built out. But the biggest mismatch is the 49ers rushing offense against the Chiefs rushing defense. Mm-hmm. Again, the 49ers top 4 success rate in zone run, where the Chiefs are 29th in zone run allowed, in particular in that fashion. That's the big thing. And on the flip side, it's actually, everyone wants to point out the 49ers haven't been great against the run. That's true. Packers and Lions, good offensive lines, built for outside zone run. That's not what the Chiefs do. The Chiefs are more of a man gap team, power up the middle. The 49ers top 4 against that scheme went against the rushing attack. So for me, it's the 49ers rushing attack and the 49ers rush defense versus how Kansas City chooses to attack this thing. That's the biggest mismatch. So I'm actually taking the 49ers to cover at -2 points when I look at this game.
Do you have a score or not? Is it too early in the week?
27-21 is what I'm projecting that game out to be.
All right. That sounds like a good one there. Now, tell everybody where they can find you and your work and what you'll be doing throughout the offseason.
Yeah, we got a lot of new things. So you mentioned it, Operation Domination. It's a brand new show. I used to be host of the MD's Fantasy Football Show. I am now off with 3 other co-hosts. So we are going to be launching mid-March around the free agency period, pick it up for the draft, and then we'll be full-fledged throughout the rest of the season. We just joined a new network called That Sports Podcast Network. We're having a Super Bowl special show this Sunday morning from 9 to 12:30. You can find that on YouTube.
That's fantastic. And again, you're following him at Dan Mader, Maderff. You definitely want to follow Dan. You see his thinking goes beyond way, way deeper than what you're getting in a lot of the mainstream fantasy analysis. And you want to follow Dan. Dan, appreciate you greatly. Hopefully we'll work together again soon and enjoy the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'll be talking to you, Jim. Thanks again.
All right. Thanks, Dan. All right, so RotoWire Fantasy Football Live. This is actually the show you're watching now. This is a marathon version, but this is a show we've been doing all season. We're doing it 5 days a week throughout the NFL season. Obviously, we're scaling back a bit now, but we're still going to go twice a week throughout the off season. I should say preseason, off season. I guess we'll already call it the preseason. The Super Bowl's over. But again, in the short term, you can find where these shows are going to be launched on my X profile at Jim Coventry NFL. When we get closer to the NFL draft, we're going to have a new home for some of these shows that you're watching right now, the RotoWire Fantasy Football Live. But again, you'll keep an eye out for updates. We're also planning on doing draft night coverage. I'll talk more about that later. It's going to be a little bit different than the normal take on that. But with that, a couple of minutes early, I like that Joe Dolan's in because I want to hang with Joe Dolan a little bit. I always enjoy talking to Joe. Joe, 2024 FSWA nominee for ongoing series of the year. Before I introduce you, talk about that. What an accomplishment.
Well, I appreciate that, Jim. Thank you very much. It was an article called the mismatch report that we have up at fantasypoints.com. And it was basically breaking down the biggest offensive line, defensive line, and then also some of the biggest cornerback mismatches in terms of what cornerbacks give up, what players are sensitive, to potentially bad matchups. As we know in the fantasy football industry now with the advancements of what we've started to learn, wide receiver cornerback is a really tricky thing to break down. People always want to say, oh, he's facing off against X guy this week. And that's not always the case. As you well know, Darrelle Revis is not coming through that door. But there are still some guys who shadow. There are still some alignment matchups that we can take advantage of. And that's what I did with the mismatch report, identifying the biggest mismatches in every game. It was an article, it was a labor of love, took me 2.5 days to write each and every week. And I'm glad to be recognized for that. I really appreciate that. I couldn't have done it though without the great data team that we have over at Fantasy Points.
Well, right. It's always a team effort, but like you said, you still had to log a ton of hours to get this in. But that is what the fantasy community always needs. We need somebody that's doing something a little bit different. Like you said, there's a lot of lazy analysis on cornerback receiver matchups, and you ideally pointed that out where you take it to that next step. So again, you want to make sure you're keeping up with Joe. We'll talk about where to catch him later, but for right now, at least I'll tell you, you're following him at FG_Dolan. And he also is the owner and managing operator of Fantasy Points. And again, radio show of the year host, FSGA Tweets. Just been dominating Joe on the air and in writing. Let's talk about the season. Joe, what's something you came out of 2023 saying, wow, that was something I really want to think about as we head into the offseason?
Yeah, so I haven't really sat down and dissected the season. Look, Jim, I still think, and I truly do believe that I've had my most success in recent years in redraft leagues, really drafting wide receivers early. I don't want to say, I think I'm kind of a zero RB guy now, but I also have sat here and watched these playoffs, and I'm not trying to say we're going to go to the great 80s, where Eric Dickerson and Emmitt Smith, obviously in the 90s, and Walter Payton were done, Roger Craig, and then of course later on Marshall Faulk and LaDaine. I don't think we're ever going to get back to that. But look, I know we ended up fumbling in the NFC Championship game, but I was sitting there thinking, watching the Lions against the 49ers, and of course the 49ers have a difference-making running back. I was sitting there thinking, man, Jahmyr Gibbs is a difference maker. And am I going to be, and can I seriously sit here and understanding all the arguments that people have made? I think we've kind of fully accepted that there are better positions to spend resources on than running back. But to me, a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs is different. Christian McCaffrey is different. And are some of these running backs going to start evolving into roles where they are true difference makers, where you're like, man, Joe running back was not going to make that play that Jahmyr Gibbs just made? That's kind of the whole argument, right? It's like, all right, yeah, is Christian McCaffrey better than, I don't know, I think my baseline running back in terms of jack of all, master of none is Samaje Perine. Is Christian McCaffrey better than Samaje Perine? Of course he is, but is it worth spending X amount of dollars and X amount of picks on Christian McCaffrey when you could just sign Samaje Perine? I'm starting to think that some teams are starting to say, all right, maybe we've gone towards undervaluing the running back position, and maybe there's going to be an edge there. We saw a guy like Kyron Williams come off the waiver wire in fantasy and become a bell cow running back. And that actually leads me to another lesson learned. And this is always, this is typically a way I approach things. There are obviously going to be exceptions to this rule. Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't break out to the second half of his rookie season, stuff like that. There are guys who injuries happen later in the season and a guy comes off the waiver wire and helps you to a championship. Remember Justin Jackson a couple of years ago when Austin Eckler got hurt late in the season. That always happens. But the one thing that I think we need to accept as fantasy analysts, a lot of times we don't like when an off season of analysis is blown up in week 1. Oh my God, I was drafting Cam Akers in round 5 and he looked awful. and Kyron Williams comes in and looks way better than him. And then all of a sudden, people are picking up Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua off the waiver wire. One thing that I'm going to pound into people is if it's a young player who emerges early in the season, especially week 1, and we were off of him, we should ask what the team knows about them that we don't. Because the team sees that guy every day. We didn't. The team saw Puka Nacua every day. We didn't. The Rams, they saw Kyron Williams every day. We didn't. And do some coaches get things wrong? Of course they do. We were making fun of Arthur Smith for 2 years now. But a lot of times I feel like those fab dollars that you have at the beginning of the season are best spent at the beginning of the season. Doesn't mean you blow $100 in week 1. It doesn't mean you blow $90 in week 1. But if you're like, man, Kyron Williams, man, he could be a bell cow, but I could get burned here. I'm only going to put $20 on him. I feel like that's a losing strategy more often than not. How many teams won leagues because they had Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua on them, or got to the playoffs because of that? So, and those guys were free. They were free. Did anybody who picked up Kyron Williams and Puka Nacua in week 1 sit there in week 15 and say, man, I wish I had $2 to pick up the defense? I know high stakes is different where you need fab to make moves, but that's kind of a universal lesson. I think you need to be as aggressive as you can be without being stupid on the waiver wire early in fantasy seasons, because that's where a lot of leagues have been won in recent years.
Joe, I want to sidebar on this because you brought up 2 Rams players, and I really was so excited about the genius of Sean McVay, because what he realized was this: defenses were stopping the run with lighter personnel this year. He made the shift to duo downhill running. Kyron Williams happened to fit that right spot, right time. And that'll be good again next year because defense are going to they're not going heavy next year. That's not happening. And then Puka Nacua, you mentioned. And then I wondered, what would Cooper Kupp have been had he not had Sean McVay? Would he have been just a very, very good player? Just take about a minute. What did you have thoughts on Sean McVay based on what he did with his team this year?
There was points when it looked like Sean McVay kind of lost it a little bit. Not like, oh my God, he's the worst coach ever. But, Jared Goff was closer to a Super Bowl than Matthew Stafford was this year. So, Sean McVay didn't feel like he could get any more out of Jared Goff when Jared Goff had more to give. I think that's in large part an unanswerable question. Okay. In many ways, just the same as, did this quarterback have to sit for 2 years in order to be good? Or, would ex-bust quarterback have been better if he had sat for 2 years? Would Justin Fields be in a better position if he didn't play at all his rookie year? Then we can't answer that question.
Love it.
Just like we don't know if Aaron Rodgers would have been great had he started from day one. So I think separating the coach from the player is hard to do, because ultimately Sean McVay was part of the staff that picked Cooper Kupp. So Sean McVay identified a player who he thought filled his system. But I also have to say, I was at the Senior Bowl this past week, and people just raved about how Cooper Kupp just dominated at the Senior Bowl. So my general regard is, this isn't like, oh my God, this guy didn't know what the hell he was doing at the Senior Bowl, and Sean McVay took him and turned him into an all-pro. That wasn't what happened. It was a very good player ended up going to the perfect situation for him.
Love it. So let's talk Super Bowl. What are your leans or takes on this game, Joe?
I think Kansas City's going to win. San Francisco's an extremely good team. I just feel like the team that Kansas City was underdog against last year's Philly team, was a better team than San Francisco is this year. Kansas City might be a little worse too. And maybe San Francisco's defense offers up more resistance than Philly's defense did in the second half of last year's game. But I think that Philly team, I think Jalen Hurts is a more dynamic player than Brock Purdy. And we're going to get into that because I have a favorite prop bet, which kind of leans into why I think Kansas City's going to win this game. I'll take Mahomes getting the points. I can't believe they're letting me have points of Mahomes against Brock Purdy, but hell, I'll take them. A lot of people probably said that about, Tom Brady was a favorite against Nick Foles, but are you seriously giving less than a touchdown with Tom Brady against Nick Foles? Brock Purdy has certainly acquitted himself very well, but I think just Kansas City takes this game. I'm going to take the experience of Mahomes and Reed in this one.
So like the great radio professional you are, you tease us up really well on a prop. So let's get after it.
Okay. Here it is. Brock Purdy's attempt has dropped back 78 times this postseason. The guys with more dropbacks, obviously, we have Baker Mayfield, we have Jared Goff, we have Mahomes, and Josh Allen drop back more. But of the players in the postseason, we have Brock Purdy as having the highest turnover-worthy throw percentage at fantasy points data at 7.1%. That's higher than Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott. Obviously, Dak Prescott threw a couple of picks in that game, with the pick six against Green Bay. So Brock Purdy we have as having the highest turnover-worthy throw percentage in the entire postseason. He's thrown one interception. So his turnover-worthy throw percentage is 7.1%. His actual interception percentage on 70 attempts is 1.4%. So I think Steve Spagnuolo is going to make him look maybe not foolish, because I think Brock Purdy has acquitted himself well. I don't want this to be, I don't want to be known as the world's biggest Brock Purdy hater, and I certainly don't think I am. I think there's more out there. But my favorite prop bet, and I wanted to come at you with something that was pretty decent plus odds. ESPN Bet has one. I cannot bet this. I live in South Carolina, and we're Philistines in this state because the good Lord does not want you to gamble, apparently. Who knows? In South Carolina, I wish sports betting was legal here, because I'd love to have this ESPN Bet prop. Brock Purdy to throw 2+ interceptions on ESPN Bet is plus 450. Brock Purdy to throw 3 or over 2.5 interceptions is plus 1,500. I obviously like the 451 better. I'd put money on both of those.
That's a fantastic call. Way to break that down. Joe, tell everybody where they can find you and your great work.
Fantasypoints.com. You can find me on Twitter at FG_Dolan, on Instagram at Dolan Fantasy PTS. It's mostly just personal life stuff for me there. But come visit me at fantasypoints.com. Listen to me on SiriusXM every now and again. And, of course, the Fantasy Points podcast feed. Jim, it's been wonderful being with you.
Appreciate you, Joe. Hopefully we work together soon. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
All right. Thanks, Jim. Bye-bye.
Dan Claskins. We got a couple XM guys in a row. We had a little Joe Dolan. Now we get some Dan Claskins. Dan and I have been working back-to-back on weekends for a number of years. I get to listen to his show. It's always one of the highlights of my fantasy week. You and James Adams just get after it week after week. You can find him at Dan Claskins. He's the host of the Fantastics Insider. As I said, SiriusXM Fantasy Channel 87. You guys will be on Super Bowl weekend, correct, Dan?
Yes. Couple more shows. Couple more times I get to be your opening act, Jim.
Nice. And one more thing. I want you just for a moment to talk about Do Good Fantasy before we get into football. This is really important.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I'll always talk about helping our nation's veterans, DAV, Disabled American Veterans, an organization that I work with. And we help 1 million veterans every single year. And Do Good Fantasy is a way I've tied it to the fantasy community. So we'll be starting our best balls up certainly in April and all the way through the start of the season on lots of leagues. So, Jim, always appreciate your support and participation.
Sign me up. I'm going to join again this year. So, Dan, what a season. And I know you're a Bengals guy, and the injuries were unfortunate, but next year they're going to come full steam ahead. So I know we're going to be excited about that. But that aside, what's a takeaway that you had from 2023?
Well, man, an old dude like me can still learn fantasy lessons, Jim. And one of the many I learned this year is good running backs are hard to come by, right? And I don't know, maybe because I started playing in 1990 or whatever, but the evolution of the running back position, and we see it in real football, we see it in fantasy football, how it's sort of devaluing itself. And I started down some analysis shortly after the regular season ended, and was looking at the points per game and all these drop-offs, and there are some significant differences. But the biggest difference is when you look at the guys that finished behind McCaffrey in points per game and where they were drafted at compared to some of that high draft capital that we've seen. You're looking just at points per game perspective. Obviously, I know there were some injuries involved here, but you see Kyron Williams, Raheem Mostert, Devon Achane, and Breece Hall. These are the guys that come in 2 through 5 behind McCaffrey in half-point PPR. And obviously Jonathan Taylor going down, Nick Chubb, injuries to Saquon Barkley that cost him a couple games, and the quarterbacks that got hurt that messed up all these offenses. I think that's the other thing, Jim, is, as a guy that likes to look at data and looks at a lot of data in my daytime job, Yeah, we got one season is just sometimes a blip, but I will tell you this. You look at the number of running backs in the top 20 over the last 5 years, starting last year to this year, and compared it to the ADP of there was never a better case study for the RB, punt running back strategy that it's out there. So it's going to be very interesting to see as these best ball leagues start up. You add into it the exciting number of free agents of some of these high name guys. And it's going to be very, very interesting, especially in early drafts in fantasy football at the running back position, I think, this season.
Yeah, I'm gonna be making a strong consideration on changing some of my running back stances. I probably was a little bit too old school for a number of years. I've really needed to change my way of thinking. And I think what you said and kind of seeing the season, I think that little nudge has become quite the nudge. And
I will give you props though, Jim. You were in on a lot of good mid to late round running backs throughout your stuff. I remember talking to you at the Fantasy Expos. James and I hosted some of the auctions and stuff, and you were a big James Conner guy at his value, for example. And I think the real answer is there's going to be great ways to attack the running back position. It's about getting the right guys at the right spot with the right strategy, and often that's what it comes down to each position in fantasy.
Dan, was that the one takeaway you want to hone in, or I don't want to cut you off if you had another one? Were you?
I think that's pretty good. I mean, at the end of the day, good running backs hard to come by. I believe it is a depth position and one that, I'll continue to prescribe to the hero running back strategy. Try to get me a stud RB1 and then build it up for the rest of the way.
I think that's a real smart way to go. So let's go to the Super Bowl now. Man, 49ers, Chiefs. Can't wait to hear what you say on this one. We're having most of our action on this show coming in on one side. I'm not going to tip it off. What are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it is interesting to see the Niners favored, and most of the people you talk to like the Chiefs, right? Which is a little bit of a position. But I'm like many. It's hard for me, it boils down Mahomes versus Purdy and picking a winner. But I do think a lot of metrics add up for me on the 49ers. My biggest takeaway on the game and the position, you're asking me for a hard pick. I mean, I definitely would go with the Chiefs, but I will say my favorite bet, the favorite play for me is not the Chiefs. It's not the Niners. I like the under the 47.5 total points here. And that's the one that I'm feeling pretty good about. As I'm looking at, I'll say from a betting perspective, which is how I'm really looking at it and talking about it here. I'm not going to try to make so many bets. I think in Super Bowl, there's all these props and galore. And I think you really just need to figure out how much are you going to put on the game and what's the best way to split that money up. And for me, I will say about 60% of what I pay, maybe even 70% of what I plan on wagering on the game is going to be on that total. And it's also a timing perspective in the Super Bowl, depending on what you like and how it goes. I might have waited too long to get in on some of these player props I like if I'm taking to the over. But in the case of the under, I don't think it's going down. I think the total will only go up between now and kickoff. So I'm holding off before laying down. And I think getting the right timing could be the difference between cashing and not cashing some of these bets this week.
I'm so glad you said that because the under is my bet. And I have picked the 49ers. I'm not betting them. I'm not betting the spread in this game. I'm betting the under. That's where I'm laying my chips. I did take it 47.5. 47 is a key number. Like I said, if it goes to 48, great. But I want to get my bet in. The minus odds were good. It was like minus.
The 47.5 is worth taking a minus 110. You're right. I will say on the Chiefs side, because I favor the Chiefs, but typically I would take the dog in the money line. But the best money line I'm seeing out there right now is plus 110. And for me, I don't know if it's worth it. I'd rather at FanDuel last check, it was the one place that still had it at 2.5. So if I'm taking the Chiefs, I don't see it going up to 3, jumping in on that plus 2.5. Now they're laying minus 115 there, but overall, and more often than not, and I will admit, Jim, I've been betting on the Super Bowl longer than some of your listeners probably have been even watching the Super Bowl, and not always legally. But at the end of the day, I tend to go to the underdog. I tend to go to the under in these big games because that's typically where the value has lied.
Dan, you kind of mentioned it. The line keeps sticking at -2 Niners. It's not moving, but everybody seems to be going Chiefs. I mean, like literally 80% of the people I'm talking to are going Chiefs. Why is this line not going to pick them?
Well, at this point, they're just trying to get the action in there, right? And that's the thing. And it's all about money, not necessarily. It's more about quality, not quantity. So, but this one's a little perplexing. Usually, you can put your finger on it a little bit more than this year. It's left me scratching my head and second guessing my thought, but I think recency bias is playing into it for a lot of us as well. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I bet against the Chiefs each of the last 2 contests of coming up losers, and I'm sure that's part of it. But honestly, it's the Chiefs defense, not Patrick Mahomes I'm betting on here. This is a unit that I know that, you know, they're dealing with some injuries now that are a little unfortunate, but for the most part, it's been what they've ridden their backs on all season, adding to it the offense playing at their best that we've seen to this point of the year. And yeah, big game experience, it does matter.
It does.
And I truly believe that it could be the difference in this narrow contest. But the Niners are a great team. They're loaded with talent. It will be interesting to see if they can stop the run, and specifically Isaiah Pacheco, who I really like.
Oh my gosh. Cannot wait for this game. Dan, tell everybody where they can find you and your work.
Yes, Jim, you can definitely check me out. As you mentioned, SiriusXM. This will be our final weekend there at Fantastics Insider. Until next season, we'll be going into off-season mode. But Insider Baseball is coming up right around the corner. So those guys will take it over there on SiriusXM Insider Baseball right now. All of our Fantastics content. I'm getting ready. I am in football mode, but I got to admit, I'm excited for baseball season as well. But thanks for having me, Jim. And I always appreciate your support and everything, and wish you the very, very best. Enjoy this last game, dude. It's going to be like 9 months before we have our next one.
Yes. And so glad we're friends. Really more important than all of it, we've become friends, and that's meant more than all of it. One more reminder about the disabled American veterans, so people know, like, if they're looking for the offseason to help you out.
Yeah.
Just one more plug.
Well,
on that,
hit
right?
me up on X at Dan Claskins. I always post it there. DoGoodFantasy.com. That's a website you can go make a donation. And of course, you can, as we get going with this stuff, I'll be putting more out there, Jim. And I'm sure I'll get you to help me tweet some things out to all your thousands and thousands of followers.
Nice. Anytime. Dan, take care. Enjoy the game.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks. All right, everyone. Hey, we were getting great prop bet advice from our guests today, but we have more at RotoWire, other sports, not just the Super Bowl. So we've got you covered. You can get props for NBA, college basketball, soccer, anything. And you can go to rotowire.com/picks, RotoWire's newest picks and props tool. It utilizes multiple prediction factors to help you decide if you're better off choosing more or less on stats like prize picks, sites like Prize Picks, DraftKings, Pick Six. So you visit rotowire.com/picks. And again, if you want a free look behind the paywall and see everything we have to offer, just go to rotowire.com/Jim. Do not need a credit card. Paywall drops 2 days. See what we've got. If you like it, love to have you as part of the team. If you don't like what you see, then maybe we'll reconnect later. But anyway, very, very exciting here. So let me see. Dustin, do I have you in about 10 minutes early right now? If I do, I think my next guest is not here. So I'm going to bring you in now, and my other guests will wait since we're after time. So I think this will be perfect. So I have Dustin Ludke with me, and maybe hopefully Adam Krautwurst comes. We'll give him the next 10, but perfect timing. I'm glad you showed up, because I was gonna have to kind of go solo here and kind of throw it all around. You'll find him at the D Unit 13. He's the contact director at Dynasty Pros FF. And what's going on, Dustin?
Man, Jim, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited. We're wrapping up the Super Bowl in a couple days, and I'm sad football's ending, but this is Dynasty season, right? We get into Senior Bowl, we got the Combine coming up, draft, free agency. This is when Dynasty for me this is our season.
It totally is, and I know we'll get to a little bit of that while we're talking. Again, thank you for coming in early, because you kind of saved me here for the moment. I love
glad
it.
I can be of help.
Works out perfectly. So all that said, this was a season. What's something you took away? Maybe a couple of somethings from 2023.
I'll say I took away this. Landing spot matters for players, maybe more so than talent. Let's start with the Detroit. I was saying all offseason, Detroit tight end position is a key position to watch. No matter who filled the position was going to do good. Last year, Hawkinson had 3 touchdowns. The combination of Brock Wright, James Mitchell, and Zane Zelstra had 9 touchdowns. So whoever was going to go there was going to score touchdowns. It happened to be a top rookie in Sam Laporta, but that's why he had 10 touchdowns. If they had signed Mike Gesicki, he would have been good too. Another situation, wide receiver in Carolina. Whoever went there was going to be good. Now, it happened to be Adam Thielen. Everybody goes, oh, he's over the hill. He's not going to play well. DJ Moore vacated 118 targets, and CMC vacated 43. Thielen had 137 targets. You couldn't deny that landing spot for a player, no matter who it was going to have value. Conversely, on the opposite side, I was out on Dalton Kincaid because landing spot mattered. I'm a Bills fan. They don't use their slot wide receiver a ton. They still had Dawson Knox, who was going to split work. And if you look at the games where Kincaid and Knox both played, in all but 3 games, they were within 2 fantasy points of each other. And one of those games, Knox outscored him. Now, Dalton Kincaid had that run of 4 games when Knox was out where he was really good. But for me, I love Kincaid as a player, love him for the Bills. But as long as Knox is there, his fantasy output is capped because landing spot matters.
That is so important. And that's something that you'll be doing throughout, I know, your off-season work and getting all those squared away. Too early to talk about that now, but we definitely will circle back to some dynasty. I think we'll have a little bit of time. And if Adam doesn't show up, I might keep you an extra 10 if you've got time. So we'll see how that works out. But that said, was that the main takeaway, or was there a secondary one that I missed that you wanted to talk about?
No, that was the main one. So when we start talking about rookies, right, and we start saying, oh, this guy's such a talent, where they go and where they land matters. Same thing. We have free agency is going to be the next thing. It's going to be combine, then free agency. Where those guys go matter. And I don't have my complete list right now, but there's definitely going to be situations and teams that, hey, look at the wide receiver 2 for the Bills. Gabe Davis is a free agent. Who goes there matters because that's a position of need for them. Now, is that if they don't sign anybody big, maybe that is Khalil Shakir. He steps up in that role. That matters. So those sort of things matter. We can't just go, well, this guy's a talented player, so he's going to be good. Look at Kyle Pitts. He's uber talented, uber athletic, but that situation matters for him previously where he's just been kind of disappointing. Now he has a new coach. Maybe that situation changes. And so this is part of it. Coaching matters, and that changes. So if, right, they bring in a new coach, new offensive scheme, that matters as well. That's part of that situation. That all matters for outlook. We can't just go, well, this guy's uber talented and his scores and his testing and his that. Don't care if he goes to a bad situation. I just don't care.
So correct. Love that. Let's talk Super Bowl, and then maybe we'll bounce back to some other topics. What are your thoughts on Niners Chiefs?
I'm excited for the Super Bowl. I know we saw it a couple years ago, and everybody goes Chiefs. And right, as a Bills fan, I'd much rather see anybody but the Chiefs. I want the 49ers to win. I just don't think they're going to. For me, Super Bowls come down to defense and quarterback. I think I give a slight but very slight edge to the 49ers in defense. And I think Brock Purdy is good, and you can say he's a system quarterback. All quarterbacks are system quarterbacks, but you can't deny that Mahomes is that much better than Brock Purdy. So when it comes down to it and you need to win, who do you want? If you asked everyone that came on your stream, who would you rather have in one game, Brock Purdy or Patrick Mahomes? Everyone's taking Patrick Mahomes. And when it comes to being there, he's been there plenty of times. He's won it. Like, that experience matters. I think Andy Reid, like, now Andy Reid's looking at legacy. Like, he's getting towards the tail end of his career. Like, he's now the oldest coach in the NFL. Like, where's his mind at in terms of legacy? I just think it has to be Chiefs. And the betting odds are really odd right now because I think you guys were just talking that it's still 2.5 to San Fran.
2, yeah, it's 2. I wonder, I think FanDuel is 2.5. So yeah, there's a 2.5 and a lot of 2s.
Yeah, I mean, so, and I don't know if that's because it's in Vegas and they're expecting a large contingency of 49er fans to drive out, and they might be a little bit more of a home crowd for that. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe it's just to get money, but I think it's going to be a KC win for back-to-back.
Oh my God. So are you too early in the week for a score, or do you have a score in it?
I don't have a score yet. I mean, I'm thinking it's going to be, I'm going to give KC probably, I think they're going to score 28. So I think San Fran's probably going to be at the 23-24 range. So it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a close Super Bowl, but I think KC wins.
So you are heavy into Dynasty. Obviously, you do redraft like everybody else, but you are heavy into Dynasty. A lot of people who are watching this show may not do Dynasty. Tell people what they're missing out on.
You're missing out on the fun of this part of the year, right? Where there's no football games. And like, right, we're going to have the combine in a couple weeks. You miss out on that fun. You miss out on the hype and excitement for these players, right? Because if last year Anthony Richardson comes out and tests off the chart, there was all this buzz. If you're not playing Dynasty, you don't matter. And you also miss out on part of the community of fantasy football. And part of what I love about Dynasty is that you can build friendships all year. It's not just rent a redraft. Even if you have I have a family league and it's just redraft. Now it's family, so we obviously still talk. But my Dynasty team, we talk all the time, and it's built friendships based through Dynasty. But now we talk about non-Dynasty stuff. We talk about, hey, how's your kids doing? How's your wife? How's your job? Because we've built this. So I can message someone and say, hey, how's it going? Blah, blah, blah. And then 2 weeks later go, hey, do you want to trade this guy? What do you think about this player? And then it allows you to have the communication. That community aspect is huge. And that's why I play fantasy football. That's why I'm in the fantasy Twitter. That's why I'm in this community, because I love the fact that it is a community. There are people out there that you can build friendships with. I think you're missing out on that if you're not playing Dynasty, because once redraft's been over for weeks now, Dynasty's just ramping up, so you can start getting some more activation. You can do a little more trash talk. There's this different strategies you can play differently. You can do multi-year strategies, and you can kind of tank for 1 year and rebuild, and it allows you to have a little more strategy and talk those things through and just have that more robust community in your league that I think you're missing if you don't play Dynasty.
So I met you personally at Scott Fishbowl Live Chicago Draft this past August, and
Yep.
I remember you were talking some about your process of evaluating players, and you're talking about some personality stuff and things like that. Can you talk about how you go through your process and how you come up with these really good player valuations?
Yeah, so I look at every player in terms of pathway to relevancy and then what plays into that. And then part of that now, because I go to the combine and interview these players, go to the draft, interview them, getting to read for them as human beings and who they are and reading their passion for the game. So when I talk to certain guys, Roshan Johnson, I fell in love with at the combine, because when I talked to all the running backs, my question was, what kind of person are they getting in the locker room and off the field? And all of them kind of were like, well, I'm a quiet guy. I don't say too much. But Roshan Johnson was like, I'm a leader. I'm going to lead by example. I'm going to be vocal in the locker room. Like you can see why he was captain of Texas when Bijan was the starter. You can see why, and you can see his passion for the game. And there's certain players that I talked to that I just didn't see the passion for the game, which leads me to think, like, when push comes to shove, when that contract negotiation comes up, when they're having a losing season, will they give it their all, or will they kind of phone it in? And that adds in that process. So if I might see someone who has decent stats, goes to an okay landing spot, but hey, if you go to a losing team like the Patriots, how is a player going to play on a team that might only win 4 games when they're used to winning their whole college career? How does that affect their psyche, and can they mentally handle that? And if I can get a read on them as a player, that allows me to go, okay, maybe I dropped them down my draft board. Maybe I say I'm never out officially on anybody. It's out on value, right? Like I'm out of their ADP, but I might just end up not having that person because I don't think they can really overcome that psyche, right? We've seen it. We've seen the big bust in the past. Ryan Leaf, Jamarcus Russell, those guys bust not because they weren't talented, is because mentally they didn't give it their all. They didn't buy in. They just didn't have that go, that we can call it chip on their shoulder, the motivation, that work ethic. They didn't have it. I think if you can glimpse that through the process of interviewing these players, talking to them, reading more into them as human beings and less as like athletes, I think we can really start to get a fuller picture. I posted this on Twitter the other day. I posted a blue puzzle piece. This is where we are in fantasy football. We have one blue puzzle piece, and some people are going, it's the sky, and some people are going, it's an ocean, and some people are going, it's a blueberry. We don't know. We don't have enough pieces to really tell what the picture is, and we got to start getting all those pieces to kind of get a picture of what these players are. So we had the Senior Bowl and the Shrine Bowl. We're going to have the Combine. Then we're going to have the draft. And then we can start seeing like coaching changes, other players on the team. And then we can start getting a fuller picture. So that's really how I do my process, is look at everything as a whole. And I try not to get locked into one thing. Some people just go draft capital and they got these blinders on and go, Dalton Kincaid was a 1st-round pick. He must be good. Okay, believe that. Or this guy was a 5th-round pick. He can't be good. Well, Kyron Williams was a 5th-round pick, and he was good because situation led to it. So I try to make sure I incorporate as many pieces of the puzzle I can to evaluate these players.
Now, given what you said, you have a long way to go in your process, but a lot of us are just like NFL, and we start learning some college after the quarterbacks. Just
Quarterbacks.
Can you give me a couple words about the Caleb Williams, Drake May? There's even a third, and I'm so like not started yet. I don't even know who that third name is. There's a third name in that.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels, right? You have JJ McCarthy from Michigan. And the big knocks on McCarthy is he didn't do a lot of Michigan. They didn't ask him to do a lot because they didn't need to. So can he translate? The big thing with Caleb Williams is his mental fortitude. Like, right, he's crying in the stands. People will play, paints his nails. All that stuff doesn't really matter to me, but it does. Like, does he handle losing well? And what's that look like? I'll take it last year. Will Levis. When Will Levis talked last year at the Combine and the draft, you listened. When Bryce Young did, not so much. Even CJ Stroud did a little bit, but when Will Levis talked, everyone was like, oh, this guy's talking. Like, he commanded the room. He had that leadership presence. That mattered to me. So this year, I think it's going to be interesting to see what those quarterbacks look like. I'll be at the Combine, get to interview the ones that are there, and kind of separate it. Right? When you're talking about, hey, you have guys that are 1A, 1B, 1C, little things like that matter in my rankings. So it's, Caleb Williams, it's Drake May. Then there's Jaden Daniels, JD McCarthy. I really like Michael Penix, but he had a really bad Senior Bowl. He might be injured. He might not be. So who knows? Again, it's just all these other pieces that I'm trying to fit these puzzle pieces together to see what it's like.
Oh my gosh, it's so exciting.
It is.
Tell people where they can find you and your work. You have so many good things going on right now.
I don't want to do that. I want to shout out Simon from FYF. I was supposed to be on yesterday. My son at a basketball game. So I want to shout out Simon from Front Yard Fantasy. They are on every day, Thursdays. They're Thursdays at 3:00 Eastern. They do a game show. If you don't watch it, you should check it out. It's fun. They respin a guy. I just want to shout out Simon because he was nice enough to switch his time slot so I could go to my son's basketball game and still be part of this. So shout out to Simon and the Front Yard Fantasy guys.
Well, guess what? We have a lot of extra time. So
All
now
right.
you still have time to pitch your stuff.
Well, you can find me at Twitter at the DUnit13. You can find all my stuff at dynastyprosfootball.com. I'm the content director there. I also do stuff with QB List during the season and Dynasty Nerds. And then I help out with Front Office Pros. I'm our growth and planning strategist. So you can check out Joe and Steve's show on YouTube. But check me out on Twitter. That's the best place to find me. My DMs are always open, willing to answer questions. You know, if you have trade questions, lineup questions, strategy questions, any kind of questions, I see my role is to be a resource to the community. So whether that's pronunciation guides, whether that's I put together a Rolodex for fantasy analysts, like whatever it can be to help you in whatever you need. If you're a content creator and you need help connecting with people, if you're a player and you want help building your roster, making trades, well, who do I draft? That's what I'm here for. I don't care if I ever win a fantasy league. I want people to have fun and I want people to do the best that they can do, whatever they want to do. If that's winning, then that's what I want. If it's trading, I want to help them trade.
And he's not just talking, everyone. Dustin is not just a very, very sharp fantasy mind, dynasty mind, but he is a very, very good human being. Glad I got to know you in person this past August. Hopefully that continues. Dustin, thanks for hanging out a little longer than expected, but I'm so glad you came in early.
Hey, no
problem. I had nothing.
Anytime to help you out, Jim. I appreciate you having me on. This is such a cool thing that you're doing to get more content creators out there and have people on and talk Super Bowl because it's a fun time of year.
Absolutely is. We will talk soon. Enjoy the game.
All right, you too.
Thanks. All right, so I'm planning to have another marathon the week of the NFL draft with many fantasy football analysts. Haven't done a number yet. We'll get to that later. The goals have that show the Monday and Tuesday of draft week. Get you all ready for that. And then on draft night, Thursday, the opening night of the draft, the RotoWire Fantasy Football Live, which you're watching now, show will have unique coverage of the NFL draft for the first round. So during that show, what we do is we focus on how each skill position player drafted will fit on his new team with instant reaction about that player's fantasy value. Because look, a lot of great draft content out there, but not a lot of it is fantasy related. You'll get the player profile, you'll get the draft Nick talk, which is great. It's a beautiful thing. And if you love that, keep going there. But what I do is when I break the players down, I try to take all the film study I will do and the studying of the players. And then I will try to extrapolate what specific position they play. That could be a receiver. That could be an X, a Y. It could be a slot. And so then when they get drafted, I'll talk about team fit, team concept. So that'll be fun. With that said, I'm running a little ahead of schedule, and great. We got Joe Madden in the house. Joe, I've seen your work, and you have been doing just wonderful things on the Sports Grid TV, and you see you on TikTok, always smiling, but the knowledge is just incredible. But a good person with that is what draws me to people. And you find her at JoJo Madden Sports. And again, she's the on-air host and analyst at Sports Grid and Sports Grid TV. Joe, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Jim. I'm really excited that we get to work together. I can't believe it's the first time because I've seen you over the years and I feel like I know you when I actually don't. So this is exciting.
It is funny because as we know throughout this whole universe that we see people, we feel like they're on our phone, they're on our computers, and we feel like we know them, but now this works. So Joe, I know you cover all the sports, but I know you're great at NFL too. So I wanted to bring you on here. So when you saw this whole season unfold and all the wackiness, and I know you were winning a lot of under bets all season. What's a takeaway you had?
Oh, there's so many takeaways. You said it with those primetime unders. They were straight money this year. But you also got to look at some of those storylines that were absolutely crazy. You look at Joe Flacco coming into the league after being out for so long. You also look at the fallout between Sean Payton and Russell Wilson, which was just absolutely crazy out there on the field. But I do think the biggest takeaway was what the Houston Texans were able to do this season. And I am blown away by CJ Stroud. The confidence of this 22-year-old rookie was second to none out there. And I couldn't believe how strong he was. D'Amico Ryans, what he was able to do with this team with a young, quiet demeanor quarterback was phenomenal. 23-5 was the touchdown to interception ratio. I can't believe it. And then you talk about this defense and that offensive line, giving him that time. This team, I can't wait for their win total to come out for next season. I'm taking it over. I would be shocked if the books put it at 10.5. We know they're able to get those 11 wins. I think they're going to put it at 9.5, though. I think it's going to have to be double digits, and I'm going to take it right to the over. I really do think this team has every ability to repeat what they did at least this season, if not even better.
And Joe, they're still in that division. You can just roll up some wins. And you know what? I think they're going to spend their draft picks on defense. They don't need anything on offense right now. They could get a cheap running back in free agency. But if they spend those picks on defense, and you mentioned D'Amico Ryans just dialing it up, and he's got some fundamental pieces to work with. So I think you're right. As soon as that bet comes out, you got to pound the over on it, because this team, the wheels are completely up. I love that take. Was there another take about the season, or was that the one you wanted to hone in on?
Oh, that was the main one I wanted to hone in on. But you got to also look at Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin able to have a successful season again with the Steelers when all hopes look lost. He's been straight money to taking those win totals for the Steelers to up and over that. So that's another one you got to look at. There was so many phenomenal storylines. Those primetime unders, though, so phenomenally strong. And then Justin Fields. Maybe we could have two Ohio State Buckeyes quarterbacks that actually are making a huge impact next season. As soon as the Chicago Bears allowed him to use his legs, I was screaming all season until they allowed him to do so, because I was just shocked at how they were making him drop back and throw that ball. That is not a Justin Fields quarterback that you want to see. You want to see him using his legs. So last couple of games really solidified for me that Justin Fields will have a successful career. If he'll be with the Chicago Bears, I hope they hold on to him. We'll see what happens, but I love him out there.
I mean, think about it. If they keep him, they have the number one pick.
Yep.
The other one, I don't remember, top 10, top 12. They got two high picks. You can really do some damage. And so, yeah, let's hope that works, because they really have an opportunity here. But let's talk some Super Bowl. I can't wait for this one. Now, we do have a little more time than expected, because we had somebody not show, which is great. So I could talk. I know you're going to have some props for me, too. So we're going to get to talk some real football here. Super Bowl. What are you thinking about this game?
Okay. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different outcome. Now, I know everyone's feeling like this with betting against the Kansas City Chiefs, and I am too, because I went against them in their last game. I went against them versus the Bills. I just didn't trust this team offensively out there. Their defensive unit is so phenomenally strong, and I think their defensive unit with Chris Jones leading the way is going to give Brock Purdy and this offensive line a really hard time. I expect him to be able to break through, and I'm looking at the Kansas City Chiefs plus the points. Now, if I'm taking them plus the points, I'm taking them straight up on the money line. I don't think this is going to be a 1-point game if the Kansas City Chiefs, if the 49ers win. If the 49ers win, they're going to win this by a touchdown. I don't see it being that tight. The 49ers to be able to get through and do this would be absolutely a miracle. That's where I want to see the win come. I just don't think it's going to happen, because you look at this is an absolute chess match out there, Jim. Andy Reid is a better coach. We have the better quarterback in Patrick Mahomes, and this offense is clicking. Now, there was issues all season with this offense. The offense showed up their best in the last two games, and I do think under that pressure, we see them continue to do so. Kyle Shanahan's going to have to come out with a huge play, and I'm talking like huge. If they get possession on that first drive, I wouldn't be shocked if they drop back and Brock Purdy throws it for a huge bomb down the field to Debo and they score. It's the only way I can see the 49ers being able to pull off the win is if they come out with that shock factor. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. So it's Kansas City on the money line. You can grab them plus the 2.5 if you want to, but I think you take one or the other.
Oh my gosh. You're right. You're right. And Shanahan's going to have to do something special here, because you've got to overcome Patrick Mahomes. Not an easy task. I told people, Joe, when the Chiefs and the Ravens played, I was on XM and I'm like, look, if you're smart, which I'm not, you're going to take the Ravens because they're the better team. They're going to win 8 out of 10 times. I'm taking the Chiefs. I said, I believe that Steve Spagnuolo is going to make Lamar Jackson miserable.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson is not going to have anywhere to throw the ball. And I said, Mahomes is going to be able to figure out just enough. And for once, I got it right. I get it wrong a ton, but that was the kind of the idea that it was Spagnuolo, it was Mahomes. And this is a tougher challenge, but I think you brought up the great points that it's really hard to go against them right now for what they have going their way. Any other final words on that before we get to props?
Yeah, it's just, you got to look at the coaching matchup. It's Andy Reid, and Andy Reid is just so phenomenally strong. And he is the deciding factor for me. Even though Patrick Mahomes is so strong, still offensively, this team has some issues in some certain areas where I'm not 100% confident, but better quarterback, better coach. It's got to be Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs with Andy Reid. There's no other way I can go.
Now, Joe is amazing at betting, and we know she got the game, but we want to talk some props here. And I know you got some props. You have more than one, probably, right?
I have so many props.
Yeah, so we got time. We got like 4 minutes, so definitely feel free to roll.
Okay, so if you believe in any of the Taylor Swift stuff, everything happening with 13, you got to look at Travis Kelce for his alt receptions here. 13 plus receptions. It's coming in at plus 850. You know, 8 plus 5 plus 0 equals 13. So how can you not take that, Jim? But you look at Travis Kelce out here, his connections with Patrick Mahomes in the last couple of games was absolutely lights out. And I do think he's such a huge tight end out there that he's going to give the 49ers a hard time. So I don't hate that you can take him over his regular number. I believe it's still sitting at 6.5. I think he easily clears this. You're going to have to lay a lot of juice on that. I'd rather do the alt receptions. Look at him for at least 10. That's the number I feel confident with. He hasn't hit 13 all season, but you could see it coming in. And then when we look at the 49ers, you got to bet something here for those 49er props. And I think the biggest one that stands out to me is Brock Purdy, taking him over his rushing yards. It's only at 11.5 to the over is minus 110. We saw how strong he was at using his legs in the last game. And with how solid the defense here is of the Kansas City Chiefs, I look at him having to scramble to get some of these first downs. Now, we're not going to be put in the situation where he's going to be taking those kneel downs at the end, which is going to come off his rushing yards in this case. I just don't see that happening. I do think we can nicely clear this. I wouldn't be shocked if he hit closer to 20. And if you're thinking that Brock Purdy can do that as well, there's actually a couple of parlays you can do out there with Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy to hit 50 plus rushing yards. I do think Patrick Mahomes, again, puts the weight of this team on his shoulders, especially if this defense of the 49ers shows up more than we've seen in the last couple of games of this season. I haven't been impressed with this defense. I don't see the defense that we saw to start the season for the 49ers out there. But I do have faith in Nick Bosa. For that anytime sack, you're laying juice. That's coming in at minus 136. And Chris Jones also for that anytime sack is minus 138. Both of these teams allowed their quarterbacks to be sacked 2 times in their last game out. And there's actually parlays you can record both of them, Nick Bosa and Chris Jones, for a half a sack each. Parlaying together is plus 330, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but there was such value. Or looking at both of them for the first sack for their team. You don't even have to take them for the first sack in the game. Again, so much plus value. And lastly, George Kittle. There's no way George Kittle isn't having a big game in this one.
Yes.
I love him to the over. And now a lot of people thinking, well, he's been so up and down. George Kittle is coming to play in his 2 games versus the 49ers. 11 catches, 177 yards, and has scored 1 touchdown. So if you're worried about the anytime touchdown, I still think he gets it, but I think he easily goes over these receiving yards. I have so much faith in both of the tight ends in this game, George Kittle especially.
Yeah, 47.5 yards. It could be 1 catch for that, right?
Yeah.
Because the safeties are not good in coverage. The linebackers are not great in coverage for Kansas City. And I think you're totally right. And play action. They're going to have to worry about McCaffrey. And you know he's going to go over the top on one of those. Love all of those calls. I want you to take a little time to talk about your show. People need to keep up with your work and know what you're doing. Tell everybody what they need to know and where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me all over SportsGrid TV. I host a Saturday night show. It's a 4-hour show, in-game live. We do in-game live betting on everything that is happening across the board, which has been an absolute moneymaker. I have my daily NHL Puck It with Joe show, which you can also check out just over on X. That is a lot of fun. We got some great props going tonight. I'm hoping to cash.
Oh my gosh. And like I said earlier, you kind of know me a little bit. I'm all about the knowledge and the positivity. And you've got both of them because look, it's infotainment we're in, right? And the information is huge, but the entertainment value, just hanging around good people that bring you energy with the thoughts, that's where you want to hang out. And that's where you want to spend your time. So basically, you are definitely following at Joe Madden Sports. Appreciate you, Joe. So happy you hung out with me today. And let's make sure we work together again soon.
I loved it. Thank you so much for having me, Jim.
Thanks. Take care.
Take care.
All right, everybody. Man, hopefully you're enjoying the show here. We are having a wonderful time. We got plenty of great guests still yet to come. We're going to be going for another, well, it looks like a couple of hours here. So, yeah, we got plenty to go here. Second day of the marathon. If you missed yesterday, you can always circle back, RotoWire YouTube, and you can catch that, the show when you have time. Pick your favorite analyst, scroll through it, watch, and try to pick up a few nuggets about the season, about the Super Bowl. And remember, if you want access to my 35 pages of Super Bowl notes, I know it's a lot. You might not want to read 35 pages, but it's broken into sections. If you want to read about the offensive lines, run versus the pass, things like this, those are all in there. Everything's broken down for you. And you could get those notes by going to my X at Jim Coventry NFL. You'll see the pinned tweet. Just like and repost it. Definitely send you a DM after the marathon, of course. And then you'll be able to look those over, and hopefully it helps you build your own great knowledge base that you already have. So excited to bring my friend Colby Conway. And I've known Colby since 2019, something like this. We've been in the Kings Classic forever together. We often sit next to each other in those and learned a lot from you, drafted with you, seen you dominate. You had a dominant season this year. You can find him at Colby R. Conway. Baseball, too. He's amazing at baseball. Hosted a Caught Stealing on Fantasy Alarm, Fantasy Baseball Podcast, Kings Classic champion. Colby, what's going on?
Jim, pleasure to be talking with you here again. It's been too long. Glad to be back in the saddle. Congrats on what you've done so far, and looking forward to you closing this out.
Yeah, thanks. This is so much fun to have great people coming in who know their stuff, good people. Just the energy that you guys give me, worth it every time. Colby, I know you have a takeaway from the season, but we got to talk about those Texans. Are they going to spend their draft just picking up defensive players and creating a juggernaut? What are you thinking?
Well, you just took away my one takeaway from the season. You knew I was going to come on here. Listen, Jim, you had to have known I'm going to come on here. I'm going to commandeer this, and I'm going to get my minutes of Texans talk. That was going to happen.
Get out
the door. My takeaway, the thing really comes down to it. Houston's going to be one of the most fascinating teams this offseason. What do? Does the money go to defense and they draft offense? Does the money go towards offense and they draft defense? If I had to speculate, I have always been I don't want to pay the running back, but the more smoke that comes around about potential Barkley coming to Houston, I'm starting to come around to I'd be okay putting a little money over to Saquon Barkley. So if it comes to me, I don't know if they'll pay for the running back. I think the draft is going to be two of their first three picks are going to be a wide receiver and an interior defensive lineman. They're going to do that. The third round is going to be a linebacker, and that's going to be D'Amico's project. That's what it's going to be. So that's what I expect to happen. But what they do this offseason, and look, in-house, do they pay Jonathan Grenard? Do they let him walk? Do they pay Dalton Schultz? Do they let Dalton Schultz walk? This team is going to be fascinating. I mean, I don't think they're going to go for Mike Evans. I don't think that's going to happen. But could you imagine if they do get some alpha wide receiver one and run 3 wide receiver sets with Tank Dell and Nico Collins?
So as you ask that question, with the way you phrase it, I mean, you assume Nico he's an X number 1 receiver. So are you talking about having 2 of them, or do you see Nico as something different than that?
No, I think he's an alpha. He's an X. I think he's that type. What they could do, because Nico can win maybe downfield a little bit more than people want to give him credit for. And he showed it a little bit more than just the play against Indy. But maybe, I know the allure with Mike Evans is he can also get downfield, but that intermediate presence. That's kind of the allure with him. I think they go for the rookie. Get a rookie, and that way, if Nico goes off again, you can choose to pay him. Because if they pay for Mike Evans this offseason, Nico's gone next year. You can't have two, I don't know, $18+ million receivers.
No.
Can't do it. So I expect them to go young at receiver in the draft, go Nico, Tank, and insert rookie that they draft in their 3 wide receiver sets. Get rid of Robert Woods. They don't need him anymore.
No.
John Mechie's the wide receiver 4, and they go from there. And then tight end, I think, is a massive wild card. I honest to God, have no clue what they're going to do.
It's the beauty, though, this whole thing. You have a quarterback on his rookie deal in year 2, knowing what he's capable of. And this is what happens when a team can build a quick Super Bowl contender. What are your thoughts on that part of it?
Oh, I'm glad you said it and not me, because everyone would say that I'm spinning that wheel. But I heard you say Houston and Super Bowl, so now I'm going to run with it. I agree. I think the window's open, and I might be unbearable these next couple of years if it happens. It's going to be awesome. But when you have a rookie quarterback on the rookie deal, you can afford the luxuries of paying up and overpaying elsewhere. You can do it. The window is open, and the one thing that I think we need to talk about this offseason is going to be, this is the first time Nick Caserio has legitimate expectations. It's been fixing the mess. It's been cleaning up the pieces from the O'Brien and Easterby regime. There are legitimate expectations now. They're not sneaking up on anybody. They're getting a first place schedule. There are legitimate expectations this offseason. How does Caserio handle it?
How important was it for them to have Bobby Slowick come back?
Very. You have a young quarterback, and as much as you talk about the rookie deal, it's now year 2 of the same scheme, the same verbiage, and the same in-house crew. And also getting Johnson back as the QB coach is great. He's going to be the OC next year when Slowick leaves for a head coaching job. That's what's going to happen. So Stroud's got the same crew around him. Synergy going into year 2. It's beautiful.
Wow. Yeah, it's a fun time. And I know you have been a Texans fan forever, and now you're really getting to talk about a super exciting time. And I know the JJ Watt days were there when they would play that 4:30 Eastern game every year on Saturday afternoon against the Bengals a couple times and be done. This is not that case anymore. So excited for you. Let's talk some Super Bowl. We got 49ers. We've got Chiefs. Colby, what are your thoughts on this game?
I think it's going to be a good one. If we're looking at who's winning it, I think the 49ers pull it out. I have them winning by 4. That's what I'm going at. But I do think this game goes under. I know there's some points, but I like the under here. Long, sustained drives. And if they're not touchdowns, you get a couple field goals. A lot of time is coming off for just 3 points. So give me the under, but the 49ers win.
Oh, so happy you said that. And I can't hear enough. I bet that under right away, 47.5. I have it predicted 23-16. I think it's like not just a razor thin. I think it's under by a good number of points. And like you said, both teams should be able to run the ball with success. The 49ers run at the slowest pace in the league. The Chiefs are 12th, so they're not fast-paced teams. And this is just the type of game where a little conservatism is going to go a long way. So I'm so glad you said that. Do you have any props or secondary bets you like in this game?
Just talked about it. The ground game's going to be big. I like Pacheco over 65.5 rushing yards. San Fran's been bleeding yards on the ground to running backs. Aaron Jones, David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. Those 3 have combined for 5.5 yards a pop. And when you look, Chiefs are giving Pacheco the ball, and I got it written over here, 10-2 this year when Pacheco gets 15+ carries. I still like 49ers to win, but Pacheco is going to get his on the ground. So Pacheco over 65.5 rushing yards.
And look, I got a little bit of time. I want you to talk about your Kings Classic win. Jim Brown division. I'm in it. Not because of it. That's the tough one. And that's a tough one to win. Colby took it down in the snake. And you were dominant all year long. What did you do?
Oh, man, I had some good picks. Got fortunate. The one, I had Puka in both leagues, and that was massive. The ROI was major there. A couple other good picks that went through. And then, honestly, there was health. I didn't have too many. Most of my injuries came in the auction league, stayed relatively healthy over there in the snake draft. And then Devin Singletary down the stretch. I think that was the team I had him on. That was nice, too. But glad I could finally bring one home after so many years, and hope to do it again next year.
You're right when you speak. Excited. I got the one over mine from a couple of years ago. And it's the same thing, dude. It was that, you had some fortune. You got some hits, but you need some injury fortune. And it's like the NFL, right? I mean, if you lose your key players, you still build a good team, but it's a combination. You're a very good fantasy manager. You drafted a great team. You did great on waivers, but we also needed that little smile our way because, man, sometimes it takes one game in the playoffs and all of a sudden all that good work is undone. But we did it. We persevered. You did it this year. You're the man. You're on top of it right now. So props to you. And I know we'll be drafting together again this upcoming August. And I always do enjoy seeing you. And I know you'll be on my shows. But tell people where they can find you and your work in the meantime.
Absolutely. At Colby R. Conway over on X, formerly known as Twitter, and then head on over to fantasyalarm.com. I'm in full fantasy baseball mode right now. Still rep the Texans hat, though, so I'm still rooting for them. Interested to see the offseason, but at Colby R. Conway over on X and fantasyalarm.com.
And again, I know we'll work together at some point soon. Always appreciate you, Colby, and always good to see you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jim. Have a good one.
Thanks, man. Yep. All right, everybody. Hey, we all really appreciate you tuning in. And I didn't get a chance to shout out some of the people that make this happen. And I can't shout out every name because I'll never remember them all. But I do, like Peter Shank, he's the president of RotoWire, Gambling.com. We have Max Bischel over running the entire operation. Big hats off and thanks to them. On the tech end and all that, Alan Soslowski sets up all the YouTube stuff, and he does so much work behind the scenes. Just a great teammate to have. Shout him out. And on the social media promotion end, we have Lauren Jump, and I know Steve Belanda does marketing. He helps there. Brad Voss helped out, sent out a lot of these tweets that we have going out as well. But that social media team really makes things happen. Brian Burns, not in this specific show, but does a lot of editing. And those TikToks that you see that I put out, oh man, I have no talent at all. But Brian Burns edits those, really brings the heat there. So again, just a great team. And I miss some people, and I'm sorry if I missed you, but we have a great team at RotoWire that makes all these things happen. So we're appreciative of that. But anyway, just excited that you're here tonight. And with that, the Fantasy Mojo, it's Darren Armani, a man I've known personally since 2018. We've been together in the Kings Classic. That first year when there were about 24 people there, Buffalo Wild Wings and Canton, was unfortunate for them. They had to see the likes of us in there, but it was a place where I knew about my friend from Philadelphia, Darren. And again, you find him at the Fantasy Mojo. And when you listen to my work in the preseason, especially, you hear me talk about Fantasy Mojo, and Darren is always gracious to share his ADP data with me, which I always make sure you know this is where I'm getting it from. And Darren's going to talk about that a little bit. He also is the creator of Pros versus Joes. That has just been a wonderful experience. But really, the FFPC data, you've been doing that since 2011. You have your championships. You won the 22 Hardway FFPC champion 11 times in the Scott Fish Bowl. Darren, what's going on?
Jim, it's good to see you, my friend. You're the most positive man in the fantasy community. Oh. Somebody's got to keep a level head, and you're the guy. For it.
Before we get started, though, talk about Fantasy Mojo a little bit, because it's just an invaluable resource. Whether you're a high stakes player or you're not, I just really sing the praise of what you do there. Can you talk about that for a minute?
Sure. So we focus on mostly high stakes data from the FFPC players, and we'll mostly track the ADPs all through the year. In fact, the leagues have already started. They've been drafting for 2 weeks over there. So we're about, 25 leagues worth of data already that we've got at our disposal. So we're already seeing some trends there. Tons of information to keep you up to date on that. And waiver wire data, playoff contest data, information that's going to help you when Dynasty is going to be kicking into high gear in about a month. A lot of stuff around that. I always tell people go to our virtual tour on the homepage, check it out. And it's even if you're not playing high stakes, the data is valuable for your home leagues, even because the high stakes players are usually 1 or 2 weeks ahead of the curve, right? They're picking up players, they're ahead of the curve. And so if you can take that information, it translates really well to your home leagues. It gives you a little bit of an edge there too.
Yeah, and again, I'll always be promoting your work there because I believe heavily in it. And when you get back to the preseason, you forgot what Darren told you, I will be there to remind you. You don't have to worry about that. Darren, great season, crazy season, wild season. What's a takeaway you had from 2023?
Well, I was going to go with the tight ends, but I think a lot of your guests have already sort of jumped into that. The pool's deepening, right?
More yesterday than today. Really, today, nobody's talked about it. So, whatever you want to go, feel free. No, but not one person today in 2 hours and 20 minutes has brought that up.
Yeah. So, tight end's going to get much easier for people in 2024 because the elite tier is sort of, I think when I looked at the data 2 years ago, there was using the tight end premium scoring, there was a 200-point difference between tight end number 1 and tight end 9. last year that shrank with Kelsey sort of, on a decline a little bit. It's only a 90-point difference between tight end 1 and tight end 9. So what that means is it takes a lot of the anxiety out of your drafts when you're like, it's like, oh, I got to get an elite tight end. You've got plenty of time to grab some highly producing tight ends. So that's the one thing. And then the other thing I would say is, the fading of running backs in favor of wide receivers really accelerated in 2023, and we're seeing it again in 2024. Last year, only one of the top 5 running backs drafted had a positive win rate in the best ball leagues that we analyzed over at FFPC from last year. CNC was obviously stellar, but then Eckler, Bijan, Chubb, Saquon, they were all bust. So the RB performances confirming the ongoing biases that drafters have had against RBs in the early rounds. So, and we're seeing it again in 2024. It's basically, I'm seeing one less running back drafted on average per round than we did in through the first 7 rounds than we did in 2023. So people are just gravitating to the wide receivers, and it's a less volatile position. So it's a trend in the industry.
This aging man was on the wrong train for too long. I am off that train, Darren. I've learned. I got hit hard this year, and I have learned. I'm converted, and you are the final person to make that point, and I am with you now. No, that's a fantastic takeaway from that. Super Bowl 58. How do I know it's Super Bowl 58? It's my age. I always know it's easy cheat code for me. Whatever year it is, that's what Super Bowl it is. What are you thinking on this game, Darren?
Well, I think if the 49ers cannot do what the Ravens did and just take Kelsey out of the game, then leave it up to, the cast of sort of substandard receivers that they have. So Rashee Rice is really nice. But beyond that, they don't have a lot. So it'd be up to Mahomes and Pacheco. I don't know that he has a lot of upside. I love him, but he's not going to carry you to a title. It's just, I think if they just ride CMC, I mean, I don't know how you stop that guy, right? If you make him the focal point of your game, and then even if they are able to minimize him somewhat, you still get Debo and Kittle who can by themselves take over a game if they want to. So I think Purdy just needs to be efficient like he's been, right? Be the game manager and minimize mistakes. And I think that I think the 49ers can eke it out. Now the point spread is 2.5 right now. It's going to be close. But I think that the 49ers can eke it out if they just don't let Kelsey, do what he's able to do, and then make Mahomes uncomfortable in that respect.
Darren, probably 80% of the people on this show over yesterday today have called Chiefs. You and me are in that 20% minority. I do see it that way. And I like the way that you broke it down. I do think that seems to be the path. And I do think, like you intimate, that Shanahan's not going to make it a Purdy offense against a Mahomes offense. I think he's going to make it a McCaffrey offense against a Mahomes offense. And this is my maybe wish casting, but with 2 weeks off and no game after that, does Christian McCaffrey get that Carolina Panthers Christian McCaffrey workload where we might see 30 touches in a game? Is that something that could be a thing?
I don't think they need to, but there's certainly no reason to govern his touches at this point. Just that guy he's basically unstoppable. So it's the last game, and this let him go. And Debo's he's as healthy as he's going to be in the playoffs. So I just think the 49ers, they squeak it out. I'd be a little leery about the line with the points, but I think they can eke out the win for sure.
Is there a prop you're eyeballing for this game?
Yeah, so because kickers get so much disrespect in the community, like they're scared of the kickers. No, we're going to embrace the kickers for the prop. So the prop that I chose is the team with the longest field goal in the game, right? So you got to take the Chiefs with Butker. Now, it's juiced up a little. It's a -135, but I think it's a solid bet to add to your portfolio. Moody attempts less field goals. I think he 75%, of what Butker does. And in the playoffs, Moody's he's converted 60%. So he's been very shaky. Butker has hit all 7 of his playoff field goals. And and he hit 94% in the regular season. So just from accuracy and just the volume of what Butker's doing and what the Chiefs are doing in terms of using him, I think that's a pretty safe bet for people to just, to slide in there.
That's a fantastic bet because you're right. There are times the 49ers might just say, you know what? Can't trust them. You got to go for it. 4th and 6. We're just going to go for it. And whereas the Chiefs, if it's one of those, no, we can take the points and we're good with it. So that's a wonderful call. And even at distance, that's going to be a lesser call for the 49ers saying, no, forget it. We're going for it.
Shaky. They're going to defer to maybe going for it in longer yardage situations. So, and Butker's, he's solid. He's been outstanding.
That's a great prop. Darren, tell everybody again about where they can find you and your work in the offseason.
Yep, fantasymojo.com. Head on over there. We've already got draft data, 2024 leagues. We don't wait till July or August. Like, they've already started. We've been in the drafts. Go there, check it out. ADP is already live for Superflex, best ball tournaments. You can check out the draft boards and all sorts of analysis that is coming out now where we look back on the 2023 season and look and see what happened. That's some of the stuff that I shared at the beginning of the interview.
And Darren, like I said, I know I'll be in contact with you throughout the offseason, but I'll definitely look forward to seeing you Kings Classic FF Expo weekend as we bring Bob Lung in next. Excited for that. Appreciate you. Enjoy the Super Bowl, my friend.
All right, Jim. Peace out.
Thanks. And with that, we bring in the man, Bob Lung. We've had a number of people, Bob, not just great fantasy analysts, but like you, people that bring people together. When I speak about you, I call you a visionary because, and I know there were other people involved. I know that Mike Clay and Brad Evans were involved in like the Kings Classic, and they did a wonderful job. You're a visionary. You have totally made the fantasy community closer by building the Kings Classic into the Expo, and we've seen that grow every year, and the buzz around it is just amazing. Like I said, I know you have award-winning magazines and you're a top-level analyst, but what difference that you make, the biggest difference, is how you bring people together. You find him at Bob_Lung, and again, you talk about your stuff for a moment, and then we'll get rolling here.
Once again, thanks for having me. As always honored to be a part of any of these events, especially something with you. And yeah, like I said, you can find me at Bob_Lung. For everybody who wants to know, tickets go on sale for the 2024 Fantasy Football Expo this weekend. So make sure you get in there and get your tickets locked in. Same price as last year. No reason to raise it. Want to make it very affordable for everybody. So thefantasyfootballexpo.com. Check that out this weekend. If you're already in the email list, you'll get the email before we open up the tickets. But yep, this weekend, we're kicking it all off. Lots of exciting things. And of course, the new thing this year, Sports Betting Saturday, 4 hours of nothing but sports betting expo at the Dome. So if you're into sports betting in any way, prop bets, parlays, game lines, whatever, and that's all going to be sponsored by Underdog Fantasy. We're so excited about that new event this year.
Wow, Bob, you just keep growing this thing. And again, thank you on behalf of all the thousands of people that enjoy what you do. But let's talk some football because that's why we're here. 2023 season, Bob, and your hometown Cleveland Browns. I had them as a preseason team to win the Super Bowl, man, and a few injuries. It was a long shot. It was a small bet, but I was really had made a case that I thought they could. And my goodness, if they didn't have injuries, every team has them, but too many of them. Anyway, regardless of where you're going with this, what takeaway from 2023 do you have?
I don't know if anybody's mentioned this yet, but, I kind of dabble in this whole thing called consistency. And the one thing that really jumped out to me this year, and I know you guys were talking just a minute ago with Darren, and I know you mentioned many people talked about the tight ends. I'm going to talk about the quarterbacks and what and how they regressed, not progressed, but regressed from we need to only pick these four. The Hurts, the Allens, the, Mahomes, all that kind of stuff. And guess what? Consistency dropped drastically for all quarterbacks. In fact, the clutch factor, which is what gives them the clutch game, normally was around 19.5 to 20 points a game, all for the last 5 years or more. This year, 18.5, lowest ever. And yet we still only had 4 quarterbacks that went over 70% consistency. One of them was not Lamar Jackson, who could win the MVP. He was at 63%. So be careful next year going for that high quarterback in the high rounds. Well, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. It may not be worth it. You may want to just kind of lay back and grab a Dak Prescott, a Brock Purdy, a Jordan Love, Kirk Cousins, one of those guys a little bit later, get the same consistency. Might be better off using those for that higher pick running back and wide receiver.
Now, Bob, some people I come across, some will draft, let's say it's a regular 12-team league, but let's say there's 6 or 7 bench spots. It's a little bit deeper of a league. Will you advocate just drafting one quarterback and letting it roll and look for waivers, or do you draft 2? Tell people what your thoughts are on this.
Yeah, I usually draft 2, especially if I wait to the later rounds. If I'm waiting to round 5, 6, 7-ish, where I might get, like I said, a Dak, a Jordan Love, a Kirk Cousins, something like that, I might go maybe round 10 and grab another one that's close to that level. And there's all kinds of going to be around. Trevor Lawrence will probably be there, just because they kind of fell off Kyler Murray. And because you never know, one of them could just kick in. I also noticed in looking at the home versus away scenarios, you could string quarterbacks like like Jared Goff and Dak Prescott, who are both over 80% at home, but less than 50 on the road. And you might get a better combination that could get you better consistency. So that's another thought, using that consistency model to help stream quarterbacks might get you a better result.
Yeah, and Bob, the consistency guide, that has been like number 1 on Amazon. How many years?
Not always number 1 on Amazon, but I'm always honored to be nominated as one of the top publications every year by FSWA, now the 7th year in a row this year. So always an honor to be up there with those other folks.
You're always way up there. I thought number 1, but you're not. You're right.
Well,
up there.
It depends. Usually early. My buddy Joe Pisapia always kind of beat me to that number 1 spot, but his is really good too.
You're right there.
No disrespect. He deserves to be the top guy. He puts out a great magazine as well.
So that's now moving on to the Super Bowl. You got the 49ers, you got the Chiefs. What are you thinking about this game?
I think the defense is going on both sides of the ball are going to make a difference. In fact, I probably would take the under in this game, because I just feel like, the 49ers got the defense. We saw, what, as Darren said, we saw what Baltimore did not do, was keep the ball out of Kelsey's hands. So I got to think that, the boys in San Francisco, John Lynch and company there is my buddy GM who I've driven in Pro Football Hall of Fame. I wished him luck, in the Super Bowl. And, I know that that defense is going to make a difference. They're going to bring a lot of pressure on Mahomes. On the other side, Kansas City's defense is a lot better than people think. They've proven that so far in the playoffs. I think this is more of a defensive struggle. Could come down to field goals, what you guys were talking about as well. But if I had to pick, I'm picking with my heart with the 49ers, but I think it's going to be damn close. It's going to come down to a field goal, I'm pretty sure.
My score prediction was 23-16. I got 39 points in this game, and the over and under is 47.5. And I am solidly that's my bet. My bet is the under on this game.
No question there.
Yeah, I mean, and I know I did a poll on the X, and 300 people, it was about a few days ago, and 53 were on the over, but that doesn't deter me at all. I think that's even better for me because, I think in that case, sometimes what the public goes with, maybe it isn't always the winner. But all that said, is there a prop or a bet that you like in this game besides the under?
I think the over-under for number of shots that I'll do every time I have to see Taylor Swift on the screen is probably around 5 or 6. I think it's 5.5. So I would probably take the over because I'm sure we're going to see her way too much.
Oh my gosh. I feel bad to a degree. I mean, Usher does this great job. He's going to be the halftime, lead singer, and, he's the wonderful singing musical career. And then all of a sudden, even though she's not singing, upstaged by Taylor Swift for sure. And, she's done wonderful things, but I mean,
she's great, but it's just like,
but to have that halftime show and be like the person, like that's got to be one of the great goals of being an entertainer. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. It was, and people who are younger out there, I'm sorry about this one, but Bob, Ricky Henderson, I remember the day he set like the stolen base record. Well, that same night, Nolan Ryan was throwing a no-hitter, and there was like all the newspapers the next day. Who was on the lead? It wasn't Ricky Henderson. It was Nolan
and Ricky
Ryan.
wasn't happy about that. Ricky wasn't on the front page.
And you said it perfectly. Ricky didn't like that. Ricky was not there.
Right. Ricky wasn't happy.
Person. Oh, that was fabulous. Bob, remind anybody else anything we didn't cover. Maybe remind them where to find you or anything else you
All
got cooking in the offseason.
Again, Fantasy Football Expo tickets go on sale this weekend. TheFantasyFootballExpo.com. Make sure you get them early and often. Bring your friends, make it a road trip, bring the family. They're going to have a water park open this year. Let's do it. Make a family vacation out of it. But check that out, TheFantasyFootballExpo.com. Follow me on Twitter at Bob_Lung. And you can follow the Expo at the FF Expo now, as well on Twitter. Jim, as always, thank you for having me. Always an honor and a pleasure. Best of luck with the rest of your 58 finalists.
And RotoWire will be back with you. And
yeah, absolutely. You guys will. Sure, you
Very
will.
excited about that. Those panels were great that you had. I was so blessed to be on those. So thank you for that. And again, appreciate all you do, Bob. Enjoy the Super Bowl. And I know we'll talk soon.
You bet, buddy. Take care, everybody. Have a great night.
Oh, everybody, this has been great so far. We still have plenty more to go. We still got a little less than 2 hours here. And so we're going to be going till roughly about 9 o'clock. So, or 10 o'clock Eastern. I'm in the Central time zone. Mix it up a little bit. But again, we appreciate you being here today. If you're enjoying our content and you're looking for even more insights and exclusive updates, make sure to connect with us across our social platforms. Instagram at RotoWire. We got visuals and stories that bring you closer to the action. Twitter or the X at RotoWire. This is all very imaginative, but it works, right? And if you like just the NFL, at RotoWire NFL on the X as well. TikTok, got you covered there as well. And I don't dance. Better for everybody. But I'll talk some football. I'm fine with that. And again, at RotoWire. So again, keep up with us on socials. Love to be in contact with everybody and appreciate you being here. And I don't want to waste any time bringing my friend Stacy Perez in here, and you find her at Stacy_Perez83. And I've known you for a long time, but it was so good to see you at the Fantasy Football Expo this past season. Great to hang out with you a bit, but we've worked on shows before and it's been great. She's a lady lawyer, NFL agent, fantasy football analyst with Fantasy and Frames. I love the Fantasy and Frames team. Tell me about the Fantasy and Frames team. I love everybody there.
Yeah, so I'm with Fantasy and Frames, and again, just Jim, thank you so much for having me on tonight. I think I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties. Hopefully that goes away. But yeah, I'm with Fantasy and Frames. You can find us everywhere on social media under Fantasy and Frames. I'm at Stacy_Perez83 over on X or Twitter or whatever it is they're calling it today. But yeah, that's how you can find us.
So what a season. We meet up in August. We're talking all this football. We got all these grand plans and grand ideas about what's going to go on. And then the season hits. When it's all over in retrospect, Stacy, what's a takeaway? And if not two, what are takeaways you had from 2023?
You know, what really surprised me was the immediate impact of all of these rookies, and not just your quarterbacks, not just your running backs like you typically see. I'm talking about all across the positions. I'm talking about Sam Laporta, right? I'm talking about all these wide receivers that we didn't have in mind coming in, right? Everybody thought, oh, JSN, maybe Quentin Johnston, right? No. I'm talking about Tank Dell. I'm talking about Zay Flowers. I'm talking about Rashee Rice of all people, right? Just the immediate impact of all of those guys coming in, making their teams better was just something that I was just blown away by this year.
Oh my gosh. And what a call on that, right? I mean, you just don't see it coming. And Puka Nacua.
Puka. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, Puka. I'm so sorry that I forgot you, Puka. But yes, Puka, of course.
Oh my gosh. I couldn't have seen it coming a million miles away, but what a season it was. Was there any secondary takeaway, or are we good with that one? I just want to make sure I don't overstep if you weren't ready.
No, that one. And I think this might be the year that the elite quarterbacks maybe correct a little bit. Everybody was taking them so early on this season. I think that might shift a little bit if I had to do a little bit of a fantasy prediction there.
And as an industry, right, we react hard, right? And so the reaction is going to be after last year, finally everybody kind of jumped in and said, we're taking quarterbacks early. We never did that other than the top three. And then we got burned. But Stacy, when we look back at it, Justin Herbert got hurt. And who's the other one? Cincinnati. Joe Burrow. Burrow got hurt. There were injuries as part of this. And so are we overreacting? We're going to overreact. We're going to push it back down to normal. Is that the right play? Or was it just a catastrophic year for quarterbacks? So what do you think is going to actually happen here?
So I tend to think that that's probably the right play. I would prefer to kind of wait on quarterback, maybe take more of my receivers first. You're better, you're more elite running backs, those guys. That's how I prefer to draft. And so I felt really uncomfortable this year. If I wanted, Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen or Mahomes, I had to go get them in the second round. And I hated doing that. But if you wanted them, that's where you had to take them because that's where they were going. That was their price this year. But I think I'm gonna like where they fall a little bit more, a couple rounds down this year, coming in the drafts. That's I think that's a little bit more comfortable for most people, I think, drafting.
And I think I'm with you on that because what we thought this year, the mistake we made was we thought that there was this big drop from quarterback 8 or 9, and that those were like the haves, and like everybody else was like the have-nots. And that even in the case where there were injuries, that wasn't the case. That there weren't have-nots. There were a number of very, very good quarterbacks. So I think you're right that we're going to have quarterbacks like we used to have. You could go 14, 15 deep and be okay with that. And to pay that premium, if some people like that, fine. But I think you're like me. I'd rather not pay that premium, right?
Right. I mean, where was I getting Brock Purdy this year, right? In the 14th, 15th round. CJ Stroud. Oh my gosh, that's not going to happen again this year. But, those guys, right? Baker Mayfield coming out of nowhere, putting up, 17, 18 points a game. Guys that you could get so much later on. I think that's really going to be more the norm this year.
Yeah, I'm excited. Cannot wait to get going on that. But let's talk some Super Bowl. We got the 49ers. We've got the Chiefs. What are your thoughts on this game, Stacey?
Man, I'm so excited for this game. I really kind of wanted the Lions to be in it just because, who didn't, right? Such a great story. But man, I think this is going to be one of the best football games that we see all year. Really, that's what I'm hoping for. And on paper, it really should be. You've got two just great defenses going at it. You've got amazing offenses. You've got star players on both sides of the field. I really don't care who wins. I think it's going to be a great game either way. I have a little bit of a prediction who I think is going to win, but I'm going to be happy either way.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And actually, full disclosure, I have a pick as well. I'm not betting the winner. I'm betting an over and under total on it. That's where I'm sitting. I think I'll enjoy the game less if I pick a side on this one. And it's a weird thing, but being such an important game, sometimes you get so hung up on who you bet winning and losing, and I don't have that strong of a feel. So that's going to be interesting there. So do you have a pick?
Yeah. I don't think you can bet against Mahomes, not with how they've been playing. They're so hot lately. They're the hot team coming in. And at right now, I think you gotta go with Patty Mahomes there. I think he's gonna bring it home for the Chiefs.
It's so hard to go against him. And I told people, Stacey, before that Baltimore game, I was on XM and I'm making my point. And my final line was this. I go, look, if you're a smart, rational person, you're betting the Ravens. If they play 10 times, they're winning 8. I'm not betting them. I bet first Steve Spagnuolo, I really felt was going to confuse that offense, and they were going to start. And there's Patrick Mahomes, and so there it is. And I said that there, and this to me is a tougher matchup, but Patrick Mahomes. So it's so hard to go against him. It was like Brady back in the day. I'm not saying one's this or one's that, but Brady did lose, but it wasn't a winning proposition betting against him, right?
Right. Exactly. I just think right now with the way they're playing, he's that X factor for them. You don't bet against him right now.
So do you have a side bet or a prop or something on this that you like in this game?
I do actually. And so I'm going to tell you right now, it's a long shot. It's an absolute long shot.
Good.
Right now I looked, before I did this, and I'll just tell you what it is first. So I have a Super Bowl MVP pick right now. And the reason why it's a long shot is because nobody at this position has ever won Super Bowl MVP. That would be, I'm picking Travis Kelce to take home that trophy as Super Bowl MVP, the first tight end to ever do it. I went back and checked just to make sure that nobody from the past had gotten it, and I haven't seen anybody. Right now, the odds are he is plus 1,400 to come home with the MVP award.
Oh, that's a great bet.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about this game? I love that bet. This is a sidebar now. So, I'm saying sidebar to a lawyer.
Absolutely.
What am I? That was unintentional. Not that smart. Not even that smart. So when we look at tight ends, and this is my argument. Look, Kelce, Hall of Famer, probably first ballot, put up crazy, crazy numbers. I think Kittle's a better player. He just didn't have Patrick Mahomes. Right. He's had Jimmy Garoppolo. He's been a blocker. They use him to block. There are games he doesn't get targets. Yeah. Do you have a stance on it? Let's say if Kittle was instead of Kelce on the Chiefs, who has the better receiving career?
I think if they use him like they use Kelsey, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, they do use George Kittle to block, but you know what though? I think he loves blocking. I think he loves getting in there and just taking guys down.
Does.
That's just his personality. He's a big wrestling fan. I'm sure everybody knows that, but yeah, if he played with the Chiefs, if they used him a little bit differently, more so in the passing game, he definitely could bring it home a little bit more. I mean, I think they'd be a lot closer than they are right now.
I know, and people aren't going to give. They're just not going to give Kittle that respect that
Right.
he really deserves, and it's unfortunate. And to a degree, like people are putting, Gronk and Kelsey in the argument as well. Gronk, like Kittle, was an incredible blocker, but he
Yeah.
had the receiving numbers too. So for me, I'm a Gronk guy. That's it. Do you have who are you? Are you a Gronk gal?
Love Gronk. He was down here in Tampa for a while, living it up down here, helping Tom get a little bit out of his shell, becoming Florida man, like we like to say down here in Tampa. So really love Gronk. I love all these tight ends are just big, fun guys that look like they'd be just great to go out and hang out with, all of them look like they'd just be a blast to hang out with. It's hard to pick one. It's like picking your favorite kid.
I love that. Hey, tell everybody where they can find you and your work, what you'll be doing this off season.
Yeah. So guys, fantasyandframes.com. You can find me there. You can find me over online at Stacy_Perez83 over on the X. Right now, we are gearing up. I host the Dynasty 365 show over at Fantasy and Frames. We do that Wednesday nights, and we are gearing up to get ready. As soon as Super Bowl's over, we are hopping in and doing a hard hit on all those rookies, getting everybody ready for the draft, your startups, making sure you have all the information that you're going to need to come home with a championship this year.
So glad we're friends. We're definitely going to keep working together. But I want you to stay here a minute because the next person I'm bringing in is somebody you know very well. And I see behind the screen what he's wearing. And I definitely have to have you. I'm going to let you say the first comment as I bring in Nate Markham.
Yes, here he is. I love noted Chiefs fan, Nate Markham.
Oh my gosh.
Hello, Stacy. Jim.
Nathan.
Just what, hanging out, nothing special. This is my normal kind of routine. Just like
Got your boys back there. You got Travis and Patty back there.
I had Travis and Patty and Mr. Jones.
There you go.
And then I got a helmet from, I think, Lynn Dawson days because it's about a size small. So if I pass out, Jim, it's because I lost blood circulation to my head.
And here I thought we had Jan Stenderud coming on the show. Stacey, I was a kicker from back like in the 60s, maybe the early 70s. So sorry about that. I'll let you go, Stacey, but I had to let you see Nate because I know you guys work together.
I'm so glad you did. This made my day.
All right, take care, Stacey.
Bye, Stacey.
Oh my gosh, Nate Markham, so happy you're here. Always. Yeah, I know that I had night hours for this, and you're one of the people I thought about because I know that the daytime hours for a lot of people don't work out. And I thought, I go, man, I have so many great people. I don't get on these marathons because I often run them during the day. And I said, well, we're doing this at night. And one of the people I'm definitely calling is Nate Markham. And you find him at Nate Markham. Perfect. You didn't have to do the underscore, nothing. You got it done. He's at the Fantasy and Frames with Fantasy Pros. Now, Nate knows all football, but IDP, the beast, top 5 IDP ranker with Fantasy Pros. But I don't play a lot of IDP, but Nate knows I've rattled his cage and Jorge's cage to get help because I need help and I know who to go to. Nate Markham, how are you?
I'm doing great, Jim. You know enough about football that you don't need my help. But I know it's, we like to bounce ideas off each other. Iron sharpens iron, as they say, right?
I love that. Love that. So, Nate, it was a heck of a season. And for your Kansas City Chiefs, I guess I'm gonna go off script a little bit here because let's say in December,
sure,
they play on Christmas Day. They play the Raiders. The Raiders win, and the Raiders had a mathematical chance to win the division. What were Chiefs fans feeling after that game on Christmas Day?
What's going to give? What area, can the defense step up enough and let's be honest. Will the offense take that next step to catch up to what the defense has been doing? And because the defense, let's be honest, they led them the whole way. And Jim, as well as anybody, since that game, since week 14 against the Raiders, they allowed in the second half. Remember when the Chiefs, the second half was their bugaboo for offense?
Yes. Zeros and zeros and zeros.
6730607. That's been since week 14 going into the Super Bowl. And I got to tell you, that has been a combination of what we wanted. The defense to continue doing what they're doing and the offense to find their stride. And I don't know what happened. I'd love to tell you I have a switch. Was it Rashee Rice getting really, I mean, he's really past the rookie wall, because when you play 19 games, you're a couple of games ahead of everybody else.
So, Nate, what I was thinking was, I go back a little further. I go back to the Philadelphia game. They're coming out of the bye, and I really was telling people, invest in Rashee Rice. Coming out of the bye, they have to get him the ball. And I'm salty about this one because I had a pick 6 on Prize Picks, and I had 5 out of 5, and I had Rice on the Monday night game, and he needed like 43 yards. He had 42. And Justin Watson had 11 targets. And I'm thinking to myself, Andy Reid, you came out of the bye, and you threw Justin Watson 11 passes when I saw your team before the bye. You needed a jolt, and Rashee Rice was already giving you that jolt. Well, after that game, Nate, what I noticed was it became a very tight tree. It was Pacheco, and then it was Kelsey, and it was Rice, and they just pretty much eliminated all the external sources. Did you see that as a turning point for this team?
Yeah, the confidence that Mahomes had in being able to rely on when they had the bracket coverage over Kelsey, which was the majority of the season, they started, you know what he did? He did the one thing that from a few years back when they started playing that shell cover against him, he started exploiting under the middle, and Rashee Rice gained his confidence because the one thing that he did extremely well is yak, and so he was catching the ball over the middle, making big plays with it, and then you can throw in or add in the running game with Pacheco, who I think that he's become a Kansas City favorite for sure. People around here absolutely love him. The memes are fantastic about he runs. What was the best one I saw, Jim? Where he runs like a little kid who's trying on shoes in the shoe store for the first time. And if you watch him run, you see it. And it's really come together from that. The offense still, I mean, I would lie if I didn't say I wasn't a little concerned, but that was going against a Baltimore defense that, honestly, I thought would have had our number. And, I mean, I never count out Pat in the game like this.
All right. So since we just talked it up, Chiefs, we'll bounce around, but let's go right now to this. I know you're picking the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. Just tell me like a prop and what you think, maybe if you have a score yet, tell me about that.
I think 27-24. Obviously, I don't think that they're going to score 28 points because 28 points has been that bar for Kansas City. And if you look back, and there's been, 4 teams that have allowed 20 points or less or 28 points or less, and each one of them won the Super Bowl. So everything's leaning towards Kansas City. That's my prop is – not my prop, but my bet is Kansas City by 3, under 28 for the opposition as far as the defense goes.
So you'll just take the money line on it, right? Yeah. And just don't sweat it. Get the extra money going that way. Now, I didn't get your takeaway from the season because I just got you on that Chiefs rant early. What was the takeaway from the season you had?
That's what it was going to be about the defense for the Chiefs. Spagnuolo, how Spags, he deserves coach of the year. Honestly, conversation, but I know assistants and coordinators aren't going to get that. But what he did with the defense that was capable of carrying a team, and as young as they are, and concerns with Chris Jones, that was it. And there's so many takeaways, and I know that you've had probably 5,000 redundancies, and so I figured that Spags probably wouldn't get too much props on here.
And he's done a masterful job. So real quick on the game. So McDuffie is the all-pro slot corner first team of the year. Mm-hmm. Debo plays in a slot 40-ish% of the time. That varies a little bit. Will the 49ers keep him on the outside more and avoid him? Are you going to lock horns? What are you kind of expecting there?
That's the challenge right there, because KC they do one thing really, really well on defense is they don't miss tackles. They may allow a lot of yards after contact as far as like from the running back position, but generally speaking, it's not as a result of the corner. So I do think they line up Debo everywhere, and I think they try to shadow as much as they can with McDuffie. But the nice thing is even if you have L'Jarius Sneed that's capable of lining up against any one of them.
Right.
And so I don't feel that there's a deficiency. I think the biggest concern we have, again, is we get Willie Gay back. I say they get Willie Gay back. And against McCaffrey, I saw that stat. McCaffrey has the first person since 2016 to have the most yards at scrimmage before and after contact. And the Chiefs do allow some after contact from the linebacker. But Nick Bolton, if he can get that thing off his hand, that's key too. If you watch those games, you'll see he has that big old thing. I know that we're probably cutting close to when I get out of here.
No, we're good. We're good.
Are you
We're
sure?
good.
Okay.
No, we're good. I can go all the way to 40 if I need to.
Oh, yeah. Good. I think that's pretty much where I'm at. I think that Debo will get his. There's no doubt about that. I think he's capable of just making plays. Ayuk is the one that, if you're talking about getting shut down, I think that they'll try. So. I do, and it's hard to say because I like Ayuk more than Debo as far as an actual receiver.
Right. Oh, for sure. But I agree with you. I do think that's the tougher matchup that the 49ers are going to have to deal with. So that'll be very interesting. Nate, take some time to tell everybody about Fantasy and Frames, what you have going on and where they can find you.
Sure. Yeah. Like you said, it's at Nate Markham over on Twitter. All my work is always at Fantasy and Frames. Like you mentioned, Fantasy Pros is where my rankings are at. During the summer months, I do transition more, to baseball quite a bit. I cover the baseball side as well, but I will have plenty of IDP information, plenty of offensive information over the off season. There is no off season. That's the one thing that it's a well-oiled machine because there's only these small little lulls in the season before you and I and everybody else gets hyped about drafts and then free agency and then, camps start up. It's the beautiful sport that we love so much.
Nate, appreciate your friendship, appreciate your fantasy knowledge, your contributions to the community. Get to talk with you throughout the season, but definitely get to see you at the Expo, and I always look forward to that. It's always a highlight to see you and Carrie there. Just wonderful people. Appreciate you more than anything. Thanks for hopping out with me tonight.
Thank you for having me, Jim. Appreciate you, and take care.
Go Chiefs.
See ya.
Drew Davenport of football, guys. Oh, man. Drew and I have been friends for quite some time. I believe 2019 Kings Classic. We met there, became fast friends. Drew, great football mind, auction content. But he knows it all. And Drew's just a guy. You find him at Drew Davenport FF. He'll tell you more about that later for sure. But he's with Football Guys, does the Auction Brief podcast. I've been blessed to have been on that a couple of times. And like we say, he's an auction draft expert, but he knows it all. Drew Davenport, what's going on?
How you doing, bud?
Extremely well. This is fun to have 7 to 10 minutes with a bunch of great people who know football, are positive people. It makes it easy. People think my job of doing this for however many hours is tough. Not at all. When people are bringing it, I'm just excited to be around people. So glad you're here. So Drew, it was a season. It was a very crazy, a lot of flags, a lot of low scoring, a lot of backup quarterbacks, a lot of hurt running backs. But all that said, what's a takeaway you had from 2023?
Well, let me do 2 quick ones if I'm okay.
No,
I'm sorry.
Take your time. You got plenty of time.
I'm the man in the shadows here. The lighting, we're doing a remodel in the basement in the off season here. So the lighting is poor, but y'all know what I look like, right?
Real quick, I thought you were in the witness protection program, so I was keeping that the down low.
Changing my voice. I'm going to pick the Niners. People are going to hurt me. No, well, there's 2 things I took away. Number one, I actually saw somebody the other day. I was really happy that somebody put this together. But the scoring trend is yet again, it was down again this year in the NFL. It's a weird trend that's developing, and a lot of people are talking about it's the prevalence of the too high looks that everyone's seeing. I don't know what it is, or if this is just a normal cyclical thing, but that was something that I definitely paid attention to this year. But my second takeaway would be, I think that Breece Hall is about to be the 1.01. And I don't necessarily mean this summer, although, you may see a little bit of that sprinkled in here and there. But if the Jets can take care of their quarterback problem, I understand they're going to go back to Aaron Rodgers, try to go back to the well one more time. But beyond that, Breece Hall had a phenomenal season. And I tweeted this out the other day. For anybody that saw it, it is wild to think about the things he overcame to do what he did. He didn't start out the year getting a full snap count. We know that he spent a month of the season just kind of being eased into the year, which I think is great for him. But he's coming off the ACL. They got an O-line that's very below average. They had terrible quarterback play. They had all this stuff going on, and yet here he is succeeding. And I think that the interesting thing is, I know that a lot of people are on the fact that, oh, there was some, non-serious game scripts, and he got a lot of weird checkdowns. I get all that. But this guy was 43rd in the league in red zone attempts this year, 43rd for a guy of his caliber. He's behind Taysom Hill and Justin Fields, for crying out loud, in red zone carries. He had one carry inside the 5-yard line the entire season. So, okay, take away the non-serious game scripts and then give him some touchdowns. He's going to be just fine. The dude is unbelievable. I can't wait to draft a ton of Breece Hall, even though he's going to be a first-round pick this year.
So glad you brought that up. That is a take that nobody's brought up. And obviously people are doing more macro, but I like the micro call on that because that is really important. And look, if you have a first-round pick and it's in the top 5 or 6 or wherever, you have one pick there. And yes, you could take the chalk and you could go with Jefferson or Chase or McCaffrey. But you know what? If you really believe in Breece Hall, he easily could beat the field. So it's something to strongly consider. And I'm glad you brought that up. You have a second takeaway from the 2023 season, Drew.
Or
no?
I do. I got a billion of them, but yeah, let me just a macro take I would talk about is the quarterback play this year. I know a lot of people thought that we had a ton of quarterback injuries that was extra than other years, but again, you can check my Twitter feed for stuff like this, but that wasn't really the case. The number of quarterbacks that threw 40 or more passes this year and 100 or more passes or 200 or more passes really wasn't that different than other years. So you really just have to be cognizant of the fact that when you're buying a certain player, you're buying the whole offense and most importantly, the quarterback situation. So if you think to yourself, I got this shaky quarterback spot, I don't want that guy, but you're willing to draft as wide receiver 1 because you're excited about that guy, these things go hand in hand, and we tend to have blinders on about that. So paying attention to the health of the quarterback, his ability to play the whole season, and just the health of the overall offense is something that I think we get way too in the weeds about come late August.
Oh, that's a fantastic take as well, but one that we definitely need to be thinking about as we go through our draft prep. If you're in best ball season, you'll be thinking about that soon. Other people maybe a little bit closer to July, but that's very important advice. So, Drew, we get to the big final game of the season, and I think it's one of the best matchups we could have had. We got 49ers, we have Chiefs of the way they're playing right now. A month ago, I wouldn't have said this matchup, but it is today, and it's a great one. What are your thoughts on this game?
Boy, I keep hearing a consistent thing that people are saying, and that is that the Chiefs offense was terrible last week in the second half. And I have to take issue with that because I think the Chiefs called a super straightforward, when I talk about like making it like akin to poker, just super ABC, straightforward stuff, playing good hands, folding bad hands, not doing a lot of bluffing. That's what the Chiefs did in the second half. They knew they held the best cards and they weren't going to make some big mistake. So they called a lot of early down runs, and then they would try to pick it up on third down. They weren't going to take a chance, and then they punted away. And what did the Ravens do about it? They did nothing, and that's why the Chiefs knew that. So I understand there were some nice adjustments made by Mike McDonald. I get all that, the part of all of that. But I do think that the Chiefs did what they wanted to do against a pretty nasty defense in the first half. And that nasty defense really gave the San Francisco 49ers a lot of trouble, and it didn't seem to bother the Chiefs in the first half. So I'm not saying that the Chiefs are who they were in the past couple of years, but I watched every snap of Chiefs football this year because I had a heavy investment in Patrick Mahomes and Isaiah Pacheco this year. They have played so well in the last 2 games. It's not a team that I remember seeing since like the middle of October. So they found this fountain of youth. I don't know what it is, if they were holding some things back or there's some guys who are just more dialed in now. Obviously MVS has made some huge plays in the last 2 games where he was dropping stuff in the middle of the season. I think a lot of that comes down to it's some of this stuff that nobody wants to hear this. Some of this stuff is just plain luck. And it's just plain like it's going to come back around. MVS isn't the worst guy in the world. He's not as bad as he was during the season. He's probably not as good as he's been the last 2 games. So that stuff comes back around, and it seems like it's coming back around for the Chiefs. I don't think the Niners defense is as good as the Ravens defense. I still like Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to win the game.
built that case like a lawyer. Oh, wait.
Not my first day, Jim.
No, it was so funny because obviously, people who know that's what you do for work aside from football, but you totally built it like a lawyer because that's what you know and the logic you use behind it and that's what makes you great at both football and law. But I had to throw that in because as you're building something, I was like, man, it's so impressive. You don't get good analysis laid out as well as Drew Davenport lays it out. So do you have a prop or another bet to go along with the Chiefs winning this one?
The only thing that I have seen recently that I really like was the over on the Christian McCaffrey carries prop, because I really think that the Ravens forgot about that. The 49ers have heard this. Kyle Shanahan likes to run the ball if he can. And I think that he's really going to try to run the ball. And that's the way you attack the Chiefs defense. So that's my pick.
Yeah, I think that's a great one. And that would have a high probability hit rate, I would think. The only way that one goes sideways is if there's some blowout, and I don't see that one coming down the pike. So that's good. Backing up also, trying to think of you made a poker reference, and Drew is an outstanding poker player. So I loved how you tied in your interest, and you got the Doors album behind you. It's a little small for me because I have the multiple screens with all kinds of notes. So which Doors album is that?
That is LA Woman. And actually it's exciting for me because it completed my original Doors albums set. So I've got the full anthology of the Doors albums now.
Oh my gosh, the Doors, Jim Morrison, what a band. Drew Davenport, tell everybody where they can keep up with you this off season, and where to find you.
Yeah, let me be quick. I don't want to go into the next person's time.
You got time. You got 2 minutes. I have to have another person on, so you got time.
Great. It's Drew Davenport FF on Twitter. And the best thing that you can do to keep up with me is follow my writing over at footballguys.com, but also my show, The Auction Brief. We are not going on having episodes right now, but I start that up full time in May. We're going to drop a couple what happened this season episodes and previews of this upcoming season, but that's the Auction Brief podcast. I'm excited to get back on the mic. I'm sure I'm going to have Mr. Coventry on again this year as well.
Always love to join you. You know, it's funny when you mentioned about the time. So I did a marathon, last year, and, I had people butt it up and it worked out fine. Everything worked fine. But what I did this time was I built in 3 minutes between. So if I need extra time, I do that. And if not, I can, read promotions and things like that for RotoWire. So it works out nice. So it gives me room to breathe a little bit. And I just share that because anybody else is considering, if you're considering doing a show with multiple people, build in that time. And then that just kind of gives you a little bit of latitude. But Drew, appreciate you as a friend, great person, great fantasy analyst, great lawyer. Thank you for hanging out with me a little bit. Enjoy the Super Bowl, my friend.
You do the same, Jim. Always a pleasure to talk with you. Can't wait to see you in August.
Thanks, Drew. Look forward to it. Iggy. Oh my gosh. So glad Iggy's here. Iggy Gilbert is in the house. You find him at IDP_Iggy, IGGY. He is the founder of FF7s, co-founder of the sports affiliate. And you got to give me the whole name on it because I'm going to say it wrong. The sports affiliation.
Sports affiliation. Yep.
Yeah. Sports affiliation. Wonderful thing you got going there. I've been on a couple of shows on the sports affiliation. See just wonderful people coming in and out. Before we talk football, why don't you talk a little bit about what you got going with that?
Yeah, the sports affiliation kind of just happened from a couple of us that met at the expo, and it really blossomed from there. Evan as well, he was going to make it, but he had some things come up and couldn't make it last year. But I just wanted to, we've been involved with a couple other other startups and stuff, and I just kind of had a couple bad experiences, and we really wanted to focus on inclusiveness and positivity, and that's kind of what our brand is over there at the sports affiliation. If you ever want to try to dabble in some content creation, let us know.
And, that's the thing, Iggy. You're one of a number of people I've had on this marathon that bring people together. You know your football. You know your IDP. And we know where you get that from you. But you add that layer of people. You get it. And a lot of people benefit from it. And you probably don't realize how many people benefit from it. And I see what's getting built now. And that's just a continuation of that. And it's who you are as a person. You can tell when somebody's genuine, and it's who you are. When I talk to you in Canton, when I see you, or when I interact with you otherwise, it's who you are. So again, as we get into the football part of this, I just want people to know that you are just a really, really good person and you know a ton about football. So thanks for being you. And let's talk some football, my friend. So 2023. Oh, of course. Well-deserved. All those words were very true. 2023 season, Nicky. It was a wild one. It worked out better for some than others. Didn't work out great for me, but that's okay. The show is not about me. What was the takeaway that you had from 2023?
Well, first I got to say I love Nate's Chiefs get up. That was awesome. And then Drew, he's my guy. We're in a surfing fantasy league together. And right now we got an event going. So we've been talking all day together. It's great to see those guys. And Scott's coming on after me, Scott Engel. So make sure you check him out as well. But yeah, I kind of got to disagree with my guy, Drew. They were 58 starting quarterbacks this year, which isn't the record, but it's not too far from it. And while it comes down to mostly like Gardner Minshew played most of the season for the Colts and so forth. But who wasn't an issue and who didn't have his backup play? Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love is the truth. Okay. And I might be being a little biased, but I was low expectations. Here's a quick story for you. Like when I was like, Jordan Love could be the best quarterback out of this class. You're talking Joe Burrow, Tua Tagovailoa, Hurts. I mean, there's all kinds of quarterbacks in that 2020 class. And I was like, man, he could be the best one because I live close to New Mexico, the New Mexico Bowl right there. I got to watch that. And I was like, he's got an arm. He's good. And then Green Bay moved up and I was like, all right, we're going to do something. And then they drafted Jordan Love and I was upset. And, it turns out I should have just stuck with what my original analysis was because he's turned out to be really well. Yeah. 6 quarterback in fantasy football sevens was his ranking, 4,158 yards, which is 7th in the league, 32 passing touchdowns, 2nd in the league, 9th best QBR at 60. I didn't write it down. I believe it was 62.1. Young core of receivers around him, great offensive line, retaining his head coach / offensive coordinator, retaining his running back, retaining basically everything. And they're going to have a pretty decent draft, 2 good second-round draft picks coming in, one from the Jets for Aaron Rodgers. So I just don't see any decline coming. And if you can somehow get him in Dynasty for pretty cheap or something or trade him off, I think it would be it'd be a smart move.
Iggy, I'll tell you this. So once in a while, I could be a little bit smart and a whole lot of dumb. So 2 straight years, here's what happened. This isn't tied into Jordan Love talk. So in 2022, Kings Classic, you have to draft 2 quarterbacks in the league. It's just the way everybody does. And the second quarterback I drafted was Justin Fields. And he ended up being great. But he wasn't great for a while, so I dropped him. And then somebody picked him up, and obviously he was gone. And then he was great, and he was like a league winner, and he wasn't on my team. So what do I do this year? All right. I know who my second quarterback is. I am getting me some Jordan Love. Then he has that 3 or 4 week stretch where defenses started to figure out the deep ball was a problem, and his coach LaFleur hadn't figured out how to optimize them. So what did this idiot do? He dropped him. And who needed a quarterback down the stretch? So now, lesson learned. What am I doing in the future? If I have my eye on a second quarterback and I really believe in him, I am not dropping him unless he's on IR. And then maybe I'm still keeping him. All right, Iggy, but Jordan Love call was great. I had to say that because I just thought it was a fun story.
Well, yeah, it is. In the Kings Classic, I was in the same way. It's a deep league. You're playing with sharps. There's no room for error. You'd rather have that person on your bench than on your opponent's roster. That's for sure. And then just real quick, I do have one other observation. It's just more zone. We're going more and more to zone. Steve Spagnuolo, both of these defensive coordinators run, about a little more than average zone compared to the league. And I used to read this guy, Vic Ketchman, so shout out to him. And he kind of taught me a lot about the NFL. He covered the Steelers in the 70s, started with the Jaguars and did like 12 years there and then finished with Green Bay. And I just learned a lot of knowledge from him. And he's like, well, once they put a premium on the quarterback, that put a premium on the pass rusher. So we're already past. He's like, he told this is what's going to happen. He's like, that's going to put the premium on the pass rusher, which is going to put the premium on the tight end, which is going to put the premium on a hybrid safety. And I've kind of been a disciple, if you will, of that message of trying to tell people, hey, like this is going to happen. This guy foresaw this, and this is what's happened. And we're almost there. We're kind of right there with the tight end / hybrid IDPs. And, you got to think safeties are becoming more and more involved as an IDP. It used to just be linebacker. Now you're getting some safeties that are getting 100 tackles, getting 100 tackles, getting sacks, getting safeties, kind of like a Leroy Butler or Troy Polamalu. That's kind of they were ahead of their time, and that's kind of becoming the standard.
Yeah, the emergence of the big nickel. There are teams that are using more and more of it, and that big nickel can play in passing, can play in run, and it allows you a lot of flexibility on defense, and you're pulling that into an IDP advantage, which can be taken, and you certainly are always ahead of the curve on IDP, so I love how you take the trend that you learn, and you were able to make it very actionable, so as always, what I expect from Iggy. So, Iggy, let's get to the Super Bowl now. We got the Chiefs, we got the Niners. What are you looking for here?
Yeah, I was at first I was back and forth, and then I'm on Kansas City, and the reason being, Jim, is I think they're pretty even. Wide receivers, okay, I'll give a couple points advantage to San Francisco. Offensive line, I'll give a little advantage to San Francisco, and then secondary, I'm giving to Kansas City. Head coach, I'm giving to Kansas City. Quarterback, I'm giving to Kansas City. Kicker, I'm giving to Kansas City. And the simulations for all the sports books have this close. That -2 has not moved for San Francisco in over a week. So I think it could come down to something as significant as the best defense. I think believe it or not, I think there's more defensive touchdowns in the past 20 years. There's been a defensive touchdown than not in the Super Bowl. And it's, or excuse me, 25 years, I think. And I just think that there's probably going to be a big defensive play. 2 weeks for Steve Spagnuolo to kind of prepare for this offense is a long time. And I think there's going to be a kind of a big play that separates this from the defense, probably in the second half of the game.
Oh my gosh, love that call. Do you have a prop or a secondary bet?
Yeah, I like two. I like Dre Greenlaw over 8.5 tackles plus assist. I just think he's going to be probably in charge of shadowing Kelsey a lot, or they're going to move Kelsey, or they're going to take advantage with Pacheco out in the flats with him. And he's a great linebacker, but I just think like he'll just be a half a second late on some of those and be right on time for some of those, and he'll cover that tackle prop. I do expect Kansas City to have a few more possessions, or not possessions, but a few more snaps than San Francisco, who typically can get a big play and get a touchdown pretty quick. And then I really like this one, man. It's any quarterback to have one reception. There's only been 3, in the history of the Super Bowl. John Elway, Jim Kelly, and Nick Foles, of course. But if he catches a touchdown pass, he becomes the first person in Super Bowl history to catch, throw, and run one, the triple crown, if you will. So I don't know that he'll do that. I just kind of thought that was a really fun bet. It's at plus 2,500. So worth a little, a little sprinkle here and there, and if it hits, it's fun. And you only need one catch.
Could see Andy Reid dialing up a Kelsey to Mahomes touchdown. Could totally see that. Oh my, mega mind there. Iggy, remind everybody where they can find you and your great work.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm over at the Sports Affiliation. You can go to the website, the Sports Affiliation. I cover basketball as well. I do that for Fantasy Alarm, and I put basketball articles on the Sports Affiliation. But IDP is coming down. We're going to process a lot of the data, go back and look at who was successful. What were they successful against? Was it a particular team? Was it a particular scheme? And just look to see who's coming forward. And you can find me at IDP_Iggy on Twitter. And Jim, I just want to say thanks for the fellowship, man. This is really fun.
Appreciate you, my friend. We will talk soon, and definitely see you in Canton, but talk well before that. Take care, my friend.
Bye.
Oh, man, we got Scott Engel in the house. It is a good day to be a football fan and to talk football. Scott, he was an inaugural FSWA Hall of Famer, so you've been in it for a while. Well-deserved. Senior writer at the Game Day HQ. Fantasy writer at the official site of the Seahawks. You had me on a mock draft. Appreciated that greatly. Of course, RotoBaller, Sirius XM Fantasy. You find him everywhere. Scott, what's going on?
It is great to be with you, my friend, for a Super Bowl. Just to commemorate, I wore my Super Bowl 48 locker room hat that the Seahawks won its 10 years anniversary. But you put me in a tough spot. How do I follow Iggy? I can't follow that.
Well, we'll go away from IEP. That's how we'll do it. We'll get the IDP master. We'll just move over and talk a little offense here. But Scott, this was a crazy season. It was a wonderful season. They all are. They all have their own little fingerprint. This was a lot of flags, but still, I loved it. What were your maybe 1 or 2 takeaways you had from the 2023 season?
From a real life perspective, I think we reminded about who gets hot, when the playoffs start. I really thought that Baltimore wore the look of a championship team the way they were blowing out other Super Bowl contenders. But in every sport, people respectfully a prisoner of the moment. And I hate to use a cliche. And you just can't be. After what we saw, we have to be reminded of that in the AFC Championship game. It also proves that, look at San Francisco's offense in this Super Bowl. Teams have to have a diverse core of playmakers. Once again, Lamar Jackson was dragged down by the fact. Now, some of it was on the protection, some of it was on him, but he's never had the right supporting cast to elevate his game in the postseason. And this was probably the best one, but Zay Flowers was his number one receiver as a rookie. You really don't want that. Fantasy wise, I think it was crystallized that how important that dual threat quarterbacks and having a top quarterback can be, and how much we'll see them go in the early rounds next season. Because if you had a Josh Allen, you certainly had an advantage over the opposition.
100% on that. Scott, now it sounds like you were concluded with that thought, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
So we have no, I want to make sure I didn't cut you off because I try not to do that. But so we have a little time. Seahawks. Obviously, they're going in a different direction. A coach. What do you see as the state of the Seahawks right now? I'd love to hear that from you because I know you're so dialed. You don't all 32 teams, but you're really dialed in with the Seahawks.
Yeah. Do fantasy analysis over at the Seahawks.com official site since 2012. Check out the Fantasy Insider page there. Thanks. They're very excited about Mike McDonald, and I think they should be because there's a lot of talent on this defense. You look at that secondary, Reek Woolen, Witherspoon, other young guys there, and then up front, there's a lot of talent up front. They're going to re-sign Leonard Williams to a good contract. You got Jordan Brooks there. Jaron Reed has been a rock. Draymond Jones. Just everything in that secondary up front to put a defensive mind who can change the look there, and kind of maybe tailor his schemes to the talent is really going to boost this team. I think a lot of the pieces are already there for playmaking on offense. So I think they're in a good spot with McDonald. They brought in Leslie Frazier as a top assistant. So he also has that experience to lean on in addition to his young talent. I think John Schneider's a savvy eye. They probably should have another good draft. And I think, you look at what they've built, and, this team can instantly get back into the playoffs.
And then quickly, and I'll get you the Super Bowl in a minute, but Jackson Smith and Jigba, we saw some really nice signs of a player who I think is going to emerge. I'm sure, I imagine you feel the same way. What are your thoughts on Jackson Smith and Jigba as things move forward?
Tyler Lockett's one of the great all-time receivers in Seahawks history, but he's going to be 32 years old. As the late, great Mike Taglieri of Fantasy Pros used to point out in his annual studies, 33 isn't really like people will always say, okay, guy's 30, he's getting old. But at receiver, Mike used to point out in his studies that that receivers really wouldn't start falling off a cliff till age 33. Michael Salfino of The Athletic used to say the bigger receivers would decline a little bit early in some of his studies. So I don't think it's quite at the end of the line for Lockett. They kind of, from an NFL perspective, it's great to have those two receivers out there for Geno Smith, but they cut into each other fantasy-wise.
Right.
And it might not be until next season, because I anticipate Lockett's going to return, where Jackson Smith and Jigga will probably be a pure number 2 receiver for the Seattle Seahawks. And that's not a bad thing in real life.
Right.
In fantasy, it does cap the upside.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of was wondering what you think, and I'm glad you shared it because a lot of people are excited about the younger players, but at least you cast some very good sobriety on that situation.
Yeah, Lockett's not completely done. It's I think you saw it last year. They cut into each other's numbers, and I think that might continue with Jackson Smith and Jigba maybe ascending a bit more this year.
Yeah, makes total sense. So let's talk some Super Bowl, Scott. So we got the Chiefs. We've got the 49ers. What are your thoughts on this game?
Check out my Super Bowl best bets and predictions at thegameday.com right now. It's on the front page there. It's free. And my final score prediction is 27-24. It would not surprise me if it comes down to a field goal. These teams are evenly matched. Harrison Butker, we know, is a clutch kicker. He made the game-winning kick in the Super Bowl last year and the AFC Championship game. What's interesting to me, though, and when I'm looking at a lot from props perspectives and any fantasy lineups I have remaining, is what Baltimore should have done was avoid that secondary, throw to your running backs, throw to your tight ends. They weren't as equipped to do it. Maybe their best receiving back was Justice Hill. When you have McCaffrey and Kittle, and you can throw to them, and you can avoid the secondary and hit underneath. I think you'll see a lot of that. So you want to look at like some of the props for like I was looking at one for Kittle today is an anytime touchdown score plus 155 on DraftKings. And when they get near the goal line, they'll be very focused on McCaffrey. You got to worry about staying on the jet sweep. Brock Purdy play action. Kittle, boom.
Yep.
He's only scored 1 touchdown in the playoffs this year, 6 during the regular season. But I got a feeling Kittle's not going to want to be overshadowed by Travis Kelce. That said, I have the Chiefs winning the game by 3 because it's going to come down to which defense gets a stop, and I think the Chiefs' defense is better equipped. It's no disrespect to Brock Purdy, and I wrote an article on RotoBall about Brock Purdy. 49er fans are like conditioned to think anything that you say that doesn't compare him to Joe Montana is an insult. And my article asks, is Brock Purdy elite? And I say both can be true. People say he's a product of the supporting cast, or he's a very good quarterback. I say he's both. He's a very good quarterback in a great situation. If he wins a Super Bowl, I can't say he's not elite, but I believe that Patrick Mahomes is the only elite quarterback in the NFL. To be an elite quarterback, you got to be like, okay, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady when they played. The only guy you can say that about is Mahomes. Josh Allen has elite talent, but he hasn't done it yet. To me, there's one elite quarterback. I'm not saying Purdy can't become elite. If he wins Super Bowl MVP, I won't be able to. He's not elite, but to say he's a very good quarterback in a great situation is not an insult.
100%. And right, people are over being dramatic. I think they're being dramatic about it, and you're not. Again, you understand. You've been in this a long time, and you understand what the reality is, and you point this out very, very great detail. So that said, I would want to sign you off with tell people and remind them about that prop guide. Tell them where they can find you, where to find your work, and also how to get that prop guide.
Check out all my props right now and from the team over at thegameday.com. Right tonight, while I was doing this, I was working on Nick Bolton over 5.5 solo tackles. He's only gone over the number once during the entire season. But when you're talking about having to account for McCaffrey and Tebow and Kittle and everybody, he's going to go over that number. So I have all types of, unique novelty props, everything. Check it out at thegameday.com.
And anything else off season that you want to pitch that people need to know about you?
Rotoballer.com. I'll be doing my FFPC Dynasty articles. I'm going to be doing something on the Super Bowl. I also do NASCAR over there as well, and I do fantasy basketball waiver wire over on Rotoball on thegameday.com.
Scott, you're a treasure in this industry. I'm so happy I've gotten to know you and
Anytime.
appreciate you. And yes, when we do have some more marathons, we'll have them. I will be rattling your cage some. Thank you for being you, and thank you for your time, and enjoy the Super Bowl, my friend.
Hit my cage anytime, brother. You got it.
All right. Thank you. Take care, man.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone, what a great show. We still have close to an hour left. Very exciting here. The off-season RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast, they'll begin the first week in March. It'll take a couple of weeks off here post-Super Bowl, kind of get a reset, and you can catch all your favorite RotoWire Fantasy Football personalities all off-season. Now, I'm going to be on the Monday podcast with this gentleman, Anthony Servino. And again, we're starting March 4th every Monday. And so make sure you subscribe to the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast on your podcast platform of choice. And as I said, we bring in Anthony Servino, works with RotoWire now. We'll be doing that podcast together. You find him at The Real NFL Guru on the X Machine, the SEO strategist with RotoWire and the Gambling Group. And again, he has been a major league ranker with Fantasy Pros, ECR in 2019 to 2021. He was in the top 15. Anthony Servino, what's going on?
What's going on, man? How's the marathon going?
It's
winding
going
down
great.
or what?
It is. We're down within an hour. And you know what I say? It's basically you bring in good people who have good energy, and it's a short burst of speaking. Basically, the energy I'm getting from the guests, my job is piece of cake. This is a walk in the park. Yeah. Yesterday, I got out for one restroom break. Today, forget it. 4 hours. Do that in our sleep. I used to teach. Anyway, Anthony, let's talk some football here. So first of all, great season. we were able to do reaction shows on Monday frequently to go over the action, but and the whole overall season. What's a takeaway or two that you came away with?
No, coming from a National Football League perspective, I think this is a year where I can't remember this much parity around the NFL. It seemed like every week there was a new number one team. And then the next week they would fall back or go on a losing streak. And then there was somebody else on top. And week after week, there was always that debate. Well, who's the best team in the NFL? And I think that's a testament to, where the league is today, where any team realistically, like the Houston Texans, they were not given a shot. They get the quarterback right. They get the coach right. And, they're contending for a division and trying to win a playoff game.
Absolutely, 100%. Do you have a secondary takeaway from the season, or are you good with one? If you have more, we got plenty of time.
A secondary takeaway. If you want to go to a fantasy aspect,
Sure.
One of my biggest misses was Tony Pollard. And I know you were somebody who we would debate on the show about Pollard. You mentioned, and I took it as coach speak, where maybe he couldn't handle that full workload. And I feel like those little details are something we really need to pay attention to.
And it's tough because there are so many fluff pieces out there, especially the positive ones, right? Best shape of your life. And we've learned as analysts to tune a lot of that out. But sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire. But it's part of the job to try to suss that out. And it's not easy. I mean, is there any rhyme or reason, or do we just find the information to do our best? I mean, because the Pollard one, I get it why people didn't buy it, but it ended up being right. But there's so many times it's wrong. What do we do?
What do we do? That's a hell of a question, right? Because I remember 2 years ago, I bought into the Zamir White hype from the beat writers. And this is the year that Jacobs popped, right? Had the career year.
Right.
And I faded Jacobs thinking that McDaniels was going to use a backfield committee. And it was just, so it's like, I don't know if it's about guessing right or maybe being a little bit more cautious, because these rumors, like the one from the Raiders, that was from Tafer, like a respected beat writer.
Right. Yeah, right. Totally spot on. He doesn't really get into the craziness and the overreaction. And you know what? Maybe, and that's and I guess that's what our point is. If Jacobs doesn't come out and have that career year, and I wonder if he overtrained because he knew he was playing for money. In some play, I don't know a human being what he did, but that season was so far of an outlier for him. So maybe there's that. So all that said, now let's talk some Super Bowl, Anthony. And this could be a great one. What are your thoughts on Super Bowl 58?
I'm excited for it because, as you know, I've stuck behind the Kansas City Chiefs, maybe a little bit early sometimes during the regular season, but in the postseason, I was all in on Kansas City. They kept answering the call, and even against Baltimore, where, it wasn't more difficult defense than the Ravens in the past, who Mahomes and Kelsey had dominated, but they figured it out, at least figured it out enough to put enough points on the board. Their defense steps up in the second half. And now this is a whole different animal with the San Francisco 49ers, because I remember, you can go back to that Dolphins game in the regular season. That's the one that sticks out the first time I remember, where Kansas City pops in the first half and their defense steps up in the second half, but don't put a lot of points on the board. This happened in the postseason as well. And if you do that against the 49ers, that's basically what the Lions did, where the Lions beat the hell out of the 49ers. Then they couldn't score points in the second half. And the 49ers, they have so much firepower where they'll climb back in the game. So Kansas City not only has to turn it on in the first half, but they need to keep the foot on the gas in the second half, because even if they do go into halftime, let's say with a 14, 17-point lead, 49ers are going to crawl out of that very easily, especially when Shanahan gets the ball back to come out of halftime. And Kansas City needs that offense to step up in the second half more than anything, in my opinion.
Man, it's a great breakdown of that, because you're kind of spot on the way this looks like it's going to shake out. Aside from that, do you have a prop or a secondary bet you like? Because I know you're always getting some good props.
I like the touchdown scoring bets. And I also have, so I'll give out the first one is the rushing attempts prop. And as long as the number didn't change, I'll pull it up on FanDuel right now. Isaiah Pacheco has gone over his rushing line in 2 out of the 3 postseason games, including the 2 games he went over. I believe he had 24. The 1 game he went under by 1. So he's going to get the workload, even if McKinnon does come back. It is Pacheco's backfield. So I'm very confident in taking the over on his rushing attempts, which I believe, let me pull it up real quick before I don't want to give out bad information. But while I'm doing that, in terms of touchdown scorers, Christian McCaffrey to score 2. It's hard enough to get 1 right, but I'm pretty confident on McCaffrey to get 2. He's done it a few times, I believe, in the playoffs already. At least last the time they played against the Lions. And we know the weakness in this Kansas City defense is running the football. And if the 49ers are going to win, it's going to be on Christian McCaffrey. Pacheco's rushing attempt line is 15.5. So I like the over on that. And then you get plus money on Christian McCaffrey to score 2 touchdowns. That's one of my favorite plays at plus 240. And I also like the touchdown parlays where you take McCaffrey for 2 and Kelsey for 1, meager plus 516. But a $25 bet will return 129.17 on that.
Oh man, that is sweet. Yeah,
that is one I will be running by personally.
Yeah, you're always on it with the props. Love Anthony Servino for that. Now, Anthony, I know you're going to be working with me a lot more prominent at RotoWire on the shows. You want to talk about that for a minute and tell people where to find you as well?
Yeah, you can follow me still at the Real NFL Guru on social media at Face Off Sports Network. But this year, I'm really excited for it. Working with Jim Moore, because at RotoWire, I'm a SEO strategist. I do some content editing on the back end with the gambling group RotoWire, but now transitioning to a little bit more on-air work, doing the RotoWire NFL podcast on Mondays starting in March, more YouTube appearances as I've been doing throughout the regular season. So really excited for this opportunity to work not only with RotoWire, but with Jim as well.
Yeah, Anthony and I, we really are dedicated. We are very driven. We are trying to get you the best fantasy football content possible, and we are going to really be bringing it regularly again on the YouTube channel in the season, during the podcast season. So again, you want to subscribe to the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast on your podcast platform of choice. We have a lot of great analysts, but Anthony and I will be handling that Monday podcast. We're super excited about that. Anthony, always appreciate you. We will be back. So, by the way, I'll sell this right now. Anthony and I will be on Monday on where you're watching right now, 11 a.m. Eastern. We will be giving reactions to the Super Bowl. We'll do a nice, good hour on that show. So you'll definitely want to join us for that. Anthony, appreciate you, my friend. And
Absolutely,
we'll definitely talk soon.
See you later. Talk to you later.
Take care, man. I know what time it is. It's Tara time. Oh, so glad to see you here. And that's your Twitter handle at your X handle at It's Tara time. It's Tara Victoria. And I'm so glad that you came on in the marathon in August that we had. And glad to have you back now. You're all over the place. You're at FF Today, FF Diehards, Fantasy Pros, Dynasty Vipers, 4for4 Football, Roto Underworld, Win Daily Sports. Oh my goodness. How do you do it all?
Honestly, I don't know. I like to work. It's football. It's not even, it doesn't even feel like work, to be honest. So yeah, just as much as humanly possible, as much football as humanly possible.
You are so right. And that's exactly it. We work our butts off, but it never feels like work. And so that's why sickos like us keep doing what we're doing. But again, the great work you've been churning out, just amazing stuff. Let's talk about the season. So we had this crazy season, a lot of backup quarterbacks, a lot of flags, a lot of low scores. Whatever it was, what's a takeaway you had from 2023?
It's funny you mentioned backup quarterbacks because he didn't start the season as the backup quarterback, but he had been a backup quarterback and been through some struggles. My biggest takeaway, it's very specific, but it's around Baker Mayfield and the season that he had. I feel like this confirmed one very specific thing. Dave Canales is officially the quarterback whisperer, and we have to buy into a leap for Bryce Young in 2024. Now, I mean, obviously there's a ton of stuff to fix in Carolina. They have to make an investment in a young alpha receiver because when we're looking at a guy like Baker Mayfield, obviously the development with Canales was fantastic, but it helps having guys like Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. And then the year before that with Geno, he had DK and Tyler Lockett. So you got to have talent around you. So they do have to do some stuff, but I do think this is a fantastic hire from Carolina. and that it will work wonders for Bryce Young's development, and that he could be a great late round flyer in 2024, or even just like a cheat code in Superflex redraft leagues.
No, I think it's a great call. You tie it together so well because you're right. What Canales does is exactly what they need. They could not have probably had a better hire for that specific quarterback in the draft. What do you think? Do you think they're going to try to hammer at the wide receiver position a little bit more? I mean, Terrace Marshall was inactive most times. Thielen obviously did fine for what he is, but they don't want to make him the anchor of the offense. We saw little flashes from, oh my gosh, why did I forget his name? Oh my gosh.
Jonathan Mingo.
Jonathan Mingo showed flashes, but they gave him a lot of targets. What do you think they'll do in the draft?
I don't know. No, we've got a deep class. So here's the thing: they don't have to make a move and get into the first round and draft one of the top elite receivers. That would be nice if they could do that, but that might not be very feasible for them. So if that's the case, then yeah, I think making a second or third round addition in a class like this is fantastic. But this is also a good free agency class, so they can get out there and go and recruit a big name alpha receiver for Bryce Young. So there's a couple directions they could go there.
And the beauty of playing with a quarterback on a rookie deal, that's when you make your moves, and they should have the ability, like I said, maybe they don't have the draft picks because of that Bears deal, but they certainly can make some moves. So I love that call on free agency. So we'll circle back to some other football. Let's go to the Super Bowl. So when you're looking at this game, 49ers Chiefs, what are you thinking as we set this matchup?
Oh, my hope was the complete opposite of this. So I'm a little bummed out, but I do think my prediction here is that Kyle Shanahan gets his Super Bowl win here. I mean, when we're looking at the 49ers, obviously Kansas City is Kansas City. It's Patrick Mahomes and the defense is fantastic, but top to bottom, the 49ers are just absolutely stacked. Well coached. They're just a well-oiled machine. So I think this is the year for them to finally pull everything together. They're healthy. I think they take the win here.
And are you too early in the week for a score prediction, or are you getting there?
No, I got one, although I don't know if I'm super comfortable with it, but I'm thinking right now 27-23, but it's over. So I'm not entirely sure that I'm tied to that, but
so you have a personal lean. You got your score, but you're kind of thinking under as well, like I am. Does that sound like that? Yeah, I think so. The 49ers have the slowest pace of play in the league. Chiefs are 12th, so they're slower too. They both have advantages on the ground. The defense, I'm with you. I mean, I think this, like your score is going to be right there, but like you, I think I like that lean to the under. Do you have a prop or something that you're looking at in this game, or a secondary bet?
I do. I have one. We talked about the Kansas City defense. They're tough, no doubt. They're playing on another level. They've taken this Kansas City team throughout the entire season, just really prop them up. But I do think that Kyle Shanahan, obviously a fantastic coach, is not going to make the same mistake that Baltimore made inexplicably and not run the ball. The 49ers will push heavy run volume on the ground, and their offense and touchdowns will go through Christian McCaffrey. So while we're both feeling the under here, I do think that any 49ers touchdowns are going to go through Christian McCaffrey. So I like him for over 1.5 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah, that's great. You get the nice odds on that too. I love that bet. So if the 49ers win this game, who's the MVP?
Christian McCaffrey.
Plus 475, Tara. Plus 475 on that. So if you think the 49ers are going to win, then the bet would be Christian McCaffrey, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have to think so. I've been telling people that 2 weeks off, no game the next week. They've managed McCaffrey's work all year. Could this be a Carolina Panthers workload for him where he's getting occasionally those 30 touches? Is there a world where this happens?
I think so. I think this is it right here, where we see the ultimate Christian McCaffrey game that we know. This is it for him, and what a guy. So hopefully this can really be pulled together for him as well.
I mean, you remember the fantasy days where he was putting up 40-something fantasy points, and it was like, oh my God, we could have this again. We have a little more time. You got a little more time to hang with me? I got a little more time on your spot? That's another question.
Do, yeah.
Good. So how did you approach tight ends? I'm going to lead you to next year. So how did you approach? Were you one to pop early for one, like a Kelsey and Andrews or somebody, or did you go middling, or did you go late? How did you approach it this year?
I am typically a late round tight end. Sometimes not mid-ish, but mid-late-ish. I might, get a top 10 tight end, but it's tough for me unless the value really drops on one of those elite tight ends. So no, I went with the with the guys further back, but it was a great year for that. We had so many tight ends emerge and really provide strong value.
So then that means you could let your philosophy roll next year, because if there were choices this year, what do you think about the tight end explosion this year? I liken it to a lot of zone defense, and we've seen them get lighter and lighter, and those are like natural attack points. What are your thoughts on the emergence of the tight end position this year?
Yeah, I 100% agree with what you're saying, and I think it's going to continue. And it just, in doing my early 2024 rankings, I don't have a tight end going within the first 2 rounds. It's not typically something that I would do either, but I'll still rank someone in the top. And typically in previous years I would, but this year, no, you can't do it. Can't do it.
No.
There's so much value.
It's exciting. Tara, tell everybody where they can find you and your work. I know I said some stuff earlier, but I always like people to tell it on their own.
Yeah, this off season in particular, 2 things where you can definitely find me. I have a podcast, Dear Miss Fantasy podcast with the Player Profiler Network. It's the official mailbag show for Player Profiler. We're live in the off seasons Thursday at 9 p.m. EST on Player Profiler YouTube channel, and then available on all podcast platforms as well. And then you can also head over to my YouTube channel. It's Tara Time. It's the same thing as my handle. I keep everything really simple. It's easy for me mentally to wrap my head around. We'll be ramping up off-season content. One of my favorite focuses in the off-season, I love off-season, and one of my favorite things is free agency. So you can head over there now. I've got a free agency preview video that runs through all of the offensive free agents and everything that we can look forward to in terms of breakdowns of landing spots and teams' needs. Those are all coming up.
So keep up the great work. Love the positivity. I have so many people enter with great positivity. It always makes me happy because I feed on that. And so people like yourself are always welcome in my space. Thank you for hanging out with me. Enjoy the Super Bowl, Tara. And again, keep up the fantastic work.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks. Oh, man, now is the best time to take advantage of a generous welcome offer on BetMGM. When you sign up today, you go to RotoWire.com. And once you get to RotoWire.com, on the top, you'll see a sports betting area. Click that on. Then you can claim the exclusive BetMGM bonus code ROTOBONUS, ROTOBONUS, ROTOBONUS. You'll unlock a bet and welcome offer. Bet and get welcome offer. Then once you make your first bet of at least $5, you get $156 in bonus bets. You can use that on one bet. You can use it on multiples. You can lay it on some props, whatever you like. You can Super Bowl, other sports, and that's at the BetMGM Sportsbook. But definitely, if you're a new user, check that out. Sometimes you've tried sportsbooks, maybe you haven't tried BetMGM. That's your way in, and that 158 bonus bets is fantastic. Still got another half an hour in the show. We got a lot of great guests coming in. Again, I just want to thank the RotoWire family for allowing this show to come on. We do plan on having another marathon early in the week of the NFL draft. We'll have that. We'll certainly have one again in the summer to try to bring more people out to you, get more great football voices, get all that information out to you. We love doing this for the Super Bowl, and it'll be a big week. RotoWire, we'll have this the channel you're watching right now on Monday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Again, I'll be reacting to the Super Bowl with Anthony Servino. You'll want to catch that show on the RotoWire Fantasy Football Live. Remember, March 4th, we begin our off-season podcast. I'll be on the Monday podcast with Anthony. We have our other great analysts. I don't want to miss a name. That's why I'm not saying them. But again, you'll want to make sure you subscribe to the RotoWire Fantasy Football podcast on your platform of choice. Also, if you want a free look behind the RotoWire paywall, 2 days, go to rotowire.com/Jim. Just need an email address, no credit card. And see we have all the sports, NHL, we've got college sports, we got everything under the sun. We got tennis, everything, golf. We got everything for you. So make sure you're joining that. Again, rotowire.com/Jim, no credit card needed. Check us out. If you like us, join the team. We'd love to have you. If not, no worries. But again, you can see what we've got, and hopefully you love it. No, I say this, our baseball coverage, my opinion, best on the planet. We got a team of goats. It really is an unprecedented group that we have on our baseball coverage, and I just cannot sing the praise of that baseball coverage enough. And we're going to have another good half an hour here. We got Jorge Martin getting ready to come in right about now. And there he is, Jorge Martin, a person I've known for a while, but I did get to know you very well at the RotoWire business trip in July. And it happened that we happened to be in the gym at the same time, and we were doing cardio next to each other. And it was a great opportunity just to have some quality time and to get to know a very good man who works very hard, knows his football inside and out. You find him at Jorge Martin 17, writer and editor at Yahoo Fantasy. Also does edit some of my slop. Yes. So thank you for editing my work all season. And anyway, Jorge, tell everybody about what you got going on these days, and we'll talk some football in a moment.
Well, yeah, probably about 6 months ago, I started this new position, this expanded role with Yahoo, where started out writing, but then added the editing side. So since you gave me good practice, and it's been, it's been awesome. It's been awesome. Like it really just makes the day fly by. Where it's like, I mean, maybe I'm starting the day editing, and then finish publishing. And the great thing is that I just started doing baseball content. So just kind of like in fact, we're kind of dipping the toes in each side, because I just finished a football article, but then tomorrow I get to dive back into some baseball, and it's so good. Two of my greatest passions, and also because I'm a stickler for good grammar and no typos. Thankfully, you're good. I don't have to check too much of your stuff. You're good to go. But no, it's been awesome seeing my. It's funny. The great thing about when people get that app alert on Yahoo, I get notification. I get text messages from friends, sometimes, or WhatsApp messages, anything, DMs from people all over the world, really. Friend of mine that I hadn't talked to in 5 years, when I published a baseball article, just hit me up last week. So it's been incredible. And just getting to know you. It's funny, like usually when I'm doing cardio in the morning, I just want to sit and read. And I loved it. Like when we'd be in bikes right next to each other and just chop it up for football. And next thing I know, 30, 45 minutes later have gone by, and we're barely out of breath. So, which I don't know what that says about us. Maybe we're in good shape, or maybe we weren't working hard enough.
A little of both. So anyway, Jorge, it was a heck of a season, and there are a lot of varying thoughts all over the board. What was a takeaway, if not two, that you had from the 2023 season?
The big one was I was too high on the elite quarterbacks. So that was a big thing, because hey, you know what? Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, they paid off as the 1 and 2, but they did not pay off the way they did last year. And they did. I mean, their points per game came down about 3 each, and you just never got that feeling that you were getting those explosion games. I mean, like I remember last year, Patrick Mahomes was like top 10, 13 out of 16 weeks. That just didn't happen. So the great thing about it, though, is that a lot of young quarterbacks emerged, and we've kind of like had that void since Drew Brees, and now Tom Brady and Ben Roethlisberger and Matt Ryan. Those guys retired. There really didn't seem to be, too many people jumping in. But now you've got C.J. Stroud, Brock Purdy in the Super Bowl. You've got Jordan Love, and young, great young quarterbacks coming in, and so I think we're excited. One thing I'm really going to keep an eye on next year, and I kind of dipped my toe in it, and I think it was going to work, but unfortunately Kirk Cousins got hurt, is keeping an eye on the dome quarterbacks and trying to do, because I tried to do Kirk Cousins and Jared Goff, because they had a lot of weeks where I think there were like 14 out of 17 weeks where at least one of them was in a dome. And so one of the things that I want to keep an eye on for next year is guys like Kirk Cousins, if he comes back to Minnesota, which I think he will, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, who was absolutely electric. CJ Stroud, I think people are really high on him, but make sure to look at his splits, because he was phenomenal at home, good on the road. We had one great game against Cincinnati, but yeah, that's the one thing. And Tua was incredible, in Miami. So you almost have to treat him as a dome quarterback. So looking at those guys, if there's a way to mix and match them and then get them a little bit later. Jordan Love's another guy that we can get later. I saw some early rankings where Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, and CJ Stroud were all going in about the 8th round. I'm like, hey, you know what? I'll load up my roster. I'll load up my roster with receivers and running backs in those first 7 picks, and then grab a quarterback at that point. I'll take my chances at that point with a guy maybe get 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns. So, but I know we got another game before that. So let's, are you tired of breaking that one down? Oh, we got a little mute action.
Well, thank you for that. So anyway, everybody else is breaking. I'm kind of staying out. I think once maybe had a dead part, I gave a little bit. So that breakdown. I did a video earlier in the week. I'll do one more. But not gotten too carried away with it. But I do want to point out with your analysis, and it was wonderful analysis about the quarterbacks. I like how you added in that wrinkle about the matching schedules, because that's a detail that's next level. A lot of people are not getting that. They're just like ranking their quarterbacks. And I think you're looking for an opportunity to get ahead of the field. And that's what it's all about. It's getting these little edges. And that's why you love Jorge Martin. It's not he brings something different to the table, and so that's why you want to follow him and listen to his work, because it's not just the conventional thoughts. He's outside of the box, and that's really where fantasy championships are often won. So yes, the Super Bowl, the Chiefs, the 49ers. What are your thoughts on this game?
I just can't go against Patrick Mahomes 3 times in a row. I went against him against Buffalo. I thought that Baltimore would get him, and he's that man. I think when it comes down to it, the 49ers have not been playing great on offense. Patrick Mahomes has played well and well on offense. He hasn't dominated, but he's also had some weather that he's had to deal with. So not going to be an issue on Sunday. I think he's the X factor in this one, along with that Kansas City defense, because the Kansas City defense, I think, is going to give some fits to Brock Purdy, because that secondary is legit. I know that Brandon Ayuk is phenomenal. I know that Deebo Samuel is phenomenal. I think they may get theirs, but I think there's going to be the Kansas City secondary is going to make just enough plays to kind of shut them to kind of hold them down. And I think Patrick Mahomes is going to make enough plays to win it for them. I'm calling 31-27 the Chiefs in this one, I think. And Brandon Ayuk, I'm sorry, not Brandon Ayuk, Isaiah Pacheco sneaky could have a big game. I haven't looked at the props on
67, 68 yards roughly.
Give it to me. I mean, Aaron Jones went for over 100 yards against them. David Montgomery went for 93. And he was doing it in part-time duty. So give me Isaiah Pacheco, who's been running like a madman. So give me that. I know the 49ers have been great have great statistics on defense, but lately they've been a little bit more porous. So let's do that.
If you're right on the score of that game, we're going to be buzzing for 5 days after the game. If we got 58 points, and I hope it does. Oh. That would be beautiful to see a game just have at it on Super Bowl Sunday and enjoy it. And so your prop was Pacheco. I want to make sure I got that right, over the rushing yards. Yes?
Absolutely.
Oh,
get over.
Jorge, just give everybody a quick reminder. I know we talked earlier where to find you and how to keep up with your work.
Oh, yeah. Just find me at Jorge Martin 17. I'm and you can find my stuff at Yahoo Fantasy. I'm usually publishing 1 to 2 articles a week, and just see it all there. Also, I'm still publishing my Familia FFB podcast. So I'm gonna do about 1 a week. Gonna start doing some draft coverage after the Super Bowl. Got some friends coming on. Jim, I need to bring you on. So we're gonna find a time to get you on. And also, Dr. Owen Porras and I are still going to continue doing the Injured Prone podcast together, but get it on YouTube. And we're taking a little bit break now, but there's going to be some off-season content coming up, because you know what, you got to follow those injuries.
Jorge, great having you on. And yes, I would love to join you on your podcast. So anytime, hit me up. Again, thank you. Enjoy the game.
Salud, my brother. Salud. Let's have a great time. And you know what? Remember, on the Super Bowl, calories do not count. Eat to your heart's desire. We'll be in the gym the next day to work them off.
100% on that. Take care, my friend.
Salud.
Matt Donnelly is in the house. Man, we're getting to the end of this thing, but we're saving the top end talent for late in the game. Dude, the mustache is always one of my favorites. This is an amazing work of art you got going there, my friend. Love that. But Matt Donnelly, you find him at Matt Donnelly FF. BetSperts feature there. Fantasy points, Roto Baller, number 2 in fantasy points, ranked accuracy in 2021. Matt, doing great things. How are things?
Things are doing good here. I just heard Jorge talking about calories not counting for the Super Bowl. When you got a mustache like this, whatever you've eaten on the Super Bowl is still there on Monday. So those calories on Monday, they don't count either, Jim. And by the way, you won't see me in the gym anytime soon either.
No. And I guess dips are not your friend.
No, I ain't doing no dips. Unless it's like those chocolate dips. And you know what? Maybe we can talk a little bit.
Matt, it was a wonderful season. It was a crazy season, outrageous in some ways, whole lot of stuff. What's 1 or 2 takeaways that you had from the 2023 season?
Well, my first takeaway is never follow up Jorge here on this because he takes away all my takeaways. I mean, I have this nice thing written out here, like 400 words on what my one major takeaway was. And it is basically what is old is new again. You remember when we first got into fantasy, it was like no one was taking quarterbacks, right? You don't take quarterbacks. You just avoid them. You let them push off. And then in recent memory, probably the last 5-6 years, quarterbacks started coming up. People were taking quarterbacks in the first round, second round, in non-superflex type leagues. You're like, what are you doing? And you're the crazy old dinosaur that sits back and takes a quarterback in the 8th and 9th round. Well, guess what? What is old is new again. That is the way we need to take it. You look around the league. Jorge talked about Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts there being 1 and 2. But if you look at this top 13 quarterbacks here as far as fantasy is concerned, none of them were drafted to be your number 1 quarterback. Jordan Love, QB5. Brock Purdy, QB6. Jared Goff, QB8. Baker Mayfield, QB9. Tua Tagovailoa, QB10. Sam Howell, 11. Russell Wilson, 12. CJ Stroud, 13. None of those quarterbacks were taken to be the number 1 quarterback on your team. In fact, they were just kind of a guy that I'm going to draft this guy as my bye week replacement. That being said, when I look at 2024 and how I'm going to attack drafts, I'm going to be looking at taking 2 of these guys later on, round 8, round 9, round 10, as my options at the quarterback and build the rest of my roster. Now, maybe part of this is because injuries robbed us of a lot of quarterbacks, more so this year than we've ever seen before. Even though I think the NFL just came out with a report that injuries are down across the board on Thursday Night Football, on Saturday Night Football. They're trying to push a Friday Night Football here and proving that injuries don't really occur just on Sundays and that this is a safe thing for all players. I'm not sure I buy what Roger's trying to sell us, but hey, it's only a matter of time before we get Friday Night Football. I mean, high school football is already going on. I know they don't want to really cut into that, but it's going to happen. This is a business type thing. But we've seen these injuries this year at the quarterback position, and it really robbed us of what could have been a great fantasy season. That's why we're talking about these guys not being up there. So I think that's kind of, we are a knee-jerk reaction type community. The fantasy world is just knee-jerk reaction to just about everything. So I'm going to guess right now, when you go into your fantasy drafts, lots of people will be pushing quarterbacks back down their board, probably where they finally belong, and the market is going to correct itself once again.
Oh my gosh. So here's a question. A lot of quarterbacks ended up as a QB5, the QB6, but was a lot of that because so many guys missed? No Burrow, no Herbert, and there are others as well. I mean, so are we going to inflate this market of the back of the what we perceive the lesser quarterbacks, but they're really not? Or is it now just one big pool again? Or are we going to actually get what we thought we were going to get? Maybe less flags next year. Is that possible? I mean, so what are you thinking?
I think the market is, like I said, is going to correct itself somewhat until we're proven that the elite quarterbacks are back, and then we'll start pushing them back up the boards, because that's how we basically go about business nowadays. It's, running backs, you don't draft a running back in the first round. 0 RB is the way to go. Well, you know what? That lasted a season, and then we're back to drafting running backs. I think if I just did a video here that'll drop on Monday right after the Super Bowl, or Tuesday right after the Super Bowl, on how that first round of 2024 drafts is going to shape up. And by right now, it's pretty balanced across the board. It really is. It's not just 12 wide receivers or 11 wide receivers and a tight end. No, you got some running backs thrown right back in there after we push these running backs back down the board outside of Christian McCaffrey.
Matt, Super Bowl Sunday. You got 49ers, you got some Chiefs. We got hopefully a classic. Hopefully. What are your thoughts on this game?
I often get asked, because I got so many kids, I'm like the Philip Rivers of the North here. Which kid is your favorite? Well, you know what? You can't say you have a favorite kid, but talking about the 49ers and the Chiefs as a Raiders fan is like asking me which kid is my least favorite here. And you know what? The answer in this situation is I don't like any of these teams. Can both these teams lose? I mean, is that something that we could possibly have? I mean, I look at this and I'm a sucker for a good story. And maybe not necessarily a love story in this case, but I really like the Brock Purdy redemption type story coming into play here. We're talking about San Francisco 49ers that was one elbow injury away from possibly 3 Super Bowl appearances in the last 5 years. We could have had the Chiefs 49ers 3 times in the last 5 years if it wasn't for that Brock Purdy injury. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is the time. And everyone's talking about Mr. Irrelevant, lowest drafted quarterback. People forget about Jake Delhomme and Kurt Warner being undrafted quarterbacks to play in the Super Bowl, but he's getting his just due here, and you got a little bit of respect there. But at the same time, as a Raiders fan, I got to respect Patrick Mahomes and call this what it is. It is a modern day dynasty that the Chiefs have come up with. It just would have been nice to see these teams meeting up like the Dallas Cowboys, Buffalo Bills in the 90s. You got the Chiefs and the 49ers, kind of that battle of the best, all breaking it down here. So I'm going to go with the 49ers. I'm going to say this game is going to be probably closer than most people like, because I like both these defenses, but they're not as good as people want to make both to be. They're not immune to offensive flurry. So I'm going to go with a 27-24 49ers type victory here. And the problem with that is I look at these props, I look at the spreads. The 49ers are 1.5 point favorites right now? Well,
they're up to 2, but yes.
They're 9-10 against the spread this season, right? That's not good. Meanwhile, on the other side, you got the Kansas City Chiefs that are 12-8 against the spread. Well, if the 49ers are below 500 in the spread and they're only 2-point favorites, that's not good news if you're a 49ers fan. That's not working out to how you want this to go. This, for me, I don't know. I'm with the rest of Raider Nation. I'm booing the Chiefs at Media Day. That's where I'm at right now. So I got to go with the 49ers. Maybe a little bit of we share a common interest there in Ronnie Lott.
Nice. Yeah, Ronnie Lott. That's a good common interest to have. Jerry Rice, I guess, to a degree, too.
To a degree. Yeah, he was there. He spent a little couple seasons there with us.
And wasn't it where they lost to Tampa in the Super Bowl? Rice was on that team, right? Oh, my gosh.
He was, yep.
Yeah, and that was a disaster. We don't need to relive that one. Did you have a prop that you wanted to add in this game?
Hey, you know what? Like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight. Like I really don't. So I'm going to go with my biggest prop is I want to know if Travis Kelce is going to propose to Taylor Swift to complete the perfect love story, hint, hint, wink, wink,
nice.
That was already kind of projected out there by Taylor Swift and Swiftie Nation. Number 87 is Travis Kelce. Taylor Swift's favorite number is 13. Together, that is 100. That's got to happen. That has to be the prop bet that goes down. Now, the problem is the Chiefs have to win. I mean, you can't propose after a loss, which goes against my Super Bowl prediction. So I'm really conflicted here right now, whether I want the game to go my way or the prop bet here to go my way.
Oh, my God. That's fantastic. Matt, remind everybody where they can find you in your work.
Yeah, you can head over to Fantasy Points, head over to the Discord channel, get in there. I'm answering questions all off season, all season long, doing my best in there. And over at RotoBaller, all my videos drop there pretty much once a week. We do starts and sits, and then I got a bunch of other little projects here on the go. Like I said, on Tuesday, I believe my mock draft of round 1 of the 2024 draft season kicks off. And of course, over on the Vipers Network, there you catch me and Tara Roberts there pretty much every week doing the Viper Cast, one of the best minds in fantasy sports. I'm not talking about me here when I say that.
It's a team effort, man, but you're an outstanding analyst. You know that. You always poke fun at yourself, but that's what we do. We're a little self-deprecating because we don't take ourselves too seriously, but yeah, you do work hard. You know your stuff. So I appreciate you, Matt Donnelly. Always glad when I get to see you in Canton, and I hope we get to work together before then. But again, enjoy the beginning of the offseason. I know you don't like the teams in the Super Bowl, but I still hope you enjoy the game.
Hey, you know what? Anytime I get a bunch of extra food in me, I'm all for it.
Exactly. Take care, my friend.
All right, you too.
Thanks. Oh, Jay, bringing up the end for us here. You are
yes,
the last.
Sir. Caught me taking a little sip of water.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing. Well, I've been doing that throughout. You got to stay hydrated. It was yesterday. I did take a 10-minute break in the middle of the 6-hour one. Today, I figured, it's 4 hours and 20 minutes. I can do that. And so I haven't gotten up from the seat. It's good, man. It's good. So anyway, Jay, so happy you're with me. What a great person to close things out. And as great of an analyst as Jay is, he's even a better person. Jay is somebody who, like I said, just somebody you want to model yourself after, great to others, great family man. You find him at G-Men J, NFL and college football betting at the Athletic FS, advanced data charter, FTN. We were talking about the data charting and how you really love that. Jay, let's talk about the 2023 season. It was a wild one. Can you give me a takeaway or two that you had from this great season?
Yeah. Well, first off, thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that, and model the way that I do things after somebody great like yourself. So, take everything you just said and pertain it to yourself, because it's the truth. So I appreciate it. As far as the season goes, from a fantasy perspective, you got to be careful going all in on narratives. And let me clear it up a little bit. There's always a drop off at supposedly soon as a running back turns 28, you don't want any piece of them, and I'm not saying go out there and draft guys super high or anything, but if you completely write a running back off after the 28 year old season, you miss out on a guy like Raheem Mostert, who, he was undrafted or a late round pick in most leagues. It's all about the context and all about the value. It's worth, taking a shot at the end of drafts. We saw when he's on the field, when he's healthy, he produces. And in that system, he was well worth it. Another one that we hear a lot of is don't draft rookie tight ends. They don't produce for fantasy. Well, there's two guys named Sam Laporta and Dalton Kincaid that, they weren't world beaters by any. They were definitely very valuable end of draft picks, as well as, they were available on a lot of waiver wires as well. And this one hurts a little bit because I kind of fell for this one a little this year. Don't necessarily fall for the high draft capital for running backs will automatically turn into bell cow usage. I love Bijan, and I'm all in on him again this year. Thankfully that Arthur Smith is gone. But even though it makes all the sense in the world why they should have given him, all the touches he was producing. Sometimes, we have to remember there's a difference between fantasy and there's a difference between real life football. And, the coaches, sometimes they think that they're the smartest guy in the room. And Arthur Smith was definitely one of those.
Jay, you're right. The narrative angle, it's so hard because sometimes the narratives are right. And sometimes they're so far wrong. And sometimes we get good at sniffing out the smoke and saying, all right, well, this one doesn't make sense. But man, it is so difficult. What are we going to do with this when we have all this news and narrative? So what do we do actionable advice wise going forward? I mean, can we do much?
Really, the thing I would say is don't ever speak or think in absolutes. I think, context is key. I was fine with taking a shot on Bijan last year because, he did produce, and, sixth overall pick, you would have thought, with the offense that they had, he would have gotten the work. Same thing with Raheem Mostert. I wish I would have gotten some shares, but I was kind of on the train of, I don't really want to bother with any running backs over 28. So I think, it's all about value. It's all about context, similar to, you think of Tony Pollard, a guy who's produced as a backup. As soon as he gets to work, he's automatically going to produce. Well, that didn't happen with Tony Pollard. It didn't happen. I got burned by Lamar Jackson years ago. So it's all about the value and where you take him. As long as you're not buying all the risk in these situations, it's worth taking the shot because there is no absolutes and there's always outliers when it comes to these narratives.
I think that's a very well balanced approach. I like the way that you handle that and explain that, because I think that is something we can walk away with, that it is actionable. So Super Bowl, a few days away. Who are you thinking here? What do you like?
I think the Chiefs are going to do it again. I just, it's hard to go against Patrick Mahomes, and I think it's going to be a great Super Bowl. I'm really excited because honestly, being a Giants fan, I don't have, really strong feelings either way. It's, on one side, you got likable players on both sides. It's one side, Patrick Mahomes one step closer to being the GOAT. You got the whole Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing, Pacheco, Andy Reid. There's a ton of likable guys on that side of the ball. And then, Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant and everything that he's gone through, and Kyle Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle. I mean, the 49ers are just littered with likable players as well. But I just think it's the best defense it's possibly the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has ever played with. As Rashee Rice has turned into, not necessarily a wide receiver one, but the wide receiver one that the Chiefs needed at this time. Travis Kelce's turned it on in the playoffs. I think they're going to go back to back.
So the line is do you take the money line or do you take the 2 points?
It always burns me, but I'm going to go money line. I really do think that they're going to pull it out. I think, while I'm happy for Brock Purdy and I do want to see him succeed, he did struggle a little bit last week. And, it's the playoffs. Anybody's going to struggle. These are all great teams, but, and with the bright lights of the Super Bowl, with this week of, all the interviews and all the media and stuff like that, he seems like a very level-headed guy. I don't see it, getting to him like it would some other players, but this is Patrick Mahomes' 4th Super Bowl. This is nothing. That whole team, all those guys, this is just another day for them.
You're right. Business trip. Is there a prop you like?
There is, and actually a little outside of the box with this one as well. I like the orange Gatorade being the first, the color of the Gatorade poured on the winning head coach. And hear me out on this one. I was doing a little bit of research here. Purple is the current, this was yesterday, I was doing some research. So as of yesterday on DraftKings, purple was the favorite, but purple has only been the color 3 times since 2001. Orange has been the color 21.7% of the time. The last time that they had orange was the Chiefs beating San Francisco 49ers. Maybe they're a little superstitious. Maybe they're going to fill all those Gatorade buckets up with orange because that's what worked last time. And, with these prop bets, with these fun novelty bets, you look for any teeny tiny little edge because honestly, they're coin flips.
I love that.
So it's just, just a little reading between the lines with those. And that's why it's the second best odds at plus 300 for orange.
I love that. Jay, remind everybody where they can find you and your work this offseason.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at GMenJ. I just had a way too early 2024 mock draft article drop at The Athletic. I've got a couple this week dropping as well, some prop bets for Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, and I'll have some stuff there throughout the offseason.
Jay, appreciate you greatly. Appreciate your friendship. You being a great analyst. Thank you for hanging with me.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the Super Bowl, and we'll definitely talk soon.
Sounds great, Jim. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Everybody, thank you for joining the RotoWire Fantasy Football Live Marathon. We hope you were able to hang out with us. Certainly could replay, and we had one on Monday. We had the one, obviously, right now. And again, I'd like to thank all of the people at RotoWire that allowed this to happen, and Gambling.com, our parent company. And again, just love the people who came out and spent their time with us, shared that great fantasy knowledge and great stories. Everybody enjoy the Super Bowl. And remember, if you want to get a full breakdown of the game, I will do this on this channel where you're watching Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern. I'll have that. If you want reactions to the Super Bowl, come back to this channel, 11 a.m. Eastern on Monday. Myself and Anthony Servino will have that for you. Give me a follow at Jim Coventry NFL on the X. And if you want my free 35 pages Super Bowl notes, there's a pinned tweet. Like it, retweet it. I'll send you a link to it. Thank you again, everybody, and enjoy the Super Bowl.